Suzuki is cute even in a savage world. Volume 1, by Tsuchiya Light. Translated by Concatenate novel translation. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. Death and Desires. Morning. On the way to his high school, Takashi Suzuki became involved in an accident. He was crossing the crosswalk after the traffic light turned green, but the sound of a tremendous impact and a crash hit his ears, and the next thing he knew, he was standing in a completely white space. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Suzuki." "I'm a goddess," said a woman with wings on her back in a clear voice as her gaze went back and forth between a file in a binder and Takashi's face. "Mr. Suzuki, you died in an unfortunate way. I hope you will lead an ideal life in your next lifetime." "Ha, a goddess, for real?" "Or rather, I died, and my next lifetime?" Takashi muttered, confused from receiving a lot of information. While his mind was still completely unorganized, the self-proclaimed goddess kept her eyes on the file and continued in a clerical tone. "By the way, it wasn't just that you were unhappy at the time of your death. You grew up as an orphan with no relatives and never had a girlfriend. Your only purpose in life was reading Isekai novels on novel posting sites. Isn't that right?" "Why yes." The goddess had an accurate insight into Takashi's life. She was a radiant beauty, and the wings on her back didn't seem artificial. He could conclude that she must really be a goddess. Wait a moment. He definitely enjoyed reading novels on the internet, that's for sure, but he didn't think it was the only thing that made his life worth living. "And finally, you got hit by a drunk driver on your way to school. You were so pathetic that the supreme deity took pity on you. Now, Mr. Suzuki, please tell me what you desire or wish for." "Even if you tell me that all of a sudden." Takashi trailed off, struggling to get a grasp of the current situation. While he was gawking, a thick voice sounded from behind him. "Bastard, stop being so slow and decide quickly. I'll murder you." Takashi turned around and became even more dismayed. Facing him was a strong-looking man with a massive frame, a bald head, and sunglasses with his tattooed arms crossed. "Yao, are you perhaps a god, too, by any chance?" "Eh? What are you saying, you bastard?" "I'll murder you." The goddess pointed with her beautiful hand at the man who kept ending his sentences with "I'll murder you." "This is Mr. Sasaki." He, like Mr. Suzuki, passed away just a short moment ago. It's so busy these days that the gods don't have time to devote themselves to one-on-one meetings, so we're having a three-way conference. While Takashi wondered what she meant by three-way conference, the goddess flipped through the files in her binder. Eventually, she stopped and looked down at one file. Mr. Sasaki was a motorcycle delinquent gang member in his youth, and even until his death, he worked a job with his head submerged in organized crime. The Sasaki-gimi clan, which started out with 3 members, has become one of Japan's leading designated crime organizations. In recognition of this achievement, we are pleased to award him. No, that's not an achievement, you know? Isn't it more like an evil deed? However, Takashi couldn't voice such a comment in front of the person in question. Then the goddess asked, "Then, Mr. Sasaki, would you please tell us what you would like to request?" "Oh, then make me absurdly strong." "Yes, the ability to be absurdly strong, right?" repeated the goddess as she smoothly slid her fountain pen over the documents in the file. "For the place to be reincarnated in. What kind of other world would you prefer?" "Right. I want the wildly disorganized, chaotic feeling of an end-of-the-world place. There'll be a bunch of bad folks out there. I'm going to murder them all myself. An end-of-the-world feeling otherworld with bad people. So you can trash and murder them. Is that right?" "Yeah. I'll conquer the whole world." Takashi was dumbstruck, listening to Sasaki's story. Was it okay for a grown man of a mature age to wish for such things as being absurdly strong and aiming for world conquest? Twirling a fountain pen around her slender fingers, the goddess asked, "Then, would a very bloody other world be acceptable? The difficulty level of survival is quite high because of all the strong opponents. But, bring it on. The more powerful folks, the more it gets my blood pumping. You know," Sasaki declared. "Certainly." After giving Sasaki an affirmative, the goddess turned to Takashi as she placed her fountain pen on the binder. "Would you also be satisfied with an other world with the same feeling?" Mr. Suzuki. No, it wouldn't be good at all. I'd like to live a more laid-back life in a more peaceful and heartwarming other world. Laid-back and heartwarming, is it? While Takashi's hobby was reading internet novels, they were mainly peaceful, otherworldly stories with few battle descriptions. As the goddess had said, he was an orphan and had always longed for an ordinary life. The most mundane life. One with parents, good friends, and no need to move from one place to another. Then, what should we do about your abilities? Do you want to become absurdly strong like Mr. Sasaki? I don't think I need anything. I just want to do some things in another world, raising cute monsters, growing crops, and the like. That's troublesome. I have to give everyone an ability per regulations, you know, replied the goddess. She frowned a little and then looked at Takashi's whole body with a peeved expression on her face. Mr. Suzuki's appearance looks too ordinary. So, how about enhancing your charm as a human being? Huh. Then, will I become good-looking or something? No, you will be reincarnated as you are appearance-wise, but you'll receive the captivate the opposite sex ability. Every woman you meet in the other world will unconditionally fall in love with you, Mr. Suzuki. Then it might be easier to live a heartwarming otherworldly life. Takashi did not feel all that bad about her proposal, but Sasaki, who had been silent until now, snorted and spat on the white floor. What a bastard, you talked all that nice, but in the end, you're trying to build a harem? This perverted brat. I'll murder you. That's not it. It's not like that. Takashi hastily denied it. Seeing this, the goddess also put her finger to her chin and tilted her head in contemplation. Then, let's change the ability into be loved unconditionally by the local race. That way, it should prevent the situation from becoming a blatant harem. What's the difference? He asked. It's, just as she was about to explain, Sasaki stepped in between the goddess and Takashi. He brought his rugged face close to Takashi's, then glowered. What a pain in the ass. Chop chop. Get on with it already. I'll murder you. Why yes, I'm sorry. In that case, let's chop chop. Then, let's start with you, Mr. Sasaki. Are you ready? The goddess interjected. Oh, I don't know if it's another world or whatnot, but I'm gonna murder them all. Then, off you go. The goddess snapped her fingers. Then Sasaki suddenly vanished without a trace. It was so unexpected and instantaneous as blowing out a candle with a puff of breath. Next is Mr. Suzuki, isn't it? Can I contact you if I have any problems over there? He hesitantly asked. No. This is where we say goodbye. We may meet again when Mr. Suzuki dies again. And then the goddess snapped her fingers. Chapter 1. Reincarnation in a heartwarming otherworld. Oh, the summoning has succeeded. The noise of the crowd resounded. Takashi, who had been chatting with a beautiful goddess in a white room, now stood on a red carpet that stretched in a straight line across a marble floor. Around him, men with the appearance of medieval aristocrats stared at him with expectant gaze. Takashi was breathless in the unduly spacious room, which gave a Baroque-style impression. I really have come to another world. The conversation with the goddess felt somewhat surreal for him, but now that it really happened, he had no choice but to believe everything. All right, that does it. From now on, I will live an enjoyable heartwarming life in another world. This one is the king of this country of Lirun. A small, plump man with a mustache and wearing a golden crown held out his hand to him. Takashi shook the portly man's hand. Oh, hero, please save this world. Is that sort of thing the plot setting? While he was still pondering about the circumstances of his situation, a man wearing a robe and carrying a silver staff, who looked like a typical fantasy wind sorcerer, timidly presented a single piece of paper to the king. Your Majesty the King, these are the revered hero status values. Let me see. Takashi guessed that his status was written on that paper, but then the king's ecstatic smiling face grew grim. Attack value, defense value, even magic value are all in single digits. What? This chap, he's a failure. That was a very poor way of putting it, Takashi thought. However, he knew from the beginning that he did not have the talent, so he expressed, no, I just want to live a laid-back, heartwarming life here. What the? laid back and heartwarming. The Demon Lord's army is about to invade. This situation is a life or death matter. The Demon Lord's army? Suzuki repeated, dumbfounded. There seemed to be a misunderstanding between the two. The king turned to the sorcerer and shouted, "Hurry! The next summon." What about me?" The king no longer reacted to Takashi's voice. The sorcerer began to cast a spell, treating Takashi like care. The men in expensive-looking costumes, who looked like aristocrats, shoved him by his shoulders. "Hey, you are a nuisance. Get out of the way. You are no longer needed. Get the hell out of the castle." They all glared at Takashi as if they were looking at something filthy. What is this? This isn't what I was told. Right then and there, at that precise moment, the doors behind Takashi opened with a loud bang. Out of nowhere, strange figures appeared. Demons or beastmen with mouths ripped open until their ears, giants over 3 meters in height, all carrying blood-soaked weapons, stormed in. The Demon Lord's army. The king's blood-curdling yell coincided with the guards near the door being decapitated by the demon's broadsword. The aristocratic-like men who had mistreated Takashi earlier made pathetic noises and ran away. A beastman with a face like a lion slashed one of the fleeing men from behind with razor-sharp claws. Fresh blood stained the marble floor red. Takashi was in a state of shock. He saw everyone present get decapitated, disemboweled, or eaten from the head down by ferocious fiends. Not a tad heartwarming. Rigged. Takashi screamed internally. The place plunged into pandemonium. In the back of his mind, Takashi thought of a bald-headed man who wore sunglasses and kept threatening to f-king kill him even though he was already dead. Sasaki's words came to mind, the wildly disorganized, chaotic feeling of an end-of-the-world place. "I am possible. It's not the other world I wanted." Indeed, the pronunciations of Suzuki and Sasaki were similar. However, it should be strange for a deity to make a blunder like that, but given the circumstances, it was not impossible. Soon after, the fiends ravaging the humans stopped moving altogether. Then 3 demons entered through the door. All the other fiends knelt down and made way for them. Takashi gulped at the majesty of the female demon leading the way. Her jet black hair reached to her waist, and goat-like horns sprouted from her head. Her black leather armor, almost like a bathing suit, revealed her tanned-colored skin. Large breasts. Tall and well-built with an awe-inspiring face. However, her beauty was opposite that of the goddess. Hers was the bewitching kind of beauty. And that demon was heading straight to him. "Save me, please." The king of the castle was kneeling on the red carpet, prostrated with a pitiful expression on his face. The tanned demon silently walked past him. The king showed a relieved expression. But suddenly, his head fell to the carpet. Right now, what did she do? Takashi could not see the tanned demon's attack. The terrifying demoness who had instantly slain the king walked toward him with 2 childlike demon girls on either side of her. One with red hair in twin tails and a sickle as tall as she is. The other with blue hair in a ponytail and holding knives in both hands. Their faces were almost identical, but the red-haired one had pointed ears like a cat's on its head, while the blue-haired one had rounded ears. Takashi glanced behind him. Almost everyone had died, but several maidens in maid outfits were trembling behind his back. Since things have turned this way, I'll have to do it myself. This place wasn't the heartwarming other world he wanted, but if the current situation persisted, they would all be killed. Takashi's heart pounded furiously with fear, but even so, he had a small glimmer of hope. When the king saw his status earlier, he dismissed it as a failure. However, if the goddess had made a mistake between him and Sasaki, if I fight seriously, I should be able to use the absurdly strong ability. Whoa! Takashi gave a short war cry, raised his fist, and punched toward the tanned demoness with all his might. Boing! It was a sound so far removed from the concept of strongest. As if sucked into them, Takashi's fist got buried in the valley between the demoness's large breasts. Wah! He shrieked and pulled his arm away. He was surprised at his own powerlessness, combined with the shock of unintentionally touching a woman's breast. The tanned demoness looked down at the frightened Takashi with cold eyes and opened her fanged mouth. Human-like creature, You deserve to die for what you have done. Takashi trembled at the husky and powerful voice. As if to rub salt into a wound, the red-haired, twin-tailed demon shouted, "You dare to strike Lady Nefa, you reckless scum." The demon with blue hair and a ponytail said in a high-pitched voice with a happy sneer, "Let's pull out his entrails. Let's make intestinal necklaces." Gaijajajaj. How about hollowing out his eyes while he's still alive? The red-haired twin-tail laughed in a vulgar voice once again. I got hurled into a savage other world without any noteworthy ability. Damn it. What about this is considered my ideal life? Inside the throne room stained with the blood of slaughtered humans, with tears in his eyes, Takashi looked helplessly at the demons in front of him. Section. For Nefa, the leader of Thunder Lance Charge, the special strike force under the direct control of the Demon King, this day was the long-awaited invasion of the land of Lirun. More specialized in offensive attacks than any unit in the Demon Lord's army and always spearheading major battles, the Thunder Lance Charge, composed of 600 elite fiends, successfully conquered the city. With their bodies splashed with human blood, they marched into Sinnes Castle. Skilled soldiers and sorcerers staffed the entirety of the castle, but they were no match for the prided elite of the Thunder Lance Charge. Nefa proudly entered through the front door, together with her top brass demons, the sisters Miyu and Kairu. They cut the soldiers' throats, scattered their guts, and reached the king's chamber. They captured Sinnes Castle so easily. Humans have their uses as slaves and food, but the city's inhabitants were sufficient for that. She planned to kill everyone in the castle to set an example. Reigning by fear was the demon's standard method, and Nefa had been doing it for a long time. Like any other demon, she felt no empathy for humans. Killing insects had never perturbed her. Not until that moment. Nefa currently felt very disturbed. The problem was the creature in front of her. It definitely looked like a human being. A being she considered scum. An insect, no more than that. And yet, wait. What's this? Cute. What about that charming appearance with medium height and round eyes? Its frightened appearance was also pitiful and made one want to gently extend a hand. The feeling of this creature stroking her chest region moments ago still remained. Per usual, she would have killed the human instantaneously before it could even touch her, and yet, she allowed herself to be touched. A strange sensation struck Nefa. My chest feels warm. What is it? This feeling? No, right now, rather than that. Nefa inwardly bit her teeth with remorse. Her regret was that she had so brazenly declared in front of her subordinates that this lovely human-like being deserved to die. The human-like being had attacked her, someone profoundly favored by the Demon Lord. It was the natural response for the leader of a battalion. However, how could she possibly kill this incomparably lovely and adorable human trembling and quivering before her eyes? No, she couldn't do it, because he's such a cute thing. On the other hand, saying something like, "Just kidding. After all, let's not," would be bad for her reputation as a commander. Nefa tried to keep her composure while deeply troubled. What the hell am I supposed to do? Section. The right hand of Nefa, the top brass of Thunder Lance Charge, Miyu the twin demon sisters, held her blood-stained assassin daggers tightly. During today's invasion, she had cut down more than 100 humans with those weapons. She glanced at her sister, Kairu, standing beside her. In contrast with her blue hair in a ponytail, Kairu had red hair in twin tails, and earlier, she had decapitated more than 200 human heads with her beloved Grim Reaper's scythe. The two sisters were not on bad terms. However, Miyu somewhat felt considerably inferior to Kairu. She wanted to win against her older sister. Such was the feeling in her heart. The trouble started with her sister, Kairu. Nefa, their commander, was attacked. Before Miyu could say anything about it, Kairu busted out, saying, "You dare to strike Lady Nefa, you reckless scum." In other words, her sister had beaten her to the punch. I don't want to lose to my sister." In a panic, she thought she needed to say something more potent and devilish. "Let's pull out his entrails. Let's make intestinal necklaces," she had excitedly declared. But after saying those words, she calmed down and looked at the human being again. Miyu's hobby was collecting stuffed fiends, but the human being in front of her was more lovable than any stuffed animal she had ever seen. Regret surged over her like waves as she gazed at the indescribably lovely human. His face looked like he was about to burst into tears when he heard them saying they would make necklaces from his intestines. Intense guilt swirled inside Miu. The thought of dragging out the viscera of such a lovely creature? No. No, impossible. What exactly was an intestinal necklace anyway? She didn't need it. Who would wear such a thing? She wanted to prostrate herself and apologize. Such thoughts filled her mind. However, expectedly, a demon could never bow down to a human. Still, Mia had one hope. Lady Nefa will never let this human who attacked her go scot-free. That's my chance. Mia had decided to plead directly to Nefa. However, the other party was the leader of the Thunder Lance Charge. She was a ruthless, inhumane, and unrivaled demon. Of course, she expected it wouldn't be free. So she planned to offer one of her own arms as an apology. That surely would satisfy Lady Nefa, and the human would no doubt be grateful. The red-haired twin tails of the twin demon sisters, Kairu, also regretted her actions. Although Kairu was extremely vicious towards humans, she acted differently to her own kind. Kairu liked to care for young fiends and was a good caretaker for them. And the trembling creature in front of her, even though she had never met it before, was somehow as lovable as a younger brother. Despite this, when their leader Nefa got attacked, she shouted, "You dare to strike Lady Nefa, you reckless scum!" She saw the cute little human shiver a little when he was called a scum. She really regretted it, but, well, he attacked their commander. She gave him full marks for that courage. The problem was what came after that. Mia had uttered the devilish line, "Let's pull out his entrails." Kairu just thought she'd drop a line afterward to keep the momentum going and had blurted, "Gaijajajaj. How about hollowing out his eyes while he's still alive?" Kairu could not tolerate what she had just said. It would be insane to hollow out the eyes of such a lovely human being while it is still alive. No. Usually, she would be able to do it as easily as breathing, but not with this human being. Because if she did it, she would feel sorry for him. And her biggest regret in front of that human, she had laughed with her mouth open wide with a gaijajajaj. What was that laugh sound? I'm so embarrassed. I want to die. Kairu doesn't usually laugh like that. The only reason she used that tone of voice was to create a strong impression since there were still people alive around her. What would this lovely human have thought when he heard the hideous, crude laugh she let out? He must have thought it was vulgar. No doubt he didn't want to be near it. She wanted to turn back time and say, my, we don't appreciate that sort of thing, dear." His first impression of her was probably the worst, but she still had hope. The ruthless Lady Nefa would surely kill this human who attacked her. That would be her chance. She would chop off her own leg and offer it to exchange for forgiveness for this human being. That would surely make this human see her in a new light. The three demons were staring at Takashi. A long, lingering silence. During that lull, all the fiends that had invaded the king's chamber and perpetrated their tyranny had left. In the king's chamber, other than Takashi, only the tanned-skinned demoness and the two petite demons with similar facial features remained. They did nothing and simply stared at Takashi. Time passed in vain until he couldn't stand the silence any longer. What in hell are you planning to do with me?" he shouted belatedly. His voice trembled with fear. The tanned demoness glanced at her subordinates' faces. She responded, That's right. You, bastard, are a human. Of course. You won't get away with this for free." I knew it. "You are going to kill me." One of the petite demons raised her scythe while the other readied a dagger. Both were breathing heavily. An unusual atmosphere permeated the air. Takashi shuddered and squealed at the situation. However, the tanned demoness raised her right hand as if to hold back the petite demons. "Don't be in such haste. It doesn't mean I'm going to kill you, bastard." "Lies. You just said it was worthy of death a while ago." "See, certainly, I did say that. However, I never said anything about killing you." Even the other two demons looked at the tanned demoness with blank faces. What? Saying worthy of death did not mean getting killed? Then what did it mean? "I'm a little uncomfortable calling you human." Identify yourself, Suzuki. Takashi, he muttered softly. Thereupon, the tanned demon's cheeks reddened a little. Suzuki, it's a good name. Even the petite demon smiled kindly. Yeah, it's a really good name. It has a pleasant ring to it. Ah, it sounds wonderful. It's got a certain noble flair. All three demons were praising his surname, which was very common in Japan. Takashi was absolutely terrified by their comments and behavior. What is this? Why'd they suddenly start praising my last name? He didn't understand. Demons and humans must have completely different thought processes. And then all of a sudden, my name is Miyu. I'm the younger sister of Kairu over there. Nice to meet you, said the demon with a ponytail as she held her hand out to Takashi. Takashi trembled in fear. The twin-tailed demon shouted, Miyu, you bastard. Who dares introduce themselves before the commander? Lady Nefera. I am Kairu, Miyu's older sister. Let's get along from now on. The twin-tailed demon also offered her hand to Takashi. And a moment later, you bastards, I'm first. Nefera raised one long leg high enough that her important place could be seen, and then brought it down in a single motion. The marble floor cracked and sank from a mere foot stomp. Eek, I'm sorry. I also apologize. The demon sisters hung their heads, but Takashi was more horrified by Nefera's terrifying power, which created a crater in the marble floor with a single stomp. Our name is Nefera, commander of the Thunder Lance Charge, leading 600 fiends. Much stronger than Miyu or Kairu. In other words, incredibly distinguished. The two demons timidly backed away. Takashi shuddered at the sight of the triumphant-looking Nefera. Since a while ago, these gals were arguing about who gets to take the lead. Takashi thought of something terrifying. Perhaps, were they competing over who gets to eat him first? That's it. That must be it. Even if you eat me, I won't taste good, he cried out in terror. After a moment of silence, the demon sisters started laughing. Ahahaha. Eating Suzuki, doing something like that. You're an idiot, you know. Aren't you too prejudiced against demons? Seeing the two's behavior, Takashi felt a tad relieved. He murmured hesitantly, is that so? You gals don't eat humans, do you? No, we usually eat plenty of them. Yes, we heartily eat them, you know. I knew you were going to eat me. Or rather, I remember now. You, earlier, said something about dragging out my entrails. Takashi yelped, pointing at Miyu. Miyu's eyes darted about uncomfortably. I didn't say that. Yes, you did. Why are you spurting lies? And after that, the redhead over there said something about hollowing out my eyes while I am still alive. To avoid facing Takashi's pointing finger, Kairi looked away and played with her redhead's twin tails. I don't remember any of that. What the hell? What the fudge? They said they would kill him, then said they wouldn't. They said they don't eat humans, sure enough, then said they do. And now they said they don't remember things that they have said. Takashi had no idea what these demons were thinking. He couldn't understand at all. The thoughts of fiends must be far beyond human comprehension. Nevertheless, no, precisely because of it, Takashi had to make sure. In the end, what are you planning to do with me? He shouted. The twin demons turned anxiously toward Nefera. Wait, Nephilis said, looking confused for a moment, but then immediately tightened her face, held up her right arm wide, appropriate for a fiend of her stature, and declared, prison. Throw Suzuki into the castle's underground dungeon. At Nefera's instruction, the twin demons nodded, and each held one of Takashi's arms while blushing slightly. Wait, just before Takashi was about to be taken out of the king's chamber, Nefera's bellow echoed through it. 3 meals a day. And make sure to give him plenty of water. And provide restrooms both inside and outside of the prison cell. In addition, make sure he gets a healthy amount of sleep. Take him outside for sunbathing when the weather is fine. And always have a demon on guard in case he gets sick. After that, give him a snack at 3 p.m. Understood? Section. I wonder if Suzuki is alright. Is he feeling lonely in the dark prison? That same night, in the queen's chambers in the Sinus castle, Nefera lay on the bed, restlessly chewing her nails. Of course, she was concerned about Suzuki. Was he thirsty? Was he eating enough food? Was he able to go to the toilet? She was worried. She wanted to check on Suzuki immediately, But the Thunder Lance charge had just conquered the land of Lirun. The fiends under her command constantly asked her for instructions. The range of topics was very diverse. The questions ranged from the governance of the conquered country to the selection of humans for food and slavery. Not long after, a new fiend visited Nefa. Pardon the discourtesy. Again there was a knock at the door. Nefa half raised herself from the bed and brushed her lustrous black hair with her hands to create the austere atmosphere of a dignified leader. "Come in." Pholus, a bird-headed demon, opened the door and entered. After bowing respectfully, he turned his beaked face toward Nefa. "Lady Nefa, what should we do with the Knight Commander? Make an example of him. Kill him as brutally as possible in front of the surviving townspeople." "Yes, Nefa knows that doing so would incite fear and dread in humans, making them more obedient." After that, Pholus continued to ask about the assignment of rooms to the demons in the fallen Sinus castle and various other matters. While Nefa gave out instructions, her thoughts wandered elsewhere. "Suzuki, are you doing all right?" She couldn't help but be concerned about him. Intrinsically, it was unthinkable that a demon, the commander of the special attack force directly under the demon lord to boot, should be concerned about a single human. That was why she patiently endured for several hours since parting from Suzuki. But now, she was at the limits of her patience. "Hey, how's Suzuki, by the way?" "Huh? Suzuki? What is that?" "It is the human in the king's chamber during the invasion. I instructed him to be locked up in the underground dungeons of the castle," Nefa asked as casually as possible so that Pholus would not sense her anxiety. Thereupon, "That guy, who is taking care of him now, Miyu Kairu?" "No, the two are executing the remnant soldiers as per usual." For some reason, they were reluctant to do it today, even though they are usually happy to do so. "Wait. In that case, who is currently taking care of Suzuki?" "One moment, please," Pholus said, leaving the room for a moment before returning shortly after. "It appears to be that the human was transferred from the underground dungeon to the torture chamber." "Huh? About now. I suppose Uguru is torturing him." "Idiot." Torture. When she heard the name, Uguru, she unconsciously bolted to her feet. The strange appearance of Uguru flashed through Nefa's mind. Uguru always wore a blood-stained burlap sack mask, so it was impossible to see what it looked like. It also wore a black robe on its body and was rumored to have a variety of torture devices hidden inside it. On one occasion, Nefa had witnessed Uguru torture, but even she, feared for her ruthlessness, couldn't bear its bad taste. Uguru kept bugs in its robe and sent them into the openings of the humans. The bugs would then eat their way into the brain and internal organs. The human writhes in agony, shedding tears of blood, as Uguru ridicules them while watching. Whether it be a woman or a child, Uguru never held back in any way. The wordless Uguru was a bizarre and eerie presence to Nefa and the other demons. "Isn't Suzuki going to be tortured to death?" "I ordered it to ensure he got enough sleep, received enough food, and so on. Despite this, why the torture?" Moreover, with Uguru, in a fit of rage, Nefa grabbed Pholus around the neck and shook him vigorously. But this Suzuki or whatever it's called, it's only a human, isn't it?" Pholus flapped his beak to grunt, but Nefa's wrath was unrelenting. "You bastard can only say such a thing because you have never seen Suzuki. That guy. What? He's incredibly cute." Cute. He has incredible tactical value. You morons. Ape. "I had no idea he was such an important human. I will bring him back immediately." "Enough." "It's fine. I'll go myself," Nefa declared and rushed out of the chamber. She passed by demons in the halls who looked at her twice in surprise. The calm and collected Nefa was running without caring about appearance, her ample bosom shaking, yet Nefa didn't pay any attention to them and ran frantically through the castle. "Wait for me, Suzuki. I'm coming to save you now." Section. The underground dungeon of Sinus Castle, where the twin demons Miyu and Kairu took Takashi, was quite large and held one man and one woman other than him. The woman was in a maid outfit and sat in a corner, frightened and weeping. probably a maidservant at the castle. On the other hand, the man sporting a haircut like those portraits in the music room approached Takashi with a frown. "Hey, hand over that food." Yes." Takashi handed over the bread to the man. The man snatched it up and glared at Takashi as he bit into the bread. He grumbled, "TSK. Why is this brat the only one who gets preferential treatment?" Within a 1-meter radius of Takashi were things that appeared to be a portable latrine, spare clothes, and of course, bread and other food as well. Miyu and Kaoru had prepared those for him. "Suzuki, I'll give you this. Eat it when you get hungry. If you feel like peeing or pooping, I've made arrangements. Here they are, alright?" With those words, the twins left. What were those gals really thinking? He didn't understand. Perhaps they were teasing him. Takashi let out a heavy sigh. Rather than outraged toward the goddess who had so carelessly reincarnated him in the wrong place, his anxiety about the future far outweighed his anger. I wonder what will happen to me from now on." Before long, a full-body skeleton soldier appeared in front of the cell. It unlocked the door, entered, and grabbed the man who took the bread from Takashi by the scruff of the neck. "Eek kakaka. Torture starts with you." Torture? This must be a mistake. The cage was locked again. Takashi looked outside the cell and saw the man taken into a small room a few meters away. What's going on? Takashi's hair stood on its end as a masked monster with an eerie appearance entered his field of sight. The masked monster bound the man to a chair with a rope. The man's screams echoed all the way from over there. "Save me, please." "I'll pay you whatever you want." "I'm a nobleman, I know." "I'll prepare for you a substitute human." Did it not understand human language? The masked creature silently slid its hand inside its black robe and pulled out a writhing insect like a centipede. The bug was inserted into the man's ear even though he tried to avoid it by shaking his head. The man's screams made the masked creature laugh in a low, muffled voice that seemed out of this world. The masked creature then silently inserted one bug after another into the man's nose and mouth. The man kept screaming, blood dripping from his eyes and mouth, and then he stopped moving. Will we have to go through that too after him? Eek. Behind him, the woman in a maid outfit moaned while covering her ears. If the woman had not been nearby, Takashi might have cried pathetically too. He could barely keep his sanity in front of the masked creature's torture because someone else was nearby. The skeleton soldier left, dragging the motionless man with him, but soon after returned and walked to the cell where Takashi lay. It then unlocked the door and took the woman's hand. "Kakaka, you're next." "No, the woman cried out. Takashi's eyes met with the woman getting dragged by the skeleton soldier. Unable to stand still, Takashi mustered up all his courage and stood before the skeleton soldier. Hold up for a bit. Take me first," Takashi said, his voice shaky. Even so, he could not abandon the woman sobbing pitifully. Why you? I can. But I wanted to take you last," the skeleton soldier replied as it scratched its cheek with its fleshless finger. It paced around and fidgeted, as if hesitating. But before long, it made up its mind and grabbed Takashi's arm. It then spoke. "I understand. Don't think poorly of me. This is my job." Section. As usual, Uguru put bugs inside the human's body. The man begged it to stop, but this only further fanned Uguru's sadistic tendencies. Kukaku. Nothing felt more pleasant than that. Shrieks, screams, human misery and suffering. They were its delight and nourishment. Uguru had thought that way for a long time, but when it took a look at the next human the skeleton soldier had brought, Uguru felt something it had never felt before. For Uguru, who had no friends among the Thunder Lance charge, bugs were soothing companions. Their wriggling, writhing forms and the large compound eyes looked the most charming to Uguru. The human in front of it wasn't wriggling around, nor did it have more than 2 regular eyes, and yet, what was this? The human looked cuter than any bug Uguru had ever seen. Even when the skeleton soldiers tied him to a chair, the human kept his lips tightly shut and acted stout, but Uguru noticed he was getting a little teary-eyed. He must have seen his own people being tortured and killed. "I see. Was he watching the previous torture? Suddenly, Uguru felt the urge to crawl into a hole in the ground. It was an extremely embarrassing feeling, like when you were dancing in excitement, thinking no one was watching, only to realize someone had been peeking. With a fidgety twirl of its finger, Uguru spoke to the cute little human. "Your name is?" "Why you can talk?" "Yes, I don't talk much, usually." "Your name is?" "It's Suzuki." "But Suzuki. It is a good name." It's good, I guess." Are you going to start torturing me or something?" "No, I'm not going to torture you." "Huh. But then, what are you planning to do to me?" "I'm going to chat with Suzuki." "Chat?" "That's right. Why were you captured?" After hearing the details, Uguru was in despair. He had attacked Lady Nefa. For that, he had no salvation. "No way." "What a stupid thing to do. You stupid human. You'll be executed for sure." "Ape, you." Seeing that Suzuki had started to cry, Uguru became agitated. Uguru had said too much. Uguru had made him cry. What should it do? What should it do? F for raising my voice. "I apologize," Uguru said as it waved its hands in a fluster. Looking for something to wipe his tears, Uguru took its own linen mask and handed it over. "Wipe your tears with this." Suzuki looked at Uguru with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know what to make of what he saw. Uguru had short hair, a little longer than a man's, and a face marked with scars. "You were a woman?" Suzuki asked in surprise. "Oh, I'm from the ogre tribe. You don't fancy rugged, muscular women like me, do you?" No, not particularly." "No, huh?" "Well, say it clearly." "Which is it? You fancy them or you don't?" "Ape. Well, you are more of a beauty than what I thought you would be. I'm surprised, for real." "Huh? Is that so?" "Fufu. A beauty." "I am a beauty." Fufu. A warm feeling spreads through her heart. Uguru was so happy that she reached into her robe and pulled out a bug she had secretly named Pocky. "Do you want a bug?" No, I don't want it." "I see." With sadness, she returned Pocky to her robe. It seems the human wasn't happy to receive bugs, after all. Even so, she wanted to do something to make this human happy. Something like that, even an uneducated person like herself understood what it was. "I'm suddenly sleepy. I'll sleep for a while." After untying him, Uguru pretended to be asleep. When she glanced at him, Suzuki looked stunned. But eventually, he stood up quietly. "That's right. Run away." "Suzuki, you must run away." However, Uguru realized something. The same skeleton soldier from earlier was in front of Suzuki, who was about to leave the torture room. She stopped pretending to be asleep and decided to knock out the skeleton soldier. But the skeleton soldier also stood still, tilting her head and emitting a snoring sound from her bony mouth cavity. Suzuki ran past. As Uguru watched, the skeleton soldier gave her a fleshless thumbs up. "Oh, I see. You want Suzuki to be saved, too?" It had been 50 years since she had joined the Thunderlance charge. For the first time, Uguru felt a sense of connection with her comrades. "All right, go, Suzuki. Run away in good health and grow up fast. And one day, I hope you'll show me your healthy face again." However, Uguru's wish was soon crushed. The sound of footsteps echoed violently from the basement stairs. Nefa, the leader of the Thunderlance charge, appeared with a bloodthirsty look on her face. Not good. If Suzuki were to get caught and considered an escapee, he would be killed instantly. Uguru ran out like a rabbit and held her hands out in front of Nefa as if protecting Suzuki. "Lady Nefa, please wait." "No, before that." "Who are you, bastard?" "I'm Uguru." We've been working together for more than 50 years. And you look like that." "Yes, that's right, Lady Nefa. Don't kill this human." "I don't need you to tell me." "Torture has been suspended." "Suzuki will be taken to the slave's cell." Uguru was relieved. Slave labor, was it? At least he would not be tortured nor turned into food. At the same time, she felt lonely. Now, they would probably never see each other again. No, that's fine. It would be better for him not to be around torturers like herself. But why? Tears dripped from her eyes. Within her blurry vision, she saw Suzuki, who had been taken by the hand by Nefa, looking back at Ugaru. You know the next one is a girl, right? I hope you don't hurt her or kill her. But, if I don't kill her, will I see Suzuki again? Suzuki hesitated and glanced at Nefa. Nefa looked back and nodded lightly. Sigh. You will see him again. Really? Then, I will not kill her. So, please come and visit us again. Understood. Definitely. Why yeah. Absolutely. Ugaru hollered at Suzuki, who nodded silently, unmistakably absolutely wishing for him to definitely come and visit again. Ugaru reminded him once again. Suzuki looked a little hesitant, then waved at her. Ugaru was so happy that she shouted as loud as she could. Unmistakably, absolutely, for sure. You're so persistent. Ugaru. Shut up. Ugaru got angry at Nefa. Chapter 2. The Suffering of the Slaves. After being rescued from the torture chamber by Nefa, Takashi was placed in a slave cell. The slave camp was a shabby wooden shack located a short distance from the sinner's castle, and he was put in one of the 10 or so cells lined up in a row. Inside was a straw mat and several vats of water. The smell of beasts pierced Takashi's nose. He speculated that this was where the castle raised livestock before the demons conquered them. Somehow, I was spared from torture thanks to Ugaru's change of heart. The slave cell he was assigned contained men and women dressed in filthy, prison-like clothing. Including Takashi, there were 5 men and 3 women. 8 in total. He thought back to what happened earlier. To ensure fairness, slaves are auctioned to determine which demon they will serve. Stay here for a while until the selection day, Nefa had told Takashi as she walked out of the torture chamber. Incidentally, Nefa then blushed a little, and offered, you can stay in my room until the day of selection, if you like. Takashi immediately refused, thinking that entering the room of the Thunderlance Charges captain would be like sticking his neck into a hanging noose. However, when I refused, that demon, she looked a little sad, didn't she? Sitting on a straw mat, Takashi thought about such things. The stuff received while in the previous prison was laid out in front of him. There were things like a water bottle, a portable toilet, a creepy doll, and strange pieces of meat. Aside from the water bottle and the portable toilet, he didn't know what the other items were for. A few moments after Nefa left, a large, muscular man walked toward Takashi. You, look at you douche. Standing about 190 centimeters tall, he looked at Takashi and wrinkled his brow. Soon, the man with the fox's eyes, sitting near the water bottle, approached Takashi as well. This guy has dark eyes. By any chance, were you the one summoned as a hero? Yes, that's right, Takashi affirmed, and at that moment, he felt a shock and pain in his abdomen as he was blown away to a nearby pile of logs. The muscular man had struck Takashi. What the hell did you do that for? Shut up, you piece of trash. If only you were stronger, we wouldn't be in this position. That's right. It's all this guy's fault. The man with the fox's eyes was also furious and lunged at Takashi. After being kicked repeatedly, Takashi was forced to grovel on the ground helplessly. Stop. An imposing voice echoed through the shack, and the 2 violent men stopped in their tracks. Somehow, Takashi managed to look up at the source of the voice. A beautiful girl with chestnut-colored hair braided in the back stood tall. She wore the same prisoner's outfit as Takashi and the others, but she possessed a sharply defined expression in her emerald green eyes. Her eyes were full of strong will, and her entire body exuded a noble aura. The fox-eyed man was puzzled by the regal girl, but the muscular man laughed through his nose and snorted, "Don't act so conceited, you're not a princess or anything anymore. The castle has fallen, you know." Then an old man with a white beard next to the girl stood up and with a hoarse voice, shouted, "Look, know your place. How dare you, a mere knight, address so rudely the 3rd princess of the kingdom of Lirun, Lady Excella." "You mean, the former 3rd princess of the kingdom of Lirun. Besides, I'm not a knight anymore," replied the large man named Leg as he approached the old man with a white beard, and without hesitation, he punched the old man in the face. "Ah, Ornio," the girl shouted and ran to the fallen old man, The girl glared at Lug while showing concern for the old man. What cruelty! You better know your place. Now that the demon race has conquered Lirun, you royalty are the biggest criminals of all. My position and yours have been reversed. Lug spat at the collapsed old man. Takashi could not remain silent at the repeated rampage. He stood up, holding his stomach. He called out, "Stop it. We are all humans, you know, can it?" "Like I said, this is all your damn fault." Takashi received a hard kick to the abdomen, and his body bent into a boomerang shape. He rolled onto the straw, vomiting up his stomach contents. With a snort, Lug approached Excella. "You are also a cocky witch. Let's see our princess." He reached out with his fat hand to her chest and ripped her clothes off in one swift motion. "No." Excella's once regal face contorted into shame. Seeing this, Lug smiled wickedly. "We have no future anyway. So let's have some fun, shall we?" "That's good. Please give me a turn, too." The man with the fox eyes approached Excella with Lug. The other men and women around them acted unconcerned, as if they didn't want to get involved. Stop. Takashi tried to stand up again, but the kick was too hard that he could not muster his strength. The old man, Ornio, seemed to be in the same condition as him. He cursed at himself. He couldn't do anything but watch as the girl was about to get violated. "Hey, Suzuki. And also, the rest of you livestock, it's time to eat." Suddenly, a voice full of excitement filled the slave cells. The red-haired, twin-tailed Kairu and the blue-haired, pony-tailed Mayu entered the slave cell with innocent smiles on their faces, almost undemon-like. Lug clicked his tongue and stepped away from Excella, who he was mounting like a horse. In the tense atmosphere, Kairu entered the cell and, without paying attention to the other slaves, ran totteringly to the portable toilet she had given to Takashi. After peeking into it, her attitude changed. "Hey, Suzuki. You haven't pooped today, have you?" "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Takashi screamed, embarrassed. "Would you stop it?" "Why are you talking about me pooping in such a heavy atmosphere?" In the first place, why would she be concerned if he hadn't defecated for just one day? As if having no clue how Takashi felt, his sister Mayu tapped a large iron pot with a ladle. "Here you go, it is porridge, you better be grateful." After tossing a few dirty bowls on the straw, Mayu slammed her hand on the straw mat. "Then, next, bring me some food for Suzuki." Two skeleton soldiers appeared, carrying several plates. Placed around Takashi were giant whole fish and bread of all sizes. They also served him hot soup and a drink that smelled of fruit. Lug shouted in rage, "He's treated like a king? Why is he the only one?" Takashi felt the murderous gaze of Lug. "See, could this be the demon's way of harassment? Are they trying to isolate me from everyone else? If that's the case, it's too insidious." On the contrary, the thin man, who had been cowering in the corner, muttered to himself as he held a bowl of porridge. What's the point of eating? We're all going to be killed anyway." In an uninterested tone, Kairu replied, "You are not food, but slaves. Suzuki, in particular, will never be killed, so you can rest assured." She patted Takashi's shoulder in a friendly manner while saying so. "I am sure that Suzuki will become Nefera-sama's slave. He'll have a nice life at the castle." "Yeah, until then, he'll have to be patient here in the stable for a while. See you, Suzuki. You should take a poop properly." The twin demons were about to leave after saying so when the old man Ornio called out to them. "Please excuse me, but would you please move me and Her Highness the Princess to a neighboring cell?" "Huh? Why?" "Because they have been violent with the princess." Ornio pointed with a crooked finger at the muscular man and fox-eyed man. "Old thing." "You bastard." The two men's faces turned red with rage. Still, Mayu and Kairu grew bored and absent-minded. "I see. A transfer of cells. What a hassle." "Yeah. Well, get along. That's all. See you." They were about to leave. Ornio panicked and then pointed at Takashi. "Please wait." They assaulted that boy, too." The two sisters turned around at the same time, their faces red with rage. "What did you say?" "Ha, unbelievable." Then they rushed toward Takashi in a panic. "Suzuki, are you okay? Are you hurt? If you look closely, he is holding his stomach, isn't he?" "Let me see." Kairu rips Takashi's clothes open. The blue bruises from Lug's punches and kicks were clearly visible. Kaoru approached the muscular man and the fox-eyed man standing a short distance away. "Hey, the one who did something terrible to Suzuki, was it you? What if I was? I'll murder you. You said it earlier. You don't kill slaves." "I don't care. I'll murder you." Kaoru's eyes shone with a strange light that Takashi had never seen before. Lug raised his fist as if he just had a major epiphany. "Don't joke with me, you weak-looking little devil." Lug winded his arm out wide and drove his fist into Kaoru's abdomen as if to gouge her. With a thud, the small body floats in midair. Hee. Lug smiled smugly. Suddenly, however, his face became distorted with pain. Crunch crunch munch crunch. A bone-crunching, gruesome sound echoed through the slave cell. Lug's arm remained stuck in Kaoru's abdomen as he screamed. Takashi, however, couldn't believe his eyes. Lug's thick arm was gradually becoming shorter and shorter. What is that? Kaoru's clothes ripped open, revealing a huge mouth with fangs emerging from it. Lug's arm was being devoured by the huge mouth that had opened up in Kaoru's abdomen. Then, as if sucking up from his arm, the mouth opened wide and bit off the upper half of Lug's body. The lower half of Logo's body was left, splurging guts and fresh blood, and it crumpled on the straw. Oh, no, this guy was so oily. Eek. Kaoru pounces on the man with the fox eyes, who tried to run away screaming. As she tightened her hold on him tightly, the fox-eyed man pleaded, Please spare him." Snap. The fox-eye man's plea disappeared mid-sentence. The man was engulfed from head to torso, and like Lug, was reduced to only its lower half. The men and women in the cell all let out a shriek. "This guy's like the guy before, a piece of shit on the inside." The sound of bone-crunching chewing was emanating from her stomach, but Kaoru completely changed her attitude as she turned and smiled tenderly at Takashi. "Suzuki, I killed the bad guy, now you can live more comfortably." However, Takashi was horrified and abashed by the sight of Kaoru eating a human right in front of him. For real, she ate a human, he muttered in a trembling voice. Kaoru covered her stomach with her hand suddenly as she realized her mistake. "I do not eat humans, you know." "No, you eat them, and you ate 2 of them in a row." "No, you are mistaken, Suzuki." "I thought I was doing the right thing." Takashi was frightened. Kaoru covered her eyes with her hands and ran out of the cell. Dear old sister." Kaoru started to cry and left the slave cell while Mayu chased after her. For a while, Takashi was stunned, but then he calmed down and reconsidered. "Kaoru helped me, didn't she?" "No. I still think that's a bit of a stretch." Takashi shuddered as he took one look at the 2 dead bodies that only had the lower half of their bodies left, wondering if anybody would quickly clean up the mess. Onyo walked toward Takashi, who was inwardly unsettled. Then, he suddenly held Takashi's hand. As I thought, you are indeed the summoned hero. You have a great ability." No. You saw the way they hit me, right?" "I have no ability whatsoever." But Excella, holding her torn clothes, stood beside Takashi, her eyes shining. "In the eyes of demons, humans are an abomination. Despite this, the demons are not hostile toward you. On the contrary, they treat you as if you are one of their own." So to say, when he was summoned, he received scorn from the king who called him a failure and was treated roughly by everyone around him, but that was because they were human. Thinking back on it, Nefera, Muyu, Kaoru, the skeleton soldiers, and Ugaru, all the demons treated him well. He had thought he was being played with because of their different behaviors from humans, but that wasn't how it was. Was it their own way of being nice to him? Looking at the lovely food and portable toilets placed only around him, Takashi recalls the goddess's words. "I'll gift you the ability to be loved unconditionally by the local race." I see. The other world I was sent to was wrong, but the ability I received was the original one. Finally, Takashi became convinced. Excella was staring at such a Takashi who had a serious expression on his face. Takashi noticed tears in Excella's eyes. She held Takashi's hands in hers as if to envelop them. "Lord Hero, please use your ability to save the world." But that's assuming I have the ability to make demons like me, right?" "Even so, I can't save the world with that kind of ability. Takashi smiled bitterly in denial, but the old man Ornio turned his deeply wrinkled face toward Takashi. Fighting demons with swords and magic does not necessarily make you a hero. For example, if those demons' leaders take a liking to you and if you could move from the shadows, Ornio, that is too dangerous. If he does that and he makes a mistake, he will lose his life. Yes, that's right. Let's just treat that as the rambling of an old man. Section. That night, while lying on the straw in the slave cell, Takashi thought to himself. Originally, Takashi had hoped for a light-hearted life in the other world he would be sent to. However, the situation was not quite what he had in mind. This was a terrifying world where humanity had been conquered by demons. But, I have the ability to be loved by demons. In that case, Takashi stood up and walked to the entrance of the slave cell. He then approached the skeleton soldier on watch. Can I go to Nefera's quarters? I have been instructed to listen to Suzuki's requests as much as possible. But, what are your intentions? Takashi told the skeleton soldier clearly. I want to become Nefera's slave. The former queen's quarters have been turned into Nefera's quarters. Today, too, Nefera's pointed ears heard a demon knocking on her door. Not again, Nefera thought. The number of audiences and consultations had decreased considerably compared to the days immediately after the conquest of Lirun. Even so, someone would always visit her once an hour, except during her bedtime. Lady Nefera. Please excuse me. Nefera's face broke into a small smile at the sound of Miyu's voice. Her loyal top brass subordinate. When she entered, Miyu was accompanied by a snake-headed fiend that gave off a shady impression. What's wrong? This is Gaga. The one that ate a human baby. Sorry, leader. I meant no offense. Gaga was a senior soldier who had distinguished himself in battle. However, his ferociousness was undeniable, and he caused problems at every turn. Gaga stuck out his long, red tongue. He seems to have no malicious intentions. You eat humans, too, right? Forgive me, will you? Except in cases of force majeure. Troop rules forbid the eating of human babies for personal gain. After the conquest, the humans in the town were to be raised in such a way that they would not become extinct. They consider humans to be an abomination, but they have their uses. Even the loss of one of them will cause problems. Kekik. Don't be so stiff. Nefera flashed her hand like a sword at Garaga's floundering tongue. Garaga screamed as his tongue was cut out in half, gurgling green fluid from his wounds. 3 days. Put him in a cell. I understand. Hey, get moving. Damn you. After Miyu took the rampaging Garaga away, Nefera sighed with a fed-up look on her face. It's tough. It's hard to command demons, especially due to their own eccentricities. I know that very well, but I can't stand it when my people keep causing problems when I'm already so busy after the conquest. Nefera's slightly irritated ears heard another knock at the door. That's it for today. Come tomorrow. I understand. I apologize for the inconvenience, she answered with an angry shout, and a skeleton soldier apologized through the door. Then mumbling and whispering could be heard from the other side of the door. Suzuki. Today's no good. Let's come back tomorrow. I see. Suzuki. Nefera rushed to the door and opened it. There stood the adorable Suzuki. He's so cute today, too. Just looking at Suzuki soothed away the fatigue of the day. What cuteness. What solace. Imagine being able to look at him at all times. This slave insisted on meeting you, Lady Nefera. However, you seem to be very busy. We will come back another day. No, I will listen to what Suzuki has to say. You can return first. Huh? Roger. After the skeleton soldier bowed and left, Nefera invited Suzuki into her quarters. He said he wanted to meet me. Suzuki. With me? Nefera's 2 hearts beat wildly. Suzuki hesitantly entered the room and noticed Garaga's tongue still lying on the floor. The tongue was twitching eerily. What is that? It's Garaga's tongue. Don't let it bother you. No, it's really bothering me. It's moving. Nefera reaches her arm out towards Garaga's tongue. Then, she activated lightning magic from her palm and burned it away. Suzuki's body quivered slightly, watching her. That ruffians broke the rules. That's why his tongue got cut off. When it comes to our own people, we must judge even more strictly. Hey, wasn't that a bit too severe, Nefera? Suzuki mumbled. So, Suzuki, what do you want? After a slight hesitation, Suzuki looked away from Nefa while saying, I'd like to become Nefera's slave. But why? Yay! Nefera was thrilled in her heart. What? Suzuki? With me? He likes me? Oh God! Aren't we already in love with each other? What is wrong, Nefera? I'm dizzy from standing abruptly. Wait a second. She thought she was acting calm, but her legs were shaking. No, I can't. As the leader of the Thunder Lance charge, I must not lose my dignity. She had to keep her cool and think things through. Slaves must be chosen through the auction, according to the rules in the Thunder Lance charge. Nefera snapped her fingers, causing a black vortex to appear in the space in front of her. The astonished Suzuki watched as Nefera plunged her hand into the whirlpool and pulled out a scroll containing the rules of her core. She then unrolled it. Article 7 of the regulations of the core. The selection of slaves shall be determined by mutual consultation in the interest of fairness. Nefera gritted her teeth at the rules she had set herself. What's with these core rules? Even though Suzuki had volunteered to become her slave, she glanced alternately between the scroll and at the adorable Suzuki. Eventually, Nefera's heart began to waver. Wouldn't it be fine to break a rule or two? It is fine, you know. I am the leader. I decided on the rules and regulations for the core in the first place. Having convinced herself, Nefera took a fountain pen made of bone from the vortex and added a note to the scroll. Article 7 of the regulations of the core. The selection of slaves shall be determined by mutual consultation in the interest of fairness. Except for the commander. There we go. She felt bad for Gaga, whom she had just punished for breaking the core rules. Even so, she couldn't get over Suzuki's cuteness. Well, she was a demon by nature, and that made her cunning by nature. It was a quality she couldn't deny. Nefera, in exchange for becoming your slave, I'd like to ask you for a little favor. What is it? You see, regarding the people in the slavery cell that I was in, I ask you to, as much as possible, find a gentle demon to become their master. I don't want the slaves to be harmed in any way, especially for Excella or any of the girls. I don't want them to suffer the brunt of the violence from the demons. Excella, the daughter of royalty, right? Because she was concerned for Suzuki, Nefera knew to some extent who was in his slave cell. She remembered that the third princess of Lirun was in the same cell. Originally, Nefera had planned to kill everyone in the castle, including the royal family. However, Suzuki was inside the castle at the time of the invasion. To avoid the possibility that others might think that Suzuki's survival was a mistake, the rest of the people in the castle got enslaved as well. Well, even though she's royalty, she's only the third princess, which is close to the end of the succession line. It should be fine. I'm sure that would make Suzuki happy. I understand. I will choose the demons to be their masters. I'll make sure it won't be a brute like Gaga. Thank you. Seeing Suzuki's happy face, Nefera felt happy too. It's already late today. Are you going to sleep or is there still something you plan on doing? Well, I'll take my leave. What are you saying? Suzuki is my slave, right? Sleep here. A few hours passed. Nefera wanted to sleep next to Suzuki, but it was too strange for a demon to sleep with a slave. So, with tears in her eyes, she decided to sleep in separate beds. In a dark corner of the room, Suzuki was lying down, wrapped in a blanket. Suzuki, is he asleep? Nefera got up from the bed and slowly and quietly approached Suzuki. She saw Suzuki's adorable sleeping face illuminated by the moonlight coming from the window. Cute, too adorable. She felt the desire to embrace him. She wanted to undress and get intimate with each other. No good. That's not good. Nefera shook her head wildly to overcome her desire. The cuteness of Suzuki should not be tarnished by anyone. To make a lovely creature like Suzuki the object of one's sexual love was sacrilege. As if one were disgracing a demon god one should worship. And yet, that's what makes it a little exciting, right. She thought her impulses were wrong. Yet it also aroused her demonical sadistic desires. Just a taste. It would be fine if it is only cuddling a tad, right? Yes, cuddling. An embrace of affection towards the demon god. Takashi volunteered to be Nefera's slave for a reason. He wanted to use his ability to be unconditionally loved by demons to save the country. As Ornio hinted in the slave cell, if the leader of the Thunder Lance charge, Nefera, took a liking to him, they could establish a good relationship. The short-term goal was the liberation of slaves. Eventually, a peace treaty between demons and humans. Takashi dreamed of such a goal. But I was too naive. Right now, Takashi was filled with regret and trembled with fear. Nefera, who was supposed to be sleeping a distance away from him, was, for some reason, right next to him. Nefera's big chest approached closer to him as she breathed deeply. "Ape, Nefera, why are you next to me?" He couldn't help but shout. Then Nefera's body winced in surprise, and she cleared her throat. I'm a terrible sleeper, you know. I'm afraid I accidentally rolled my way here." Takashi glanced at the canopy bed where Nefera slept. The queen's quarters were spacious, and Nefera's bed was at least 5 meters from Takashi's current position. "No, how far did she roll?" "That's a lie for sure." Suddenly feeling uneasy, Takashi shuddered. Surely, she wasn't planning to eat me, right? His ability might not necessarily mean being loved by fiends equals being loved by fiends. One could love a pet or love one's favorite food. If so, there was a good chance that Nefera might kill him in the future. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he recalled how one of the twin demons, Kairu, devoured Lag. "However, I'm sorry about this. I'm going back to my bed." "Oh, okay." Takashi was relieved to see Nefera leave without a hitch. Nefera didn't do anything after that, but Takashi couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I'll have to prepare something tasty for Suzuki to apologize for yesterday. I wonder what would be good. The next day, Nefera was strolling alone in the town market. She felt quite remorseful for having snuck into Suzuki's bed in a moment of desire. In order to continue to get along with their master-slave relationship, she wanted to make up to him for yesterday. But what did humans like to eat? Anyway, she didn't know. Vegetables and fish were probably safer than bloody beast meat. While looking at the various foodstuffs laid out on the mat, a well-built troll approached Nefera. "If it isn't Lady Nefera, we have fresh products." "Oh, what product?" "Fresh human hearts." "Hey, you've got to be kidding me. As a human, Suzuki couldn't eat human hearts." This fiend was trying to tear apart the relationship between herself and Suzuki. Nefera glared at the troll. "Why are you making such a scary face?" "Lady Nefera, isn't human hearts your favorite food?" "Mew. That's true. But, right now, I'm looking for food for my slave." "Ah, if that's the case, please just say so." After the vegetable and fish shopping, the shopkeeper bowed down to Nefera in a humble manner. "If you like, how about that human heart of earlier as an apology? Free of charge, of course." "I appreciate the gesture, but I'm not really in the mood today." Saying that, Nefera left the market. After walking for a while, she suddenly stopped. Human hearts were indeed her favorite, and the shopkeeper had offered it to her free of charge. Why, then, had she turned him down? She wondered a little about her change of heart, but more than that, she wanted to see the joy on Suzuki's face. So she quickly returned to the castle with the ingredients in her arms. "Should I boil the fish? Should I grill it?" Nefera was in a cheerful mood. However, just after passing the castle gate, a skeleton soldier hesitantly approached her. "Lady Nefera, there is something I would like to bring to your attention." Excella, the former third princess of the kingdom of Lirun, was praying in her slave cell. It was a daily routine for her. But these days, the object of her adoration was not God but Suzuki. Ornio had told her that Suzuki had become Nefera's slave. "Lord Hero, please be safe." Such prayer from Excella was interrupted. The door to the slave cell opened loudly and violently, and Nefera walked straight toward her. She shrank back at the unusual look on Nefera's face. The icy gaze shot through her eyes. "You wench. I heard you have been plotting to free the slaves by instigating Suzuki." For a moment, Excella thought she might stop breathing. Who in the world could have blabbered? Quickly looking around, she realized, the man who was always in the corner, biting his fingernails and trembling, was gone. I see. He was listening to them, perhaps in exchange for that information. He asked the Demon Lord's army to guarantee his safety. The princess did not instigate the hero. Ornio tried to intervene, but Nefa was not interested. She kept her sharp gaze fixed on Excella. Young lass, don't look down on a demon. What about Lord Hero? What will you do to Lord Suzuki? I didn't tell Suzuki about this. Suzuki is just a victim of your evil schemes. A Lord Hero will not bear the brunt of their wrath. In such cases, the hero who infiltrated as a slave would normally be the first to be suspected and then punished. And yet, it was as she expected. His extraordinary ability shook Excella to her core. With his ability, he really could win over the Demon Lord's army. The total liberation of slaves was not a dream. However, it seemed unlikely that she would witness that beautiful future for the human race. Surely, I will be killed now. Even so, Excella was fine with this outcome because in this brutal world, she could see a glimmer of hope. Lord Hero will change this world into something new in the future, without me. However, Nefa clicked her tongue in annoyance. I'd like to kill you right now, but Suzuki might be saddened if you die. Ah, my God. Excella thanked God for saving her. However, the hope that had bloomed in Excella's heart soon faded. Nefa's icy gaze shifted from her to Ornio. As your substitute, I'm going to kill this senile old fool. No way. He is a senile old fool with a foot on the grave. Suzuki won't be too saddened even if he dies. Excella was about to rush toward Nefa, but Ornio placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head quietly. Sooner or later, the head advisor of the Demon Lord's army, Surano, will arrive in this country. Then this senile old fool will be executed. With these words, Nefa turned on her heels. After Nefa left, Excella sobbed as she clung to Ornio. Why Ornio? My lady, don't worry. It was just as that demon said. I'm not going to live long anyway. Ornio has always been there for me. Even after father and mother abandoned me. Born as the third princess of Lirun, Excella was excluded from the succession to the throne due to her thin royal blood. Ornio was always kind to her, even though she often was mistreated in the castle. From an early age, he raised her as if he were her own grandfather, and yet, perhaps it would have been easier for her if it was her that was to be killed. Excella's chest felt as if it was about to burst open. 3 days had passed since Takashi became Nefa's slave. Although he wasn't allowed to leave the castle without permission, he could eat 3 meals a day and sleep freely. Takashi was living a life without any inconvenience. Nefa didn't do anything to Takashi and simply treated him like a guest. Nefa had told him she planned to make this country her home until the next expedition. In some cases, they would stay in the conquered lands for several years. After climbing the tower connected with the castle, Takashi stood alone in the wind, contemplating. As the goddess had said, the feelings the demoness had for him were different from what he understood as love. So what was really the ability to be unconditionally loved? The more he thought about it, the more he realized that it was an ability that was vague and difficult to grasp. Takashi himself was unsure of how powerful his ability was, but well, I can feel that they, at least, care about me. He had become familiar with demons other than Nefa. The Miyukiru sisters, as well as the skeleton soldiers in the castle, were all very friendly to Takashi. He descended from the tower and walked around the castle. He met a demon dressed as a maid who smiled at Takashi. Good morning. Good morning. How are you feeling today? Not bad. He was allowed to go out as long as he was with Nefa. The demons they met outside bowed to Nefa and talked to Suzuki in a friendly manner. While browsing for groceries at the market, he met Uguru, the torturer from the dungeon. Hey Suzuki. Oh, you're not masked today, are you? I took it off. So, Suzuki's looking at my face. Foo. Uguru bashfully wiggled her hands. Huh? What? Did I say something to her? I know. Want a bug? It is a different one from the one before. I don't want it. I see. Meanwhile, Nefa returned and handed Takashi the ingredients she had bought. It was a slave's job to carry his master's luggage. Let's go, Suzuki. Ah, see you, your Ugaru. The gentle sunlight and the demon smiling at him. And next to him is Nefera, who is pouting but seems to be in a good mood. Nefera must have been concerned about Takashi. The load given to him to carry was not heavy at all. Huh? It's pretty heartwarming, isn't it? Maybe this is the life in another world I've always wanted. When he was thinking that, come on in. Human flesh is cheap today. He heard the voice of such a fiend. Furthermore, a demon with a human woman with bruises on her face passed right next to Takashi. Walk quickly, you useless slave. I'll kill you. Lady Nefera and Suzuki. Good afternoon. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Takashi shook his head at such a sight. No, no good, no good. There is no meaning if I'm the only one having a heartwarming life. Back at the castle, Nefera cooked the ingredients she had chosen. Normally, slaves were supposed to take meals separately from their masters, but Nefera wanted to sit at the same table as Takashi. Nefera's cooking was surprisingly quite tasty. Sipping blood-colored wine, Nefera spoke to Takashi. Tomorrow, the head advisor of the Demon Lord's army, Lord Surano, will come to the castle. The head advisor of the Demon Lord's army? What does he want? He is coming to see how the conquered country is doing. Well, it is fine if you don't worry about it, Suzuki. Nefera brings a piece of seafood similar to a shrimp to her mouth. She seemed a bit drunk and happy. Lord Surano is an amazing person. In the past, we, the Demon King's army and the Beast King's squad, attacked the human nation of Kravalan. The Beast King's squad had the upper hand, but among the enemy humans was a sorcerer. He used his mysterious sorcery to make the Beast King's squad believe they were friendly with the humans of Kravalan. Really? Apparently, it was quite the powerful sorcery. It was so powerful that no one in the Beast King's squad even noticed that they had fallen for the technique. Nefera continued to explain. However, in the presence of the third eye of Surano, the head advisor of the Demon King's army, there was nothing to fear. Lord Surano immediately saw through the sorcery. The Beast King's squad came to their senses and killed the sorcerer. After that, they slaughtered every last human in Kravalan. Takashi gulped heavily as he listened to the story. That sorcerer's sorcery is similar to my ability, isn't it? You will be introduced to Lord Surano as my slave. No problem, you will be free from any blame as long as you carry on as you normally do. Why yes, I understand. He knew his own voice was trembling. Head advisor of the Demon Lord's army, Surano. Is such a dangerous demon really coming? After that, Takashi could not taste anything from the food he ate. Chapter 3, The Threat of the Demon Lord's Chief Advisor. Two small dragons were pulling a cart along the road to Atlasia, where human bones once rolled. From the back of the dragon carriage, a roof covered it, and the interior was surprisingly spacious. In the leather chair was Surano, the counselor of the Demon Lord's army. A little further away sat Grant, the ogre accompanying her. Surano had long, flowing silver hair and wore an unmistakably demonic silvery white dress, giving her the appearance of a goddess to strangers that lay eyes on her. Between the eyebrows of her seemingly beautiful and demure face, however, shone a reptilian third eye that glinted with suspiciously gleaming light. Grant, let us hurry up on our journey. Make the dragon chariot go faster. Yuga. Grant, an ogre with bright red skin, muscular and strong, stood up, went to the driver's dais, and gave the dragons a whip. The dragons roared in response, and the speed of the carriage increased. Surano closed her eyes except for the one on her forehead. In her mind's eye, she saw exactly the Sinner's castle, which she was now heading for in her dragon chariot. It was overflowing with an abominable peach-colored disturbance. She bit her lip as her third eye caught the waves of love, which was considered foul by demons. He is already using his charm technique. The Thunder Lance charge should already be seen as under the control of the enemy. Surano, the chief advisor of the Demon King's army, had already detected an anomaly in the land of Liarun with her third eye, the awe-inspiring ability aptly named clairvoyant sight. It felt similar to the sorcery of the sorcerer in Kravalan before. However, this powerful wave, the range and power were even greater than at that time. But don't you dare underestimate this Surano. the chief strategist of the Demon King's army. Surano, who had absolute confidence in her ability, clairvoyant sight, and her own wits, gloatingly grinned inside the shaking dragon chariot. Dame Surano, thank you for coming. Nefa, the commander of the Thunderlance charge, welcomed Surano as she stepped out from her dragon chariot. Led by Nefa, she headed for the castle with Grant. She and Grant parted ways at the entrance to the castle to avoid suspicion. She then went to Nefa's quarters. Upon entering the room, she sat on the chair offered to her. Then Nefa offered her a glass of wine, but Surano shook her head. The abhorrent wave was becoming more intense. I'll get right to the point, Nefa. Are you keeping any humans near you? Keeping? Perhaps, you are referring to Suzuki. Suzuki. It is an odd name. I wonder if it is some otherworldly being summoned as a hero. I do not know much about it. He's a human who was in the castle of Sinus at the time of the invasion. I made him my slave. He is quiet and obedient. He is an excellent slave. No problems at all. Is that so? I would like to see the slave once, if possible. You want to see Suzuki? I'll make him bring in some sake right now. Just a moment. Fufafafu. Surano has never seen Nefa laugh outside of battle, and yet, she was grinning as if she was proudly introducing her son. It was futile to try to persuade someone who is under the influence of powerful sorcery. There is a simpler and surefire way. To kill the sorcerer. Surano believes this is the best strategy. The moment the door is opened, I'll kill Suzuki immediately, regardless of his intentions. Surano had made up her mind. Under the table, out of Nefa's sight, the nails of her right hand sharpened as if they were knives. With this claw, Suzuki's. Yes, Suzuki's back. Let's give it a good scratch. Kukaku. Gently and carefully scratch him without hurting him. Surano was astonished when she noticed the change in her thoughts. This is ludicrous. Before I had even met him, I was ready to kill him. I had no idea it would be this powerful. It was like a divine power. Suzuki's ability far exceeded Surano's imagination. Step, step, step. Something is approaching. This is bad. A monster. Suzuki is coming. For now, I can bear it somehow. But this is... Before I have even met him, if I look directly at him, excuse me. Suzuki awkwardly brought the plate to the table. Jayu. Unexpectedly, Surano let out a yell she had never uttered before. At the same time, she became flushed, and a certain part of her felt a bit damp. Suzuki, in his awkwardness and cuteness, was something that couldn't be described in 1,000 words. This is Dame Surano, the chief advisor of the Demon's Lord Army. Nice to meet you. I'm Suzuki. After placing the plate containing sausages on the table, he curtsies politely with a bow. What an unprecedented cuteness. Adorable, adorable. I want to make him my slave. Rasra. Surano, making a strange noise, slammed her face into the plate of sausages that Suzuki had brought in. Suzuki and Nefa were startled. No, wait, this person, what is she doing? What's wrong? Dame Surano. Stop it, I'm losing my marbles. In an instant, all sense of reason flew out of her body. What is this? This creature? It's just too cute, isn't it? Feeling fear as if her brain was being eroded, Surano repeatedly slammed her face against the plate. The plate cracked, and the sausage got crushed into a soggy mess. Phew. I can. Somehow, when Surano looked up, she saw Nefa and Suzuki staring at her with shocked expressions on their faces. She was able to keep her reason, but she felt that she had lost something important as a general. Surano tried to smooth the situation over with a wry smile. Ho. It sure is a delicious sausage, isn't it? Nom. She's eating by the plate. Is this how the Demon Lord's chief advisor eats? Suzuki. That is not important. Dame Surano's face is bleeding. Get something to wipe her up. I'm on it. Suzuki scurried around the area but could not find something to use, so he ripped off a piece of clothing and offered it to Surano. His own clothing? Please stop. In addition to the cute appearance, don't show such a commendable attitude. Hoashua. Once again, Surano got up from her chair, screaming. She then rushed toward the wall and hit the wall head-on. The room echoed with a sound similar to fruit dropped from a high place. Dame Surano, what the hell was that all about? This person, she's messed up, isn't she? After slamming her head against the wall 10 times, she finally regained her reasoning and consciousness. Surano returned to the table, blood dripping from her head. Her dress was torn from the wild violence, and one of her breasts was sticking out. However, she did not have the luxury of worrying about such things. Nefa. Suzuki. Get Suzuki out of the room. And please bring me a thick chain for binding magical beasts. What the hell? Do you mean? Do it quickly. While my consciousness is still, huff. Noel. As if overcome by Surano's ghastly appearance, Nefa called for the skeleton soldiers. After that, she kicked Suzuki out of the room. As soon as Suzuki was gone, a skeleton soldier came with a thick chain. Nefa, you must bind me with those chains. Why? Just tie me up, quickly. Finally, Surano smiles a little when she is bound to the chair by being wrapped in huge chains. This will do. Ha, ha, za. Dame Serafino, what is this? Let's call it self-bondage measures. I had no choice but to do this to protect the integrity of my mind and the future of the demon army. I'm not sure I understand what you are saying, but anyway, we must execute Suzuki at once. Wow, that's Suzuki. That is a terrible weapon of mass destruction, which drives demons mad. That can't be true. Suzuki is a docile human. Execution and such. Huh? Execution? Execution. Is it? Did I say that? That is strange. Why did I say such a deplorable thing? Since her hands were tied, Surano kicked the floor with her feet. The chair tipped over with tremendous force, and Surano was knocked to the floor headfirst. OOHF. Dame Surano because of her upside-down position, her underwear was completely exposed. The whites of her eyes were showing, and she was foaming from her mouth. Surano was horrified, even as Nefa helped her correct the chair. What a horror! Any attempt to harm Suzuki will result in more severe mental damage, for sure. We must execute him with absolute certainty for the survival of the Demon Lord's army. Immediately execute Suzuki right now. There will be an execution of an old man shortly. Dame Surano, I beg of you. No, I don't care about a geezer. No, absolutely not. Regardless, Suzuki must be executed. He absolutely must be executed. But my orders are the orders of the Demon Lord. This is a compulsory execution order issued for the Thunder Lance Charge. Damn. Perhaps there might be others with abilities similar to Suzuki's. Seeing Nefa's pained face, Surano proclaimed with her last ounce of strength. It's not only Suzuki. Kill all the people who were in the castle when it was conquered. Prepare for execution now. Kill them while my ego is still intact. Kill them. Hurry. I beg you, please. Section. Damn it. Because an incompetent like me pretended to be a hero or something. Takashi looked around, feeling like he was about to burst into tears. After chaining their wrists, the skeleton soldiers brought them to a place that resembled a bullring he had seen on television. He could see many Thunder Lance Charge fiends sitting on bowl-shaped seats. Takashi was now in a waiting area a short distance away. Excella, Ornio, and dozens of other chained slaves stood around him with despairing looks on their faces. What the hell? What the hell? I thought you said slaves wouldn't be killed. AHHH. A thin man screamed in despair. The women were crying heavily. It was possible that Surano, the chief advisor to the Demon Lord's army, considered executing all of the slaves because Takashi had been with Nefa. Takashi was too ashamed to look Excella and Ornio in the eyes. No, stoop. I don't want to die. A skeleton soldier pulls the arm of a man who continues to yell in terror. Shut the bloody hell up. First is you. No. The skeleton soldier forcibly drags the wailing man away. Takashi, bound by chains, was helpless. The round arena of the former kingdom of Lirun, now an execution site. In a special seat overlooking the execution, Nephira sat with an anguished expression on her face. She was rocking one leg up and down, restlessly. Ugh, why is Suzuki? The thought of Suzuki being killed made her feel like crying. However, demons, and even more, the commander of the Thunderlance charge, would not be allowed to weep. That's why Nephira endured desperately. No, help me. Suddenly, the execution site was haunted by the voice of a thin, gaunt man. The skeleton soldier held him by the arm. It was the same man who had once informed them that Ixella was scheming against the demons. He got dragged, screaming, to the center of the execution stage. The Thunderlance charge's fiends, seated in the bowl-shaped spectator seats, began to roar with excitement. Ha 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 ha. What is that? Such a pathetic human. Ho ho ho. What a miserable face. Ka ka ka. Kill him. They were showing a glimpse of their demonic side, which they usually hid whenever they were in front of Nephira. They seemed excited to hear about the execution of a human. Kill him, and kill him. Soon, a loud chanting chorus of fiends began. The voices of the 600 Thunderlance members shook the arena. In the midst of it, Berserker, a muscular drummer in an iron mask, approached the man, wielding a huge saber. Stoop. Berserker swung the saber down without hesitation, separating the man's right arm from his torso. Blood gushed out, and the man screamed even more. Seeing this, a snake-haired demoness laughed heartily. Berserker then cut off the man's left arm. The man cried out, and the site of execution became filled with the laughter of demons. Just kill me already, please. The man, who previously cried out that he didn't want to die, now had his arms cut off and was begging for death with wild eyes. Killing them after inflicting severe pain. That was the demon tribe's execution method. Nephira turned away from the man whose legs were about to be severed while he remained alive. Normally, she wouldn't care, but the thought that Suzuki would suffer the same fate made it difficult for her to watch the man's execution. When the man was finally beheaded, the site erupted with excitement. However, a few meters away from Nephira, Surano, the chief advisor, was shouting in anger. What have you been doing all this time? Me? Wasn't Suzuki the first one to be executed? We have to kill Suzuki as soon as possible. Bath. Surano was screaming and spreading vomit all over the place. The chains that bound her inside the castle had been broken, but shackles had been used in their place, and Grant, the ogre accompanying her, was holding a noose extending from the chains. Grant, take me to the place of execution right now. Yuga. Grant dragged Surano away. Surano, now looking like a slave to Grant's will, shouts as he steps onto the execution ground. Next, you are to execute Suzuki. Come on, get Suzuki here, quickly. Bath. Tsk. Nephira bit her lip. Follis, the bird-headed demon, came to Nephira's side and spoke to her. Lady Nephira, are you sure about this? I have no choice. Surano's orders are the same as orders from the demon lord. But harming such a lovable, adorable, cute human, I know. But disobeying orders would be treason. Not only me, but all 600 demons will be punished, and that includes you. Of course. Blood dripped from her mouth due to biting her lip too hard. Lady Nephira. Follis hesitated but said nothing more. The 600 fiends were getting frustrated because the next round of executions did not begin. The goblin soldiers raised their voices. The next execution hasn't started yet. Hurry up. The death of one human seems to have added fuel to the fire. The demons at the execution site were excited. Demons and demonesses, beastmen, skeletons, and cyclops, all the gathered fiends revealed their true nature and shouted their desire for more brutal executions. In the whirlpool of madness, a skeleton soldier brought a boy to the execution site. Ha 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 ha. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill. The execution site went quiet as if their previous passion had been doused with cold water. The fiends sobered up and began to make strange noises. Hey, could that possibly be Suzuki? Unbelievable. Is that cute little human going to be executed now? I can't watch it. It is too much. Stop. Don't do it. The demons that had just been urging to kill and kill suddenly showed a somber look on their faces. No, the snake-haired demoness screamed and covered her face. You can't do this. No, no, it's not right. A female demoness, whose mouth had been ripped open up to her ears, uttered while another with horns began to weep and wail. Ah, sinister evil god of the demon world, please, have mercy on Suzuki. Some even knelt down and prayed to evil gods. The execution site suddenly transformed into something similar to a funeral wake. However, the berserker with the saber approached Suzuki. Whoosh, whoosh. Even the ruthless berserker was breathing heavily in front of Suzuki, who was hanging his head and waiting for his execution. The hand holding the saber seemed to be trembling somewhat. However, that is right. The neck of Suzuki. Just like that, cut off the he. Add the ratio of the length of the circumference to the diameter of the circle is 3.14159265358979932. Fewer. After loudly ordering the execution, Surano began to do some calculations as a distraction. The scene looked strange, but of course, Nefa was more concerned about something else. Suzuki. They're going to kill my Suzuki. Next to Surano, who was counting the circumference of a circle, stood Grant, the most powerful ogre of the Demon Lord army. A powerful demon that killed hundreds of demons during a civil war that once took place. His power truly embodied being a match for thousands. Therefore, he was guarding the chief advisor all by himself. Even the seasoned Nefa could not know how the fight with Grant would turn out. But, Nefa stood up with a brisk stride. In an imposing voice, she commanded the bird-headed demon, Follis, "Bring me my Thunderspear Blitzberg." Right after that, Follis became frightened at her declaration. "Ah, are you defying Lady Surano?" That's. At that moment, a familiar voice reached Nefa's ears. "It's not necessary for you to go fetch it." The red-haired, twin-tailed demon Kairu stood there, holding Nefa's weapon, the Thunderspear Blitzberg, in one hand. Next to her was her twin sister, the blue-haired, pony-tailed Miu, the top brass twin sisters of the Thunderlance charge. Miu Kairu also held their favorite weapons, a Grim Reaper's scythe and assassin's daggers, in their hands. "You gals, you're going to save Suzuki, aren't you? We're coming with you. Haha, we can't let Lady Nefa receive punishment alone. Do you understand? A battle with Grant is inevitable. Even if we win and save Suzuki, it will be considered treason against the Demon Lord. Win or lose, it will be hell." "That's right. No matter how this battle turns out, it can only end badly for the Thunderlance charge." Suzuki was a mere slave. No matter how you slice it, Suzuki should be left to die. But even so, Kairu's mouth turned into a crescent moon as she smiled. "Since we're demons, it doesn't matter if we end up in hell." Nefa also grinned. She received Blitzberg, the Thunderspear that had slaughtered thousands of humans. Her resolve was made firm. However, before Nefa could advance towards the execution site, Surano, the chief advisor, shouted, "Get on with it, berserker." "While I'm still myself." 1,415,926,535. "Ah, I peed myself. Surano blasts him, and berserker, who had been hesitating, raises his saber. Nefa's two hearts throbbed violently. "Let's see if you can do it." Nefa, armed with her Thunderspear, descended on the execution site. In an instant, she closed the distance of dozens of meters with a tremendous speed imperceptible to humans and lower demons. However, Berserker's saber was already swinging down on Suzuki's neck. I'm not going to make it." Suzuki. However, it was at that moment Surano, who was supposed to be mumbling and counting pi, shook off Grant's restraints and lunged headfirst at Suzuki. "I knew it. I feel sorry for him." With arrow-like momentum and speed, Surano slipped between Suzuki and Berserker, but the saber did not stop. With a resounding slid, Surano's head danced across the execution site. Dame Surano. Nefa, who normally does not show much emotion, lost it and screamed. Nefa was not the only one. The demons at the execution site also grew wide-eyed, and their mouths gaped open. The person who ordered the execution suddenly jumped in and beheaded herself. The arena was quiet as it was presented with incomprehensible sights. The torso of Surano, who had lost her head, ran and picked up her head, which had rolled away, and held it under her arm. Surano's face twisted in pain. Nefa called out to Surano, who now stood like a Dulacan, headless horseman. "Are you okay, Dame Surano?" "Gaga. Somehow, I'm holding on with my wits." "Wits has nothing to do with it, does it?" After a few moments, Surano seemed to have calmed down a bit and spoke, propping her severed head against her neck and pressing down on it. "I just got the answer." The ratio of the circumference of a circle seemed to continue indefinitely after 3.14. "I have found out the solution." Then Surano smiled as if something had been cleared up. "The answer is, Suzuki is cute." "Who?" Nefa had no idea what Surano was talking about. Surano. She was the best intellect in the Demon Lord's army, deemed to be outside the realm of normal wisdom. However, there was one thing that really bothered Nefa. Pointing at the trembling Suzuki, she asked Surano, "So, about Suzuki's execution?" "The execution by beheading has been suspended." She was pleased, but at the same time, a little worried. The execution taking place today should have already been notified to the Demon Lord. There must be a clear reason to cancel the event of a human's execution in the middle of it happening. It needed to be a clear reason, written in the report to be submitted to the Demon Lord at a later date. How could she do such a thing? Surano, chief advisor of the Demon Lord's army, Nefa and the demons in the execution grounds gasped. Surano raised one hand and declared enthusiastically, "I hereby revise the sentence of execution by decapitation and sentence Suzuki to have his fingernails decapitated." Suzuka brought out a small nail clipper that didn't fit his large hand and clipped off the excess nail on Suzuki's right index finger. "Right. The execution is over," Surano declared. At that moment, the execution site became filled with the thunderous applause of the demons and their shouts of joy. Everyone hugged each other and rejoiced that Suzuki was saved. Some of them were crying. Nefa also patted her chest in relief. Then, she was in awe of the demon advisor in front of her. "She is indeed the wisest commander in the Demon Lord's army." What a mind! Such wisdom! After all, she didn't want to become enemies with Surano. Well, if you think about it, it seemed like she just announced that she would carry out the execution herself and then rescinded it. But that's just about it. There is no doubt that Surano was a rare genius. Nefa walked up to Suzuki, who had been unchained. She suppressed the urge to hug him and blurted out, "I'm glad." Suzuki nodded in agreement and pointed to a corner of the execution site. "So, then the people after me can get their nails clipped too, right?" Suzuki looked at Surano. Surano looked a little troubled. "Well, right. That's what will happen, I suppose. It is unavoidable." Afterward, Excella, Ornio, and all the slaves had their nails cut off by Bazooka. The execution thus ended. After Surano left the execution site, Takashi asked Nefa for some time and returned to the waiting area for the slaves. "Lord Hero." Suddenly, Excella jumped into Takashi's arms with tears streaming down her face. "Whoa, Excella, thank you. Thank you so much." She buried her head into his chest while crying. Takashi stood there, puzzled. Then her retainer, Ornio, smiled and bowed his head. "It is thanks to Lord Hero that this old man has survived. I offer my gratitude." Stop it, please." I did nothing. Takashi gently pushed Excella back. Excella looked at Takashi with concern. "Lord Hero, I am totally useless. I just saw one person killed in front of me, and in such a brutal way." The man's screams as he had his limbs cut off and then finally killed, were still ringing in Takashi's ears. "If my turn had come first, he might have survived." "Lord Hero, that's... No, if I hadn't come here in the first place, this country wouldn't be in ruins. There was this Yakuza guy called Sasaki. Ha ha ha. He was a real jerk, but if that middle-aged man had come, I'm sure tens of thousands of people would have been saved. The people in the castle wouldn't have died." Excella gently embraced Takashi. Reversing the previous situation, she placed Takashi's head against her chest. Her soft and gentle touch soothed Takashi's grief a little. The power of the hero is a miracle that surpasses the might of millions of soldiers. A beacon of hope that will change this world. While embraced by Excella, Takashi recalled the ideal life he wished for while in Japan. The life that Takashi wanted was a heartwarming life in another world. He could live it playing with all the magical creatures in the warm sunlight, fishing and cooking. However, now that he had arrived in this cruel other world, it seemed like a fleeting dream in a faraway blur. Nevertheless, if anyone is relying on my help, if there is someone who would call me a hero even though I'm like this. Takashi stared into Excella's eyes and declared, I will try my best so that in this world, humans can live with demons on an equal footing. And maybe one day, we'll be able to live a heartwarming life. Yes. After wiping away her own tears with their finger, Excella smiled at Takashi. After Takashi left Excella and the rest, he returned to the execution site, where he found Nefa leaning against a rock wall in the passageway. Are you done talking? Yeah. Perhaps she might have heard his conversation with Excella. But he didn't say anything about conquering the demons, so he's sure it's okay, right? Humans on equal footing with demons, huh? It is nothing more than a pipe dream. Your ideal will never come true. That one sentence convinced Takashi that he had been overheard, and his body shuddered. Nefa wasn't angry, but she was leaning against the wall with her face down. She slowly said, however, it may be possible to get a little closer to that dream. If you become promoted from a slave to a familiar, it's possible to have human slaves. If you advance further as a familiar, you can also gain a territory as a reward. Do you understand what I am saying? Slaves and territory. That's it. If I do it, I will be able to save those around me from the control of demons. He would have a place of his own where he could live with his comrades like Excella and Ornio. It would be a peaceful territory where demons do not eat or harm humans. Takashi's heart beat wildly as he imagined such happy prospects. Does that mean I have to become Nefa's familiar? But as a condition for it, Suzuki, you will enlist in the Thunder Lance Charge. In the Thunder Lance Charge? No, but I'm a human though, yet I'm joining. The Demon Lord's army also features undead soldiers and skeleton soldiers. Originally, they were human too. Indeed, but aren't they, dead? Right? Whether they are dead or alive is irrelevant. If there is no opposition, it would not be too difficult to recruit you into the Thunder Lance Charge. After all that happened, Surano said she would like to support you from now on. Yeah, that's right. The former third princess and her retainer, the old man, will be sent to live in a slave cell for a while. If you become a high-ranking soldier in the Thunder Lance Charge in that time frame, I can claim Excella and the rest. Hearing this proposal gave him hope. Having a home in his own territory, Excella and the rest could live there. That's it. It's a small step, but world peace can begin there. Becoming a soldier of the Thunder Lance Charge may mean becoming an enemy of mankind, but Takashi looked Nefa in the eye and said earnestly, Nefa, please let me join the Thunder Lance Charge. Chapter 4 Hope and Despair. The Thunder Lance Charge Training Grounds, located in the vast estate of the Sinus Castle. In a clearing larger than the athletic gymnasium from Takashi's high school, Nefa introduced him to the many demons lined up. From today onwards, Suzuki will be part of the Thunder Lance Charge as my familiar. He may look human, but he is a demon at heart. Everyone gets along with him. Is this really all right? Takashi was a little nervous, fearing pushback from the demons. I don't mind at all. You are Nefa's familiar, aren't you? Then I'm not one to complain. Congratulations on your enlistment. Demons and demonesses, as well as fiends of various races, all welcome Takashi with open arms. What a relief. I knew it. My ability is amazing. That's right. Even Excella praised me, so maybe I should have more self-confidence. Takashi was welcomed with friendly applause. However, why the hell is a human in the Thunder Lance Charge? A low voice echoed. A serpent-headed fiend with a hideous face spat on the ground. He walked up to Takashi and brought his vicious face close to him. You are an eyesore, human. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Takashi could not say anything back. This have never happened before. All the demons had been kind to me. Enough, Gaga. Suzuki is one of us from today onwards. Besides, this is my decision as the commander. Nefa glared at the snake-headed Gaga. Gaga then snorted with a fun and walked away. Nefa let out a small sigh. Well then, Iron Rank soldiers, I entrust you with Suzuki's training. With these instructions, Nefa also left the training site. After Gaga and Nefa left, the remaining fiends split into smaller groups and began swinging their swords and sparring with each other. While he was at a loss as to what to do, 3 goblin soldiers came close to him and smiled. Nice to meet you, buddy. For a short while, Suzuki, you're gonna train with us, but please treat me well. He was intimidated by Gaga earlier, so he hesitated a bit to reply. One of the goblin soldiers lightly tapped Takashi on the shoulder. Don't sweat it, buddy. Garaga's head is missing 3, or maybe 4, screws. Yeah, right. He killed fellow demons in training before, and he thinks of humans as nothing more than food, you know. If he's hungry, he will snatch and eat anyone's slave or baby. The goblin soldiers talked about Gaga. Takashi was horrified as he listened. He is such a dangerous guy. Is that why my ability was less effective? It was only due to his ability to be favored by demons that he overcame and survived during Conquest Day. If not for his ability, Gaga might have killed him that day. Takashi was horrified at the thought. Well, Gaga is an adamantine rank soldier. I don't think he'll ever train with Suzuki. Silver rank soldier. There are different ranks of soldiers in the Thunder Lance Charge. Iron rank soldiers, followed by bronze rank soldiers, and silver rank soldiers. Above that, the adamantine rank soldiers. So that means that Gaga must be pretty strong. So, right now, I'm a bronze rank soldier, huh? No. Suzuki just joined. So he's a stone rank soldier. Stone rank? Ha ha ha. Everyone is like that at the beginning, but if you work hard, you can become an iron rank soldier right away. Yeah, or rather, we shouldn't be laughing either. We must become 1 rank higher as bronze rank soldiers as soon as possible. The goblins continued by telling Takashi that the Miyukiru sisters were like division captains who united these soldiers and thus existed above and beyond the clouds. So, how does one rise in the ranks? Excluding getting glory by war merit, the fastest way is dueling fellow members. If you challenge a Thunder Lance Charge member to a duel and win, you get to switch ranks with him. I see. Dueling. Hey. First, you must train, Suzuki. The goblin soldiers laughed as if to admonish Takashi, who was feeling nervous. Takashi laughed no less than they did. Soon, the goblin soldiers began to swing wooden swords. Takashi, too, received a wooden sword and watched and copied them. While swinging the wooden sword, Takashi was thinking, his only strength was the ability to be loved by demons. Of course, that alone was not enough. He had to grow stronger and more powerful to survive this terrifying other world, not to mention that he needed to raise his rank in order to save Excella and the others. Besides, if I train hard enough, I might even be able to increase my magic and attack power. When he was summoned as a hero, the king dismissed him as a poor candidate with low abilities. However, it is a trope in Isekai novels that characters with initially low status will work hard to improve their level and become powerful. Although this was not Takashi's preferred genre as a lover of heartwarming Isekai novels, he had, of course, read such novels on the internet. Alrighto, let's leave aside heartwarming Isekai novels for a while. From now on, it will be the underdog Isekai life. After they finished the practice swings, the soldiers faced each other in sparring. Takashi nervously faced the goblin soldier in front of him. Higher! Takashi shouted as he swung his wooden sword at the goblin soldier. Using the wooden sword as a shield, the goblin soldier easily blocked Takashi's attack. Then, whoa! Suzuki, you're good. The goblin soldier fell down and landed on his buttocks. The surrounding goblin soldiers applauded Takashi in a friendly manner. So strong, Suzuki. Good job, Suzuki. No. Wait. Didn't he just fall over on his own accord? After that, the goblins didn't attack him first. But instead, when they were hit by Takashi's lanky attacks, they yelled, "Well, you got me. You're a genius." This discovery is amazing. You will never become strong in this environment. Disgusted by the goblin soldiers, who acted as if they were playing with children, Takashi exclaimed, "Fight more seriously." The goblin soldiers looked at him with puzzled looks on their faces, saying, "We are being serious." "No, I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't improve my skills like this." Then, a huge, hairy monster walked slowly up to Takashi. Brown fur covered its body even up to its face, leaving only its two golden eyes visible. "What is with you? Are you going to fight me, by any chance?" Hey. The hairy creature with the appearance of an abominable yeti stared at Takashi silently. The goblin soldiers whispered in Takashi's ear, "This guy's name is Gregorio. He doesn't talk much. You know, he joined the Thunder Lance charge a little before Suzuki, but he is strong. He became an Iron Rank soldier the very first day he joined. Does this mean that if I defeat this monster Gregorio in a military duel, I too can become a Bronze Rank soldier?" He was much bigger than Takashi, but his movements seem slower, partly because of his size. "Gregorio, if you are willing, perhaps you could duel with me?" Seeing his chance, Takashi asked Gregorio for a military duel. Still not speaking, Gregorio nodded in agreement. "All right, I have the ability to be liked by demons. Maybe he'll go easy on me. If I win, I'll be an Iron Rank soldier." With his wooden sword at the ready, Takashi faced Gregorio with high hopes. Pua. Takashi was knocked off his feet several meters away by Gregorio's unreserved punch. Apparently, he had been cut inside his mouth by the hit. The taste of iron spread through his mouth. Somehow, he managed to get up, but his wooden sword was gone. It had been blown away together with him. He tried to find it, but Gregorio, the hairy monster, was already standing in front of him. This time, Gregorio's knee gouged Takashi's stomach. Takashi groaned and grumbled. This was the battle Takashi had hoped for, as he had been unable to get the goblin soldiers to fight him seriously. In reality, however, Takashi was frightened to face the monster seriously coming at him. The goblin soldiers who were watching the duel were in an uproar. "That Gregorio guy is amazing. There aren't many people, besides Gaga, who could have beaten Suzuki the way he did. I don't know if I feel sorry for him. He's a little crazy, too, right?" He was knocked off his feet again and fell to the ground on his back. Takashi looked up at the sky in disbelief as he heard the goblin soldier's voice that said, "That far is enough. Damn. How weak am I?" This is no good at all. Gregorio beat him severely, but Takashi's heart remained strong. In fact, he was so inspired by that day that he began to train even harder. A few days passed after that. After the goblin soldiers in his group left, Takashi remained alone in the training area, doing push-ups and swinging a wooden sword. Skeleton soldiers of a higher rank passed by Takashi. "Yo, you're doing a great job, Suzuki. Hey, look. If you have time, I'd like you to fight me." Sure. Let's have some fun." "No, you. Not for practice, but waging for rank." "By any chance, a military duel?" "That's right. Please." "Yeah. Then, I'll do it." Gaga. Takashi fell in agony as he was hit in the gut by a thrust of the wooden sword from the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier rushed over to him in panic. I apologize, Suzuki." "Are you okay?" A fellow skeleton soldier who was watching nearby called out in disgust. "You're terrible. You know that?" "The other party is Suzuki. Go easy on him, will you?" "But, I can't afford to go easy on him in a military duel, because rank is important." Hearing this, Takashi became convinced. He was now certain the demons cherished and adored him. However, it was just like loving a pet. No matter how cute his opponent was, there was no way he would cut corners in a serious duel where his own rank was at stake. I knew it. Only being adored by demons is not much of an ability. If this happens, the only way to rise in the ranks is by sheer force. I have to improve my physical strength and attack power. After everyone else in the training area had left, Takashi continued to work on his own training. Today, Nefa visited the training field. And as she stared from afar at Suzuki, who was hard at work in the training field swinging a wooden sword. Nefa was deeply impressed. His serious face is also adorable. He also does push-ups every day. Ah, how I wish I could do something for the hard-working Suzuki. Incidentally, it had been almost a month since Suzuki joined the Thunderlance Charge. It would be a good time to mark it as an anniversary. That way, she would have a reason to celebrate with him and give him something. After dinner that night, while sipping her wine, Nefa spoke to Suzuki. "Suzuki, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Suzuki asked. Then Nefa clapped her hands. The door opened, and there stood Excella. Suzuki was astonished and exclaimed, "Excella? Nefa?" "This is?" Ever since you joined the Thunderlance Charge, you have been working hard in your own way. Your reputation among the other soldiers is also good, with them praising you whenever they're asked about you. You are still a rank-and-file soldier, but in light of the above, I have decided to gift you a slave. From this day on, Excella will be your slave." Suzuki beamed upon hearing those words. "Seriously?" "Thank you, Nefa." Fufafu. He is delighted. He is pleased. "I'm so glad I gave him this gift. I look forward to working with you." "Lord Hero." Excella knelt reverently and smiled at Suzuki. Then Excella slowly walked towards him with a limp. Suzuki noticed the bandages on Excella's legs and spoke in a stutter. "Who? Huh?" "Excella." "That leg." Excella looked troubled at his unspoken question and was embarrassed to answer. Nefa explained to him instead, "Because she is a slave. I severed the tendons in both her legs so she can't run. Walking normally will not be a problem for her, though." From Nefa's point of view, this was the natural way to treat slaves. However, the air around Suzuki changed and felt tense. "Why? Such a terrible thing." Suzuki's face turned crimson red as he glared at Nefa. He is so mad at me." "Why?" "I thought Suzuki would be pleased." Suzuki slapped the table with both hands. The vintage wine Nefa was drinking spilled, producing a bright red stain on the tablecloth. "What the hell were you thinking? Excella might never be able to run again." "Bastard." "Who do you think you are talking to?" "Shut your mouth. Know your place as a familiar." Normally, she would not have been so harsh. However, in the presence of other people, especially in front of Excella, a slave, Suzuki spoke harshly toward her, his superior, when his status was a familiar. Nefa had to save face and uphold her pride as the commander of the Thunderlance Charge. "Don't get conceited, you helpless worm. How can a weakling who can't even survive on his own proclaim such things with such pompous talk?" "Damn." With a snarl, Suzuki kicked the chair away. He then ran straight toward the door. "Lord Hero." "Please wait." "I don't mind," Excella shouted, but Suzuki threw the door wide open and walked out. "You moron." "Fall in line," Nefa spat out, but in her mind, she was screaming and panicking. I went to Fuea. How on earth did such a celebration end up like this?" "I am an idiot." "Idiot, idiot, idiot, my block-headed knee ears." She put her elbows on the table and clutched her head. Excella looked at Nefa, fixed up a smile, and spoke awkwardly to her. "So surely, he will come back right away." "Why? Do I have to be comforted by you?" Nefa said to Excella, who was wiping the spilled wine with a rag, in a voice that seemed to be a whisper. Outside the castle, rain poured heavily. Takashi ran to the training ground in the pouring rain, which was battering against his skin. The rain was raging. Of course, no one was around in that weather. Only the straw dummies used for sword practice were exposed to the wind and rain, swaying sadly. Damn it. Takashi swung his wooden sword at the straw dummy. He was angrier at himself than with Nefa. What a hero. The girl he was trying to protect ended up having both her tendons severed, rendering her unable to run. Wielding the wooden sword with his emotions and without proper control and form, he eventually hurt his arm when he hit the dummy. Takashi lost strength and dropped his wooden sword to the ground. A throbbing pain came from his wrist. He felt like he had been defeated, even by a motionless straw dummy. Nefa is right. I can't do anything on my own. I've only been living off the kindness of the demons up until now. Facing the rain-soaked straw dummy, he extended out one hand. "Fire!" He tried shouting, mimicking a wizard he had read about in an Isekai novel. He tried yelling again and again while being drenched by the torrential rain. However, no matter how he shouted, nothing came out of his palm. He lay down on the ground, battered by the rain, disgusted by his own incompetence. How much time must have passed? Suddenly, he noticed a hairy monster looking down at him. "Yo, Gregorio. What are you doing out here, in the middle of this rain?" "You're still as quiet as ever." "That's fine. You don't have to talk. I just wish you'd listen to my complaints as you are. Being cute is not enough to save the world." "Ha ha, of course not." After saying this, Takashi noticed that Gregorio had disappeared from his sight. He must have been so exasperated that he left. "Yeah, that's right." But when he raised his head, Gregorio was a short distance away. He was moving his hand a little bit. He seemed to be telling Takashi to follow him. In the constantly pouring rain, Takashi silently followed Gregorio. After a long walk, they finally arrived at a cabin on the outskirts. It's quite nice house. He could see chopped firewood piled up near the house. There was an axe close to the pile. "Chopping firewood? By any chance? Is this how you train your body?" "I see. I should train my body harder too, and one day, I'll be strong enough to surpass Nefa." It was at that moment, "You fool. Are you really a hero?" Takashi was absolutely speechless. From the quiet Gregorio came the voice of a fully grown woman. "Gregorio? Even if it is decades, even after decades of physical training to the point of sweating blood, you have no chance against Nefa." Gregorio's body started glowing. The huge, hairy frame shrunk, and he became as tall as Takashi. Peach-colored hair trailing behind, light clothes on a slim figure, an adult woman with slanted eyes and an intellectual face was standing there. "Wow, you are? My real name is Lilu. I'm a human, just like you." Lu, human? Why? Is there another human besides me in the Thunder Lance Charge? "I am just like you." In order to bring peace to this chaotic world, I infiltrated the Thunder Lance Charge, aiming to disturb the Demon Lord's army. However, I changed my mind after I saw you. "Changed her mind? After seeing me? Ha! I suppose my incompetence as a hero disheartened her so much that she lost all motivation." Even he was aware that he was incompetent. But to be reminded once again by a stranger, moreover, being looked down on by another human like him, Takashi ended up shouting, "That's right. I'm incompetent, helpless. But I wanted to help at least the people around me. That's why I joined the Thunder Lance Charge. But I have neither attack power nor magical power." And Excella had the tendons on her feet severed, losing the ability to run again. Tears welled up in her eyes as he cried out, feeling ashamed of himself. Even so, Lilu still spoke coldly to Takashi. "Pathetic. It's because you are not making an effort that you ended up like that." Human beings are striving creatures. Progress and improvement are what being human is all about. Don't talk nonsense without knowing anything at all. "Effort? I'm making an effort. I train with a wooden sword and train my body every day. That is why you are a fool, you know. You put your efforts in the completely wrong direction." "Wrong direction? Listen to me. You are not incompetent. I have abandoned my original plan and revealed myself to you only because I have seen the awe-inspiring power of a hero. Because I thought you could bring about a revolution without nearly any bloodshed and save the world." "Awe-inspiring? My power? My only ability is being adored by fiends, hero." "Earlier, you said being cute isn't enough to save the world." "Because you can't." "I can't even save myself just because I have the ability to be cute. There is no such thing as a demon that can lose a duel just because someone is cute." Lilu turned her sharp eyes to Takashi and said with a solemn tone, "I assure you, it is possible to save the world just by being cute." That's absurd. Saving the world with cuteness alone? How in the hell? "Follow me." In the continuous downpour, Lilu turned away and started walking toward the cabin. With her beautiful peach-colored hair drenched in raindrops, she spoke to Takashi without turning her head. "I'll teach you the 48 adorable gestures that have the potential to liberate the world from the forces of the Demon Lord." Pretties. Before realizing it, the rain had eased off. Takashi stared in disbelief at the cabin where Lilu had entered as he basked in the misty light rain. 48 adorable gestures. Pritis. TSK, what the hell? Are you freaking kidding me? Hey? Takashi opens the wooden door of the cabin vigorously in a clamor. Is she taking him for an idiot? I bet she is. Surely. Lilu was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dirt floor. An iron box-like object was on the floor, and firewood burned in it, producing warmth. Wet clothes hung beside her, and Lilu was wearing only her underwear. Beneath her peach-colored hair, he saw Lilu's bulging breasts and her slender waist. Takashi looked away, embarrassed by the sight of Lilu's voluptuous body. Suzuki. You, too, come over here. You will catch a cold if you stay wet. Takashi hesitantly sat down in front of Lilu and glanced at her face. She was quite beautiful, although her eyes were somewhat dim. After regaining some composure, Takashi asked Lilu once again. If I acquire that Pritis or whatever it's called, will that make me strong? You will never be strong at all. Your strength and attack power will remain the same. Ha ha. You are a man of limited comprehension. I never said anything about becoming stronger. You're just going to get cuter. No, like I said, it's not enough just to be cute. Right? You seem to be under the mistaken impression that physical strength and magical power are essential for saving the world. Oh, of course. That's only natural. Without the power to defeat at least lower and intermediate demons, it was impossible to save the world. Takashi thought so. That is a misunderstanding. By the way, my only ability is the art of transformation. Even so, I was able to engage with the Demon Lord's army on equal terms for several years. The point is how you use your power. What the hell? She was able to go toe-to-toe with the Demon Lord's army? This person, what in tarnation? The firewood crackled and flared, illuminating Lilu's face. Suzuki. Your ability to be loved by demons is quite impressive. It is resourceful to such a degree that it even snatched away the senses of Surano, the chief advisor to the Demon Lord's army. Did you see it? At the execution site. Lilu nodded in agreement. In my opinion, your abilities are more effective against female demonesses. On the other hand, the effect on fiends of the same sex as you seem to be halved. I see. That's why Gaga was trying to make trouble for me. No, made trouble for me. Well, in his case, something is wrong with his head too. If you handle him poorly, he may even kill you. There are demons that can kill me? I knew it. Is not much of an ability after all. That's why you have to make an effort. Up until now, you have been spoiled by your rare ability from heaven. That's why you're up against the wall. An effort? Then, so Pritis, could it be? At the training ground, I watched you the whole time, and I kept on thinking how to get the most out of your abilities. Then Lilu stood up and fetched a scroll from the bookshelf in the corner. On this scroll, you will find 48 of the cutest gestures I have ever devised. To increase your cuteness by twofold. No, increase it tenfold. That is pretty. I increase my cuteness by tenfold? Do this, and you will save the world. No, like I said. How? In the end, Takashi did not fully understand. He understood Pritis to a certain degree. It was supposed to strengthen Takashi's ability to be loved by demons. However, even if he were to become tens of times cuter than he is now, he still couldn't believe that would lead to saving the world. Lilu suddenly asked Takashi, whose face showed a lack of understanding. Hey Suzuki, what is your dream? What do you want to do in this world? Takashi told Lilu, a world where humans are not eaten by demons, are not enslaved, and can live as equals. He would like to see a world like that. Then your dream and mine are the same. Then Lilu stared at Takashi with a serious expression on her face. Suzuki, you will be staying here for a while starting today and train with me in the art of pretty. Let's just trust this person for now and give it a shot. Thus, Takashi's training began. After such a string of events, the training with Lilu started. On the first day, I knew it. I should quit. Takashi suddenly regretted his decision. You fool. You shouldn't be satisfied with the cuteness you were given. Lilu was very strict. When she saw that his behavior was not in line with her teachings, she beat him with the leather whip she held in her hands. What are you doing? Polish up your cuteness more and more. What do you mean by polishing up cuteness? I don't understand. Since coming to this world, Takashi had been treated kindly by demons for one reason or another. However, as a human being, Lilu was not affected by Takashi's ability. He was reprimanded severely and repeatedly whipped. More flirtatious. And change your clothes for this long and cute outfit with loose sleeves. What is with that dull smile? Smile more, with your dimples showing. Your movements are awkward. Stop being bashful. How many times do I have to say it? I am asking you to wink at me. You keep closing both your eyes all the time. During the meal, Lilu continued to scold Takashi. What a plain way to eat. Be more ingenious and eat in a more lovely way, with small bites nom nom. At night, when he tried to sleep in a corner of the room, Takashi was still whipped. When you go to sleep, make sure to get your face out of the blanket just a little bit, or wrap yourself in a blanket like a caterpillar. Takashi was never able to understand what Lilu thought was cute. He was only getting more and more frustrated. Then, 3 days later, no, enough. I can't do this anime. Takashi finally exploded in front of Lilu. His face turned bright red, and he shouted, "What the hell is supposed to be the point of all this? I don't even know what Pritus means." Damn it all. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you nuts? Usually, training would involve a different kind of struggle and a different kind of sweat. Lilu's teachings, from up close, seemed to be the kind of foolishness one might expect from a third-rate comedian performing in front of a small audience. Geez. I'm going home. This cannot possibly save the world. He only completely wasted time. With this thought in mind, Takashi turned on his heels and headed out of the cabin. Wait. When he turned around, he saw that Lilu's body was glowing as she transforms into Gregorio, the hairy monster. Lilu speaks to Takashi in a hoarse voice. I'm going out now. Come with me. Gregorio, portrayed by Lilu, headed to the town's marketplace. Today, the market was once again bustling with many stalls and demons. Huh? What the hell are we doing in this place? Come on in. Come on in. We have fresh fruits from the forest. The owner of the store, a cyclops, was laying out colorful fruits on a straw mat and shouting at the top of his lungs. Lilu talked to Takashi in his ear. Suzuki, go get an apple from that street stall. You. What about money? None. Huh? Go get an apple from that guy. For free. There's no way I can do that. It will be fine. Just go. Come on. With a big push on the back from Lilu, Takashi staggered forward. A few steps later, he turned around only to see Lilu standing at a distance with her arms folded, watching him. In other words, is she telling me to steal an apple? Takashi looks at the Cyclops shopkeeper, a single vicious-looking iron fangs as thick as those of ferocious beasts. The huge body, more than 3 meters high, looked so intimidating. Takashi gulped and swallowed hard. If a fight were to break out, the odds of winning were definitely 0. I want to go home. Once again, he turned around. As expected, Lilu still had her arms crossed. He felt a kind of black aura rising from her hairy body. If he ran away, he'd be whipped for sure. Damn it. Fine. I'll have to do it. Half desperate, Takashi asked the Cyclops shopkeeper, can I have 1 apple? Oh, if it isn't Suzuki, it's 10 gold. Maybe he saw Takashi at the castle or the execution site. The Cyclops seemed to know Takashi and was smiling at him. Takashi hesitantly explained, that apple. I'd like to have it for free. The Cyclops then broke into a broad smile. Hey, Suzuki. Free is impossible, no matter how hard you try. We are a business, you know. That's right. Isn't it? That's right, you know. That joke is a bit harsh. Inwardly, he let out a sigh. It was the natural result. It was the same as a duel in the training ground. The owner of the store also liked Takashi and had a favorable opinion of him. But, that was it. That's all. That was the limit of what he could achieve by being cute. He was about to head back dejectedly, but at that moment, he looked back. He saw Lilu, disguised as Gregorio, and their eyes met. Lilu silently raised her index finger. The index finger? What? 1? Perhaps 1 could mean? Suddenly, the 3 days of ridiculous training flashed through Takashi's mind. If he went back like this, the whip would be there to welcome him. No choice. Let's give it a shot. What came to Takashi's mind when he heard 1? It was a gesture from the scroll that he had practiced over and over again. Prite's 48 gestures. First gesture. Upward glaze. Takashi muttered to himself as he lowered himself and stared into the shopkeeper's face. Hey, is it really impossible? Like I told you, Suzuki. How many times do I have to say it? I don't care how cute you. The Cyclops eye creased angrily, but it immediately drew back when he saw Takashi. Hey, don't do that. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? I told you, I'm a businessman. The Cyclops, who Takashi thought was furious, was in a panic for some reason. Takashi was surprised by the unexpected reaction. What is this? Hesitation? This is. Immediately, Takashi looked back at Lilu. This time she raised 4 fingers. 4. If I remember correctly, 4 is Prite's 48 gestures. Fourth gesture. Hands clasping. Takashi gently wrapped his hands around the large hands of the Cyclops shopkeeper. Kaya, the Cyclops shopkeeper let out a high-pitched voice that was unimaginable from his large frame and vicious face. Pretty please, I'm asking you. Combining it with the upwards glance he had just given him, Takashi pleaded with the shopkeeper while holding the shopkeeper's hand. The shopkeeper's cheeks were turning peachy pink, and then, for Pete's sake. I have no choice, right? Just for today, Suzuki. Take it. You cat burglar. With the free apple in his hand, Takashi stood stunned. Unbelievable. The demon gave me the goods for free. He noticed that Lilu, portraying Gregorio, was standing behind him. He addressed Takashi in a hoarse voice. It doesn't matter how weak you are or how strong your opponent is. The one and only ultimate technique that exceeds attack power and magical power, that is Pretty's. The one and only ultimate technique that exceeds attack power and magical power. After parroting back, Lilu tapped him on the head while he was still standing blankly. Why are you going soft in the head? Let's go back and continue your training. Why yes. Please take good care of me. Master. Takashi called her master with a naturalness that surprised even him and followed behind her as she started to walk away. Amazing. I don't quite understand it, but somehow it seems amazing. With this technique, I might be able to do a lot of good things. Takashi's heart swelled with anticipation. However, Lilu stopped walking, stood still, and gave him a warning. Suzuki, be careful. Your pretties only works on demons. If you do it to a human, the most you can expect is being told something like what the hell are you doing? Or it's disgusting. Oh yes, I guess so, right. Nevertheless, Takashi's motivation was rising. He was determined to devote himself to Lilu's training and master the art of Pritis. Chapter 5. Awakening. In her private quarters at the Sinus Castle, Nefa sat in a chair, her knees bouncing up and down. It had been more than a week since Suzuki had left the castle. Honestly, she thought he would be back in 2 or 3 days at most. However, Suzuki still hadn't returned. She could not eat, had trouble sleeping at night, and often tapped her foot unconsciously whenever she was alone. It even caused the floor of the room to sink in some places. She was so worried that she sent a search request to the Thunder Lance soldiers. Some fiend had seen Suzuki at the market not long ago, but that was all the information they had found. Where did you go, Suzuki? Lying on the bed in the empty room, she burst into tears. If Suzuki ever came back, she wanted to apologize sincerely. So, please come back soon. Suzuki, I miss you. I miss you so much. Without you, Suzuki, I can't go on. Knocking was heard, and Nefa stood up from her bed with a jolt. Lady Nefa, it's Excella. Adjusting the clothing around her bosom, which had been disheveled from lying on the floor, Nefa spoke with a firm voice. Come in. Pardon my intrusion. The former third princess, Excella, entered the room dressed in a maid's outfit. The limping that resulted from her severed tendons was now not much different from a normal person's gait. Since then, Nefa kept Excella by her side as a slave in place of Suzuki. For Nefa, Excella was the cause of her fight with Suzuki. She didn't really want to see her, but she thought Suzuki might get angry again if she treated her roughly, so she let her work as her slave. However, Excella was a modest woman unlike most royalty, and she performed her assigned tasks with great speed and efficiency. So, putting aside the whole incident with Suzuki, Nefa regarded Excella as a remarkable slave. "So, what can I do for you?" "Yes, it seems that Lord Hero has returned." "What? Really?" she shouted in a high-pitched voice. Nefa coughed when she saw Excella smiling at her. "So where's Suzuki now?" "The demons say that he's supposed to hold a promotion match at the training grounds." "Huh?" Nefa rushed to the training grounds beneath the castle with Excella in tow. The demons were swarming in one corner of the vast training ground. The boisterous crowd hung their heads and moved out of the way when they noticed Nefa's arrival. "Ah, Lady Nefa came too?" "This way, Lady Nefa." The twin demoness, the Miyukiru sisters, waved at her. Nefa joined Kairu and the others. In the center, surrounded by the other demons, was Suzuki holding a wooden sword, and facing him was a skeleton soldier holding a wooden sword as well. Suzuki. Seeing Suzuki, Nefa felt a sense of incongruity. Of course, there was the fact that it had been a long time since she last saw him. But she couldn't quite put it into words, but she felt he was much cuter than before. "Ah, so cute." "Haha, so cute." Nefa admired Suzuki's cuteness for some time but soon shifted her gaze to the skeleton soldier confronting him and wrinkled her brow. "Hey, that skeleton is a bronze rank soldier, right? Isn't Suzuki still a stone rank soldier?" "That's true." Apparently, Suzuki himself came forward and volunteered to do it. Kairu said in a concerned tone. "Are you being stubborn because of what I said to you last time? But that doesn't mean you are unfit, Suzuki. There are several skeleton soldiers in the Thunder Lance charge. Their appearances are so similar that it is difficult to tell them apart." Nevertheless, Nefa recognized the skeleton soldier with a crack on his forehead who was confronting Suzuki. His name was Gilfried, as she recalled. When he was a human, he was a renowned soldier and master swordsman. He was killed in a great battle in the past, but because of his extraordinary swordsmanship and attachment to life, the Demon Lord brought him back to life as a skeleton soldier. Of course, Gilfried himself has forgotten that such a thing had happened. Gilfried walked up to Suzuki. He then made an apologetic expression on his fleshless face. "Suzuki, I've told you before, lad, I can't go easy on you on a military duel." "Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's fight each other with all our might." And then, a moment later, they shook hands. Praetor's 48 gestures. Fourth gesture, hands clasping. Nefa asked Muyu, who was watching the match next to her. "Just now, didn't Suzuki say something?" Is that so?" More importantly, the duel is about to begin, you know." The arbiter, a cat-eared beastman, announced the start of the duel. Both contestants hold up wooden swords. However, something unusual happened soon after the beginning of the match. Gilfried was shaking while holding the wooden sword. The Miyukiru sisters look at each other quizzically. "That fellow, what in hell is he doing? That Gilfried guy, it's like all his momentum from earlier has just flown away." "Huh?" Nefa turned her sharp eyes on the duel and muttered, "It's the handshake from earlier." "Eh? What do you mean, Lady Nefa?" Nefa had not overlooked it. As Suzuki shook hands with Gilfried, he muttered something. That must have been Suzuki's technique. At that point, the battle had already begun. Suzuki's handshake before the match was a blow to Gilfried's morale. Furthermore, Suzuki approached Gilfried, who was trembling with the wooden sword in his hand, and then, Praetor's 48 gestures. First gesture, upward glance. Looking up as if peering from below. Suzuki spoke to Gilfried while staring at him with large, moist eyes. "Please be gentle with me, would you?" "Nah." Gilfried roared and began to tremble more violently. Nefa, who was watching this series of Suzuki's actions, was also shaken. How cute, and what a lovely thing to see. I feel like wanting to forget about the battle and just want to hug him." If it had been her facing Suzuki instead of Gilfried, she would have thrown away her wooden sword and hugged Suzuki. Then she might have kissed him just like that. But Gilfried was different. "You." Gilfried raised his wooden sword above his head and roared to dispel his own tremors and the fluffy warm aura that filled the air around him. "Suzuki, you sure are cute. I feel so uncomfortable that I'm about to duel with you. I feel like I'm in the depths of self-loathing." But Gilfred then pointed the tip of his wooden sword at Suzuki. For a member of the Thunderlance Charge, rank is the most important thing, second only to life. I can't allow myself to lose. That's Gilfred for you. He's a first-rate skeleton soldier. But what is this second only to life? You're already dead, you know? But aside from that, Nefa admired Gilfred's strong will, which blew away Suzuki's imminent cuteness. Gilfred, who had stopped shaking, held the wooden sword in his right arm at the uppermost position and his left arm, which was holding nothing, at the mid-level position. Secret technique. Skeleton transformation. As Gilfred shouted, the bone in his left arm made a cracking sound, and it became a long, thin rod. Hey, his left arm is now like a wooden sword. Wait, is that allowed? Isn't that a violation of the rules? It's his ability. It's not a violation. Besides, he knows they are not killing each other. As proof, the tip of his left arm isn't sharpened like a sword, but doesn't that mean Suzuki's at a disadvantage if his opponent's a dual sword-style fighter? There was no mistake in Kairu's words. Gilfred was holding a wooden sword in his right arm, and his left arm, which had become like a sword, was crossed with it. Take this. Skeleblade style, bone disruption piercing thrust. A wooden sword on his right and a bone sword on his left. He pointed both swords at Suzuki and delivered blindingly fast thrusts. Fast. Gilfred's sword technique struck with several thrusts in 1 second. Of course, Nefera's eyes can see it, but it would be impossible for an ordinary human to see through the stabs. Stop. Suzuki is going to get hit. However, the very next instant, Nefera saw an unbelievable sight. Suzuki stood there, unperturbed, exposed to the high-speed thrusts that left after images. Not even a single hit? Are you telling me that Suzuki's dodging that barrage of attacks? That's not it, Lady Nefera. Suzuki hasn't moved a muscle. What the hell is going on? Nefera took another look at Suzuki, and then, she noticed. Not only was he not moving, the wooden sword he was holding was down on the floor. Praetor's 48 gestures 20th gesture, no defense. What is that? It's not just an opening. How could he dodge high-speed thrusts from such a position? Wait. I see. I get it. That's right. Suzuki was completely defenseless. On the other hand, if Gilfred's bone disruption piercing thrusts were to strike in such a state, the bones of Suzuki, a human, would be shattered. In other words, Suzuki would be seriously wounded. Seriously injure Suzuki? Who in the world could do such a deplorable thing? You asked Nefera in a loud voice. Lady Nefera. What in hell is that? It's Suzuki's technique. At first glance, he looks defenseless, and yet, it is the perfect defense, an attack that doesn't hit. However, Gilfred's bone disruption piercing thrusts continued. The speed of his hands increased rapidly as his spirit increased. Gilfred's sword technique, the bone disruption piercing thrust, exceeded human kinetic vision. However, both swords did not even graze Suzuki's skin. Before long. It's impossible. Gilfred dropped his wooden sword to the ground. Too cute. For real. With these words, Nefera understood completely. After all, Suzuki was not dodging. Gilfred himself had failed to hit Suzuki. All the sword blows that left after images were stopped just short of hitting Suzuki or were swinging in the air a few centimeters away from his body. It is my loss. Gilfred went to the ground on his knees. It was clearly a signal of forfeiting the duel. Winner, Suzuki, the cat-eared arbiter declared, and the surrounding demons were in an uproar. The cheers and jeers soon turned into compliments for Suzuki. That was awesome, Suzuki. From a stone rank soldier, you've suddenly become a bronze rank soldier. When the hell did you become so powerful? Smiling at the goblin soldiers who were also part of his group, Suzuki slowly walked over to Nefera. In front of the gathered demons, Nefera forced away her happy expression and put on a scowl. I'm sorry I ran away so abruptly and didn't call you until now. Nefera snorted, but inwardly she was relieved. It seemed that Suzuki was no longer angry with her. I'm so glad. Let's leave it at that. Anyway, the military duel was splendid. From today onwards, you are a bronze rank soldier. 2 ranks above a stone rank soldier. Once again, you will be granted permission to have slaves. I will also give you a small territory of your own. Thank you, Suzuki answered and smiled happily. While Nefa was staring at him, thinking how cute he was and how she wanted to kiss him, Ixella walked up to them. She bent her hips in front of Suzuki and bowed her head politely. I'm Ixella. From today, I will serve you, Lord Hero, as your slave. Why, you don't have to be so formal. Or rather, instead of master-slave, let's be friends, you and me. And then they both laughed together. While watching that scene, Nefa was suddenly enveloped in a feeling of loneliness. Suzuki, are you going to leave me just like this? However, Suzuki told Nefa with a smile on his face. I'm going out for a bit now. I'll be back at the castle for dinner. Are you coming back to the castle? I'm Nefa's familiar, right? I'm supposed to be around as much as possible. I see. That's right. You are my familiar. You fufu. That's right. That's how it is. Suzuki is my familiar. We don't have to separate just because he received territory, right? You fufu. While Nefa's head was a field of flowers from joy, Suzuki and Ixella had left the training ground together. Lord Hero. Where are we going? There is someone I want you to meet, Ixella. Takashi held Ixella's hand as he walked happily through the town. His destination was Lilu's cabin on the outskirts of town. Practice, impressive. Actually, Master Lilu is even more amazing for thinking of such techniques. During his training, Lilu was very strict with Takashi. He could hardly remember her praising him. However, Takashi became a bronze rank soldier and gained territory. Imagining his master's smiling face while saying, "Well done," Takashi arrived at the mountain cabin. "Master, I did it, thanks to practice. I won a duel." He opened the door and shouted, but the cabin was empty, like a haunted place. "Master." He thought she might be out shopping, but he soon realized something was wrong. The bookshelves were empty, the blankets and other things were missing. It didn't have a lived-in feeling. It was as if she had moved out of the house. Takashi soon noticed that a letter and the scroll of practice had been placed on the table, the same table where Lilu used to read her books. Takashi took the letter in his hands. "Hey, Suzuki." It seemed that Surano, the Demon Lord's army chief advisor, had noticed my presence with her third eye. "I will leave this country before Surano comes back to Lerun again. I bid you farewell." "No way." "Master." Takashi's hand trembled as he held the letter. "I'm going to tell you the truth. There are other reasons for our parting. I thought it would not be good for either of us if we stayed together. I am human. Your ability does not work on me. Yet it is strange. As I stood by your side, I grew to love you more and more as I watched you work so hard. It is not proper for a master to be charmed by her pupil. If you have charmed even me, a human, then surely you can save the world with your cuteness. Polish up your techniques even more. Let us work together under the same sky to create a new world. We may be far apart, but our feelings are the same." The letter ended there. Next to Ixella, who was looking at him with concern, Takashi clutched the letter in his hand. "Master wa." Then Takashi hugged the letter and wept inconsolably. "I never thanked my master even once. I made fun of the practice she created for my sake. And yet, I can't believe we're parting ways like this." After letting him cry for a while, Ixella spoke to Takashi in a gentle voice. "Lord Hero, you achieved your earlier victory thanks to this person, correct?" "Yeah, that's right. It was all thanks to Master Lilu." At that moment, Ixella put her hand over her mouth, as if she had just realized something. "If I may ask, is that master a peach-haired person?" "Do you know her?" "With peach-colored hair, named Lilu." "If so, it must be her." "I heard that she was killed in battle at the hands of the Demon Lord's army during the Great War, but she is still alive, isn't she?" Ixella was so moved that she burst into tears. "Ixella, who in the world is Master Lord Hero's mentor, is the greatest mind among humans, former Grand Tactician of the Imperial Army, Lady Lilu Dimension, no doubt, former Grand Tactician of the Imperial Army. During the Great War, we used to say things like Demon Lord's army has Surano, but the Imperial Army has Lilu to lift our spirits." The Demon Lord's army had an overwhelming disparity in military strength over the Imperial Army, not to mention the difference in individual abilities. But even so, we were able to hold out for several years because of the presence of that one person. Excella wiped her tears with their finger and smiled. It seems that Lady Grand Tactician is also working to save the world. If you continue aspiring to save the world, Lord Hero, I'm sure you'll meet her again at some point. I see. Takashi recalled what was written in the letter. That's right. He is not alone. His master is fighting for world peace in a different place, using all her wisdom. Then, someday, just like Excella said, I'll meet you, master. By then, he'll have become a splendid hero worthy of the title. Takashi was determined to do so, just as Lilu's letter for Takashi had said. Surano, the Demon Lord's chief advisor, paid a visit to Lerune shortly after noon that day. Takashi had attended the meeting between Surano and Nefa as her familiar. Because the Thunder Lance charge had killed the king and conquered Lerune with lightning speed and swiftness, the reception hall of Sinus Castle was still furnished with priceless artwork and furnishings as they were in their original glory. Around a long, horizontal table sat Surano, Nefa, Takashi, and the twin demons, the Miyukiru sisters. Nefa addressed Surano, who was seated directly in front of her. The time was very sudden. If you had let us know in advance, we would gladly have made arrangements to welcome you. All three of Surano's eyes turned to Nefa. As a matter of fact, my third eye had detected a disturbing presence. The shadow of a human other than Suzuki moving in the midst of the Thunder Lance charge. What? The air around Nefa became tense at once. Takashi was inwardly worried, thinking that this must be about his master. Therefore, I visited without prior notice. However, by the time I arrived here in Lerune, the unsettling presence had already vanished. At the same time, Takashi was relieved and amazed at Lilu's skillful execution. How in the world had she detected the arrival of Surano, who possessed clairvoyant eye, when she claimed that her only skill was the ability to transform? I don't understand it, but Master Lilu is really amazing. Surano let out a small exhale with a few and sipped the cup of tea in front of her. Perhaps it was just my imagination. It is not humanly possible to instantly disappear from Lerune upon realizing that I've been watching with my third eye. However, if there is a person who can do such a thing, below her eyebrows, Surano's eyes sharpened sharply. Former Imperial strategist, Lilu Dimension. Impossible. She should have died in the last Great War. My intuition can't help but feel that she is still alive out there somewhere. While listening to Surano and Nefa's conversation, Takashi swallowed hard. She is the most intelligent person in the Demon Lord's army. She is aware of Master Lilu's survival. Takashi realized once again that Surano was no ordinary woman. The Empire has fallen, but the remnants of the Imperial army are still scattered all over the world. The world is almost in the Demon Lord's hands, but we cannot be too complacent. Surano drank her tea. When the conversation came to a close, they took a short break, and Kairu spoke to Takashi in a loud voice. Come to think of it, Suzuki. What happened to that conversation? The matter of those human slaves. I'm supposed to have a face-to-face meeting right after this. It's amazing, isn't it? You have 5 slaves all of a sudden. Suddenly, the place went quiet. Her sister Miyu elbowed Kairu. Hey elder sister. Don't talk about that right now. Kairu suddenly noticed and gave an embarrassed expression. Although Takashi had become a bronze rank soldier, he could normally only hold a maximum of 3 slaves at his rank. However, Takashi wanted to save as many slaves as possible. So he asked Nefa to allow him a special limit of 5 slaves. Takashi nervously looked at Surano. After returning the tea to the plate, Surano firmly stated, the rules are only meaningful if they are strictly enforced. That's how disorder begins in a core unit. Why yes, that's right. My bad, Suzuki. As expected, you can only have 3 slaves. Hearing Nefa's words, Takashi was disappointed. However, suddenly Surano blew out the tea she was drinking from her nose and the mouth with a bubu. Dame Surano? Everyone looked at Surano, tea dripping from her face. Surano then wiped her face with a napkin and smiled beautifully. Even so, it is fine if it is Suzuki. He is so cute. I'm glad. It was a bit risky, though. Depending on one's perspective. The presence of Surano, the chief advisor of the Demon Lord's army, might be a chance for Takashi to make his various requests known. Takashi hesitantly asked Surano for help. I'd also like to have as large a territory as possible. Can I? Suzuki. That's a bit presumptuous of you. Nefa rebuked him. But after that, both Nefa and Takashi silently looked for Surano's reaction. What Nefa said is right. The territory should be within the limits set by the rules of the core. Suddenly, Surano began to tremble and mutter incomprehensible words. And then, her eyes peeled back. Dame Surano. But as soon as Nefa shouted, Surano changed her mind and smiled gracefully. A large territory is fine because Suzuki is so cute. All right. This might be a good idea. If Surano, the chief advisor, approves it, surely no one will complain. Takashi took the initiative and attacked. Maybe you could do something like completely freeing all the slaves. This caused not only Nefa but also the Miyukiru sisters to turn pale. Idiot. Suzuki. That's absurd, no matter how you look at it. It's outrageous. But for the time being, everyone stared at Surano and waited for her reaction. Yes, that's right. If the adorable Suzuki says so, then let's take the plunge and free all the slav. Off-wash. Suddenly, Surano was bleeding like a fountain from her nose, ears, and mouth. "You!" Takashi shouted in horror at the sudden slush of blood. Dame Surano. Nefa also shouted. Surano planted her face on the table, twitching and spasming. Surano's inner rationale for maintaining discipline and her desire to give me special treatment are at odds with each other. So something seems to be wrong. I think I should stop. After Surano left, Nefa brought Takashi along a country road away from the center of town. The area they passed through slowly began to be covered with crop fields and rice paddies. Soon, they saw a large Western-style house at the end of the road. Turning to Takashi, Nefa said, "I heard it used to be owned by a prominent aristocrat." This is my home." Takashi was impressed by the magnificent exterior. Frankly, he never thought he would someday own such a large house. It even had a garden and a pond with fish swimming in it. It's small compared to Sinnoh's castle, but I guess it's enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. Yes, it's the best. Excitedly, he ran and opened the large double doors. Carpets lined the entrance hall, and a large chandelier was overhead. It looked like the entrance to a first-class hotel. Amazing. The inside is so beautiful. Just like the castle. It hasn't been vandalized. Takashi went up the stairs to the second floor, where 5 doors lined the corridor. Takashi checked each room one by one. All the rooms were fully furnished with bedding and other amenities. In particular, the room at the end of the corridor even had a wide and massive bed. Takashi jumped into the bed to try it out. Feathers? It's soft and fluffy. I think I'm going to make this my room. While he was mulling about this, Nefa was watching from the other side of the door. Let me tell you a funny story. The place where this house's master was slain by soldiers of the Thunderlance Charge. It's the bed you're currently lying in. No, wait. You can't say something like that. That's not funny at all. If you thought about it, the availability of the mansion meant that the people who originally lived there had suffered some misfortune. Feeling ashamed of his excitement, Takashi turned his head toward the bed and clapped his hands together. In any case, he would probably make his room a different one. After exploring the mansion for a while, he heard the sound of the door knocker coming from the main doors. As he went down the entrance, he saw Excella and Ornio, together with 2 strangers, a man and a woman, standing behind them. Master Suzuki, from today onwards, we will be in your care. Excella and Ornio bowed deeply to Takashi and introduced themselves once again. The 2 people in the back also bowed down to Takashi. Both of them must have been in their early 20s. The man had short blonde hair. The woman had waist-length blonde hair. They both had refined eyes and noses. However, they looked somewhat tired, and their bodies were thin. Master, I am Alan. This, here, is my wife, Kate. And this is our daughter, Clarice. Kate was holding a newborn baby in her arms. With the presence of Nefa, The commander of the Thunderlance charge, Alan and Kate's faces were tense. Nefa announced to the five of them in an imposing voice. As a conclusion of our discussions, you are now all slaves of Suzuki. Listen to what your master says. Nefa then took a look at Takashi. Takashi nodded to Nefa and stepped forward. All right, everyone. From today on, you will work as slaves. Those who don't listen to me will be severely punished. Alan and Kate shivered. Nefa, who had her arms crossed, nodded her head in agreement. Suzuki. Very master-like. Because I'm now a Thunderlance charge soldier, you know, I must keep these slaves in line. That's impressive. Wearing a look of relief, Nefa turned on her heel and said, well then, I have some business to attend to, so I shall return to the castle. Nefa. See you later. Nefa left, and the door of the mansion closed. Then, Takashi's stiff face relaxed, and he smiled at Alan and the others. I'm sorry about before. In front of Nefa, I thought I'd try to act the part. The husband and wife couple were perplexed. Takashi spoke with a smile on his face. Just do the basic things like housework, cooking, etc. You know, the rest of the time, I want you to be free to live as you please. Takashi approached Clarice, the daughter that Kate was holding. Takashi held Clarice's tiny hand. I don't know much about babies, but if there is anything I can do, please let me know. Also, if you get tangled up with a demon in town, tell them, I'm Suzuki's slave. They probably will stop bothering you. Haha. Takashi smiled again at the dumbfounded couple. Ornia walked up to Takashi. So, Lord Hero, how did your meeting with Surano go? He let them in, and then at the table in the hallway, Takashi told Ornia and Excella about the previous meeting. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. So, well, then. I think that was the right place to pull out. That's right. You know, if we push too hard, Surano may come to her senses and try to execute Lord Hero this time again. That would be a problem. Excella talked with a finger on her chin. Even if Surano, alone, were to change her way of thinking, it would be difficult to achieve peace. A sudden order to abolish slavery could cause a riot among the demons. Ornia rubbed his white beard as he heard Excella's words. As expected, it would be unreasonable. It's best to take it easy and slowly fill the moat. I agree. First, let's expand our free territory here in Lirun. So, should I work harder to move up the ranks? If you do, it would increase the number of slaves you could own and the territory you could hold. However, won't the higher the rank, the greater the risk that Lord Hero will end up being sent to war? What Ornio said is correct. I think it's best to err on the side of caution. As he talked with both of them, Takashi was impressed. Excella was intelligent, and her retainer Ornio was also very knowledgeable. These two people could provide Takashi with insights he couldn't have thought of on his own. Excella was also the one who recommended the Allens, who had a young baby, to be included in Takashi's first group of slaves. As Takashi and his colleagues were talking enthusiastically, Alan unexpectedly approached the table. I was listening to the conversation on the side. And, in other words, are you people trying to save the world? Yeah. Well, Takashi scratched his cheek with a troubled expression. If I were strong, I could help you right away. But I'm weak. But I intend to make this place a better place to live. So, I'll be looking at the long term and... What? Suddenly, Alan held Takashi's hands with tears streaming down his face. He cried while his voice trembled. When Lirun was conquered, we thought the world was over and resigned ourselves. But the heavens have not abandoned us. His wife, Kate, also shed tears as she kneeled before Takashi. Lord Hero, thank you so very much. No, don't be so dramatic. Kate then looked down at the little Clarice. It doesn't matter how many years it takes, if one day, there is a world where this child can live happily, then. Takashi felt his heart tighten at the thought of Kate's love for her child. Takashi stared at Clarice's innocent sleeping face and swore in his heart. Someday, for sure, I'll make the world a place where people can live happily ever after. The open market downtown from the Sinnes castle. While Excella was amongst the demons shopping for ingredients for super, an orc barged into the line. Get out of the way, woman. I'll go first. Behind the bewildered Excella's back, a golem lets out a thick, muffled sound. "Stop it. This lad is Suzuki's slave." Is that so? About this. My bad." The orc quietly got in line behind Excella. Returning from the market with a shopping bag in hand, Excella was convinced. Thanks to Lord Hero, this town is changing more and more for the better. If things continue as they are, there will be peace in the world. 1 week had passed since Excella and the rest had started living in Suzuki's mansion. Suzuki brought them all the money they needed for their daily life. Thanks to Suzuki's generosity, the Excella and the rest were able to live a life without any inconvenience. Both Alan and Kate must have started getting used to living there. They showed more smiles on their faces. After preparing dinner, Kate said while soothing Clarice, "Lady Excella, is it all right that we alone are allowed this happiness? Lord Hero is planning to free all the people of the town from slavery. More and more people will be happy from now on." Kate smiled gently. It was then that a sound like something breaking could be heard from the garden. "Alan dear, I wonder if he knocked over a flower pot or something." Kate ran to the front door, looking worried. Excella followed her. The moment she stepped out the front door, she tensed. A snake-headed fiend was standing in front of Alan. "When I told him that Master Suzuki wasn't here, this man took a flower pot from the garden." And Alan spoke with a tense look on his face. The snake-headed fiend had an aura of evil different from the demons and fiends that Excella encountered in the town. The snake-headed fiend looked over at Excella and the others as if scrutinizing them. "On TW the old geezer's here, too. Damn. How many slaves are in here for an iron rank soldier? How dare he?" Excella tried to keep her voice as cheerful as possible while trying to encourage herself. "Master Suzuki is currently away visiting Sinnes Castle." "What can we do for you? I'm starving." "Is that so? If you would like, please join us for dinner." "Ah, no. Doing that would be bad. That's why." "Give me that." The fiend's vertical pupils were focused on Clarice, who was sleeping in Kate's arms. "That little baby." "Feed it to me." "No. You must be jest. I did not say it as a joke." The snake-headed fiend tried to walk up to Kate. Alan stood in his way. "We are Master Suzuki's slaves." "So what of it? I'm Gaga, a Thunder Lance Charge silver rank soldier. I outrank that chum." Gaga tried to extend his sharp-clawed hands toward Clarice in Kate's arms. Alan grabbed his arm. "Don't touch my child." "Human, you Skilmar the one who shouldn't be touching me with your filthy hands." Gaga swung his other arm, the one that Alan hadn't grabbed. "Die, out of my way." "You shit." In the next instant, Alan's head separated from his torso, splattering great amounts of fresh blood. Thud. The sound of Alan's head hitting the ground awakened Excella from her dreamlike thoughts, and she remembered. She was living in a savage world ruled by demons without mercy or compassion. Chapter 6, The One and Only Special Technique. Having witnessed her husband slaughtered, Kate fell to her knees, shaking as she held Clarice in her arms. Just like the day Sinnes Castle got conquered by the Thunder Lance Charge, the things she took for granted in everyday life suddenly disappeared. But then Excella stood with arms outstretched in front of Kate, who was holding Clarice while almost crushed by despair. "Your Highness." Ornio rushed to her side with haste. Excella's voice was filled with strength, knowing she couldn't afford to lose to the vicious snake monster, even if only in terms of spirit. "Gaga, did you not come here to meet Master Suzuki?" "That's right." "Suzuki, that fucking brat." When he heard the hero's name spoken by Excella, Garaga's serpentine eyes narrowed in disgust. "The Thunder Lance Charge soldiers have been a little too happy to see that little shit. Even Nefera is doing whatever she wants. Why would a human want to join the Thunder Lance Charge in the first place? It's crazy, right?" Garaga stretched his snake-like neck, glaring at the large mansion, and spat on the ground. "A disproportionate number of slaves in a disproportionate estate. What a joke. I'm here to teach him a lesson about the real world." Excella felt a roar in her mind. Garaga's thoughts were inherently natural for a demon. The fact that a human got accepted by demons was truly ridiculous. But why doesn't the power of Lord Hero work on Garaga? Excella couldn't understand. However, it was no use thinking about it now. What she needed to do was to protect Kate and Clarice. Excella kept her arms outstretched and glared at Gaga. Suddenly, Garaga's figure disappeared from her vision. Hearing Kate's scream, Excella turned around. Gaga had taken Clarice from Kate and held her up with one hand. No way. I couldn't see his movement at all. This is an adamantine rank soldier of the Thunder Lance charge. Seeming to be in a lot of pain with Gaga holding her by the back of her underwear, Clarice started crying loudly. Please don't do it. I have heard that eating human babies is against core regulations. You know your way around. I remember the last time they cut out my tongue and put me in jail. It took a while to regenerate. That's why. Well. But, I'll think about it after I eat. Kate, who had lost her child, screamed and tried to run toward Gaga. Ornio held Kate from behind. You can't go. He'll kill you. Just a tad more. Lord Hero will return soon. Until then, bear with it. Just a tad more. Could it be? Excella looked beyond Ornio's line of sight. Across from the garden gate, she saw Suzuki walking toward the villa. Lord Hero. Perhaps he heard Excella's cry. Or perhaps he saw the current spectacle. Suzuki dropped the bag of fruit he was carrying to the ground. Gaga also seemed to notice Suzuki in the distance. Did he come back? Then let's have the baby before he gets here. Excella thought it was a miracle that Suzuki had returned at such an opportune time. But Suzuki was more than 50 meters away. No matter how fast he ran, he would never make it here before Clarice got eaten by Gaga. Gaga happily held up the crying Clarice with one hand. Garaga's mouth opens wide, with drool dripping down through his fangs. Please, Lord Hero. Excella clasped her hands together as if in prayer and closed her eyes. What incarnation? At the sound of Garaga's deadpan voice, Excella slowly opened her eyes. Lord Hero. Excella expected the hero to come running at full speed with a determined expression on his face. But even at a time like this, the hero was hopping around on one leg, alternately shuffling his feet. Skipping? He's skipping happily. What a thing to do at this critical moment. What the hell? What a stupid gait. Gaga laughed at Suzuki, but he continued skipping. Is he for real? Alan is dead, and now Clarice might, too. What kind of a hero is that? He is making me laugh. With all due respect, that's what I think too. Lord Hero, please hurry. Even Clarice, who was being held up, noticed Suzuki and laughed. Ha ha ha. Even the baby is laughing at him. Moron hero. Enough is enough. Lord Hero, I'm starting to get angry. I really feel like punching you in the face. At the hero's skipping, Excella shook her fist. What on earth is he thinking? I really want to punch him in the face. Not a slap, but if possible, a punch. But before she knew it, the hero had arrived before Gaga. The hero nimbly took Clarice, who was being held by Gaga, within his arms. The hero, holding Clarice, who was enjoying herself with a kayak, then spoke. Priter's 48 gestures. 30th gesture. Light hop gate. Garaga's narrow pupils widened as he realized that Suzuki was holding the baby, Clarice, whom he was about to eat. Excella was surprised as well. He made it in time? From that distance. And he got Clarice back unharmed. Excella was ashamed of herself for wanting to punch him in the face for even a moment. The hero glanced at the headless Alan, lying on the ground far away from him, and showed a sad expression. After he handed Clarice to Kate, his expression drastically changed as he glared at Gaga. Why did you kill Alan? That filth grabbed me out of nowhere. That's why I punished him. Alan was my slave. What if he was? The hero grabbed Gaga by the chest. Excella had never seen the hero so furious. If you're mad at me, take it out on me. Get off me. You fucking brat. I hate being touched by humans. Gaga raised one hand in the air, just as he did when he killed Alan. Lord Hero, Excella shouted involuntarily. However, Gaga clicked his tongue and slowly lowered his raised arm. I'd like to kill you right now. But if I kill you, I'll probably end up worse than in jail. Garaga's golden pupils sparkled suspiciously. A military duel. When Excella saw Gaga grinning, she gasped for breath. Perhaps this is what Gaga was after. If he killed the hero, who was favored by Nefa, in the worst-case scenario, he could be executed in return. However, if it was due to an accident during a military duel, he would not be charged with anything. Gaga was trying to legally kill the hero. That was why he killed Alan and had the hero form a grudge against himself. He may look like a psycho, but he's smart. If this continues, the hero will be forced to play into Gaga's ploy. However, ignoring Excella's concern, Suzuki kept his eyes fixed on Gaga and nodded his head. I understand. I accept the duel. Tomorrow at noon. At the training grounds. Gaga laughed in satisfaction and extended his long-clawed index finger to the hero's face. Ow! Suddenly, the hero's face contorted. A trickle of blood dripped from his cheek. I'm looking forward to it. Gaga licked the claw covered in the hero's blood with his slender tongue and walked away. Walking from Suzuki's villa to a deserted back alley of the town, Gaga placed his hand against a brick wall. He was a little out of breath from excitement. That lowly human Tez, the baby he was about to eat, easily got taken from him without notice. But more importantly, when he was about to hurt Suzuki, Gaga realized the true power of the hero. That sensation, it was similar to smashing a piece of pottery that you've been carefully polishing every single morning and evening for years onto the floor and shattering it. It was unbearable for normal nerves. And yet, Gaga had hurt Suzuki. He could hurt him. That's right. I can do what no other demon cannot do. Recalling the red blood from Suzuki that he had licked earlier, an indescribable sweetness spread throughout his mouth. Gaga laughed loudly. When was the last time it happened? When was the last time he tasted something that he could truly appreciate from the bottom of his heart? 20 years ago. No. It's been 30 years. One day 30 years ago, Gaga began to feel a constant salty taste in his mouth that made him want to throw up. Even after rinsing his mouth, he was left with the salty taste, as if his oral cavity had been dumped with seawater. The symptoms, which did not improve no matter what he did, only eased when he ate a human. The reason Gaga joined the Thunder Lance Charge, a special attack unit under the direct command of the Demon Lord's army, was because he would have more opportunities to eat humans at the front lines. When he heard that virgin's meat was delicious, he snatched it up and ate it. When he heard rumors that babies were delicious, he devoured human babies. However, a few moments after eating, Gaga's mouth would soon be filled with the salty taste that made him want to throw up again. However, Gaga breathed heavily in the back alley. The sweetness of Suzuki's blood still lingered in his mouth. It was only a few drops, yet it lasted for so long. If I kill that bastard, and eat his flesh, Gaga was convinced, his sense of taste would return to normal. No, not just that. If he killed Suzuki, he would reach a new height as a fiend. Takashi and Onio built a grave for Alan in the garden. Of course, it was only a simple gesture, but they couldn't leave Alan's body where it was, at least for Kate's sake. When Takashi returned to the villa, he found Excella by the table in the entryway with a tired look on her face. Excella, what about Kate? She's in her room soothing Clarice. I think she's calmed down a little. I see. Takashi nodded. Excella gazed at him and murmured, are you really going to fight Gaga tomorrow? Yeah, I'm against it. That guy's different from ordinary demons, because Lord Hero's power does not affect him. Onio looked at Takashi with a wrinkled brow. He was looking at the wound on his cheek inflicted by Gaga earlier. He advised, it's not too late to reconsider. Let's inform Nefa and call off the duel. I'll duel him. Takashi interrupted Onio, causing the two to stare at him. My power isn't completely useless. A little while ago, I was able to get Clarice back. Takashi could not forgive Gaga. While burying Alan, that feeling became even stronger. Onio told him that Alan had taken his advice and told Gaga that he was Suzuki's slave, and yet, Alan had been killed. I will definitely defeat Gaga. I understand how you feel, but there are humans and demons with broken brains. Gaga is exactly like that. You shouldn't fight him. Lord Hero's power will be necessary for the future salvation of this world. Takashi also understood Gaga's abnormality. Takashi's legs trembled when his cheek got scratched. As Master Lilu had said, if he wanted to, Gaga could kill him. Nevertheless, I will fight. This is a battle between Gaga's ferocity and my cuteness. After saying this, Takashi wondered if he had said something strange about the bout. He noticed that Excella's eyes were on him. Not long ago, Lord Hero skipped all the way to the villa, didn't you? Yeah. Alan just got killed, and when Clarice was about to be killed as well. I couldn't believe you were skipping. It looked insane. Frankly, I thought of punching you in the face. I see. No, wait a minute. Did you really think that, Excella? Yes. If Clarice had died due to that, I was going to wallop Lord Hero in the face. Moreover, wallop. Takashi was shocked. As expected, from a human's point of view, they will think, what is he doing? Gross. It was sad. He was trying. It had been his very best. Then Excella smiled at him, but as a result, Clarice was saved. A sword master or a grand sorcerer couldn't have saved Clarice under such circumstances. In this world, there is only Lord Hero. Then, Excella clasped Takashi's hand with both of her hands. I believe in you. In Lord Hero's power. Takashi nodded broadly to Excella, maintaining the smile on her face. She put her hand on her bosom, took out a flower, and offered it to him. What's this? It's a flower from the garden. Please put it in your hair if you would like. I hope it adds a little bit of cuteness. Takashi did as he was told. He put the flower in his hair, then turned to Ornio and asked, how is it? No, well, I think it is cute. Not so good, right? Let's not. The princess pouted at Ornio's reaction. Or rather, Your Highness. I don't think that is what cuteness is all about. Is that so? I apologize. No. I could understand your feelings. Thank you, Excella. Although he removed the flower from his hair, Takashi still felt encouraged by her. One day, 30 years ago, Gaga met a girl in the forest. Mr. Snake. Mr. Snake, you have such a cool face, you know. The little girl, not even half Garaga's height, looked up at him and said such things. Humans feared and abhorred the basilisk race Gaga was part of, and Gaga himself was taught from an early age by his parents that humans were slaves or food. And yet, I am Mimi. Nice to meet you, you know. The girl was not afraid of Gaga and even smiled at him. He thought about eating her, but the sight of the small, skinny Mimi made him lose his appetite. Mimi took the liberty of telling him her personal story, even though Gaga had not asked her about it. She had been living with her grandfather in a cabin in the forest, but he had died of an illness about a month ago. That's why Mimi, you know, was very lonely. But, I'm so glad I met Gaga. I don't get what you mean. Whenever he went hunting for beasts in the forest, he always met Mimi. Gaga. You're looking good again today, you know. You're being too familiar. Don't talk to me, human. Good morning, Gaga. Spring is warm and fluffy, you know. Shut up. I'll eat you. Good evening, Gaga. It's snowing today. It's cold, you know. I don't care, idiot. Gaga was unfriendly, and no one, not even humans or demons, was willing to talk to him. No one except for Mimi. As he spent time with Mimi, Garaga's way of thinking began to change. He was taught that humans' value was nothing more than slaves or food. However, he did not feel bad when he was with Mimi. He did not dislike seeing Mimi's delighted face when he picked fruit from tall trees. However, his parents were worried about him. Gaga. It seems you've been playing with humans in the forest. Haven't you? You shouldn't play with food. Despite their repeated admonitions, Gaga didn't care. Seeing Mimi in the forest had somehow become a source of pleasure for him. One day, however, Garaga's parents stopped saying anything about Mimi, and Gaga no longer saw Mimi in the forest. A short time later, Gaga found Mimi's torn clothes in the kitchen of their house. Holding Mimi's clothes, Gaga inquired with his parents. That was super 5 days ago. Ha ha ha. Gaga, you ate it like it was a delicacy. His parents' words did not come as much of a surprise. I see. The meat from that time. The meat that I thought had a different texture from that of animals. Ridiculous. No wonder he could not find her when he searched around. Because I was the one who ate her. She couldn't be found because I already ate her. No matter how hard I searched, there was no way I could find her. But what on earth exactly did Mimi taste like? He couldn't remember much. As he tried to remember, his mouth felt salty, as if it was flooding with seawater, and he vomited violently. Years have passed since then. However, Gaga could never get used to the unpleasant taste that chafed the mucous membranes of his tongue. In the morning, as soon as he woke up, Gaga vomited the contents of his stomach into a bucket. It had always been like that. The saltiness was especially strong upon waking up. Wiping his mouth with his arm, Gaga grinned while breathing heavily. I'm going to get rid of this shitty disease today. If I kill Suzuki, everything will change. When Gaga arrived at the training grounds, he found the place crammed with hordes of demons. It seemed that they all knew that Suzuki would be participating in a military duel. Even those who don't usually come to the training grounds because they seem to hate training. Could it be that he's rallying all the members of the Thunderlance Charge? The junior soldiers were looking at Gaga from afar and whispering secretly with each other. When Gaga looked at them, they quickly looked away. In contrast to Garaga's usual unapproachable self, Suzuki was surrounded by a group of demons with worried expressions on their faces. There was even Nefa and the top brass Miyukiru sisters. It's dangerous, you know, Suzuki. You shouldn't do this. Miyukiru. Thank you, but this is how I'll settle it with Gaga. That's a very bold statement. However, the Miyukiru sisters seem to really want Suzuki to call off the duel. Suzuki, I know your slave was murdered, right? That's why I found you another slave. Kairu pushed a middle-aged man with a large mole on his face in front of Suzuki. The man bowed his head. My liege. I'll be in your care. No, you see. That's not what this is about, Kairu. Miyu laughed as she kicked away the middle-aged man that Kairu had brought with her. You don't understand, my elder sister, because Suzuki is a boy. Of course, it's better if he is fixed with a woman, isn't it? Miyu presented a voluptuous, erotic woman with large breasts in front of Suzuki. The woman gazed at Suzuki with eyes like a dead fish. From now on, please use me as your sex slave, Lord Suzuki. Like I said, that's not what this is about. In front of the angry Suzuki, Nefa, the commander of the Thunderlance Charge, smiled confidently. You fools, you don't understand how Suzuki feels. Can't you see? Suzuki's slave, Alan, is dead. You have to consider that. Nefa then presented a very young boy to Suzuki. This is Iren. His name is similar to Alan's, isn't it? You are satisfied now, right? Suzuki, now you can call off the duel. No, I'm not satisfied at all. You don't know how I feel about any of this, do you? Suzuki raised his voice as if he couldn't stand it any longer. Then he noticed Gaga laughing at him with a k, and gave him a scowling look. For Kate and Clarice, Alan was irreplaceable. He was so indispensable. Hearing such a shout, Gaga gnawed his teeth together. He's talking silly nonsense. My nausea that had subsided has returned. Well, then, when you're both ready, please come this way. The cat-eared female beast man who usually takes the role of referee appeared again today, wagging her tail, and led Suzuki and Gaga to the center of the training grounds. Surrounded by so many demons, Suzuki seemed a little nervous. Some of them, if not more, were cheering for Suzuki. Now, both of you face each other. For what it's worth, it's all going according to my plan. I'm going to kill you right now, human. However, just before the battle began, Gaga noticed that Suzuki was unarmed. Hey, shitty brat. How are you going to fight me without any weapon? Combat is not all about strength. I'm going to teach you that right now. Don't you dare underestimate me. Gaga lightly slashed Suzuki's other cheek with his fingernail. Another streak of blood dripped down. The demons in the training grounds were in an uproar. That Gaga fella, he wounded Suzuki a tiny bit. That cute Suzuki. Unbelievable. He's crazy. Even the words of the audience sounded pleasant to Gaga. When he looked at Suzuki's legs, they were trembling slightly. I knew it. He's scared, ain't he? Then, from now on, the duel between Gaga and Suzuki will begin. At the same time as the cat-eared referee spoke, the training grounds filled with cheers. Most of the support was for Suzuki. Suzuki took a deep breath as the demons cheered him on. I believe in Master. Eh? What are you talking about, bastard? Then Suzuki wiped the blood from his cheek with his thumb. At some point, the trembling of Suzuki's legs had stopped. He gave Gaga a piercing glare, the one and only special technique, surpassing both attack power and magical power. That is practice. Don't talk nonsense that makes no sense to me. Gaga shouted and swung his right arm. He intended to kill Suzuki at that moment. He was overcome with a terrible sense of loathing, as if he was about to attack the evil god that served as the subject of the demonic race's faith. I don't give a damn. I'm going to kill it. Even if it's an evil god. A moment later, he let his fury take over and tried to swing his right arm out with all his might. Practices 48 gestures. Fourth gesture, hands clasping. Suzuki's whisper sounded in his ears. At the same time, Suzuki was holding Garaga's left hand. Bastard! Don't touch me with your filthy hands. However, Gaga thought that this was his chance. Before Suzuki's ability activated, he would drown himself in a sea of anger and cut off his head. With this in mind, Gaga looked at Suzuki. Moron. An impossible sight stopped Garaga's movements. Until now, he had been fighting against Suzuki. And yet, right in front of his eyes, Gaga. Long time no see, you know. Mimi was holding Garaga's left hand. The young Mimi spoke to Gaga with that same smile. Let's play. Gaga, the dreadful-like emotion rising from the pit of his stomach caused his fangs to rattle. Georgia. Gaga screamed in an attempt to erase the illusion in front of his eyes. It worked. Mimi was gone, and in her place stood the loathsome Suzuki. This sorcerer familiar. He was unexpectedly holding one of his hands just now. Perhaps that was the trigger for the illusion to activate. He wouldn't let that happen next time. Gaga raised both hands, showing off his sharp claws, high in the air. Wicked serpent cross-claw guillotine. Garaga's signature strike, which cuts through the target with both claws crossing each other, was aimed at Suzuki. However, before Garaga's arms could reach the target, Suzuki murmured. Practices 48 gestures. 25th gesture, puffy face. Suddenly, Suzuki's cheeks puffed up in anger. A demon in the audience could be heard exclaiming, "How cute! What in the hell is so cute about it?" "Stupid idiot!" Gaga shouted. "You've got to be kidding me, you son of a bitch. I'm going to slice your face off in one fell swoop." Gaga made up his mind to do so, but then realized that Mimi was standing in front of him. Once again. "Gee, Gaga, you've got to stop screwing around, you know." Mimi's cheeks were red like apples, showing that she was angry. It was the same as 30 years ago. Just like in his memory, Mimi's realism shook Gaga to his core. The raised arms lowered without any force. "Suzuki, looks like Mimi. No, I'm a moron. This bastard is a man. He's not even the same age as Mimi. And they don't look anything alike." Garaga's frustration was at its peak. With bloodshot eyes, he extended his left arm forward. "Fine, one arm, I'll let you have it." Without hesitation, Gaga sliced off his left arm with his sharp claws. Blood gushed out. The demons were surprised by Garaga's strange behavior. Intense pain interferes with the illusion. "No more. Your techniques won't work anymore." Gaga, a silver rank soldier, knew how to break the enemy's illusions from his many combat experiences. The pain of losing his arm was outweighed by the thrill of blocking Suzuki's technique. Gaga looked at his hated enemy with a grin on his face. Suzuki's eyes filled with tears as he stared at Gaga with concern. That looks painful. You know. Are you okay, Gaga?" At the same time, he heard Mimi's voice. Suzuki must have spoken imitating Mimi's voice. His stomach was churning. "You've got to be kidding me. You fucking brat. You're disgusting." As he was about to pull his arm back, determined to kill him this time, Gaga saw another unbelievable sight. A young Mimi was standing next to Gaga. Mimi had moved away from Suzuki and was looking up at Gaga from right beside him. Practices 48 gestures. 13th gesture, tearful eyes. Mimi split from Suzuki. What the heck? Wasn't it an illusion sorcery? Like Suzuki, Mimi had tears in her eyes and looked at Gaga with concern. Mimi's image was clearly visible without any blurring. "A ghost? Is this guy a necromancer?" "No, he's not. This is something else." Gaga was having difficulty breathing. It was not an illusion sorcery. Perhaps it was also different from a spiritism technique. Suzuki's technique did not conform to Garaga's knowledge of sorceries. Hey, Garaga, do you want me to bring you some medicine? It does not matter if it is a hallucination or a ghost. Rather than Suzuki in front of him, he thought he had to deal with Mimi first. Garaga swung his arm around and tried to slash Mimi. Damn you, do not look at me that way. However, the moment Garaga's claws struck Mimi, she disappeared without a trace. The next moment, she was standing on the opposite side from where she had been. Garaga, your arm is bleeding, you know. Bastard. This time, he aimed at the head and delivered a thrust. Gee, cut it out. Please, we need to get you patched up quickly. Just when he thought he had for sure hit, Mimi disappeared again and was now standing right next to Garaga. The attack was not successful, but while attacking, Garaga realized something decisive. I understand. I knew it was all a hoax. Garaga laughed loudly. That's Suzuki. He got carried away and dug his own grave. Medicine? Patch you up, was it? Mimi would never say such a thing to me. What kind of person would be worried about an enemy who has eaten her? That statement proved that it wasn't the real Mimi. He had seen through Suzuki's shallow technique. You moron. Mimi is full of resentment and hatred towards me. Garaga was convinced that he had seen through Suzuki's technique. Even so, Mimi's illusion would not disappear. I do not care. Then, I'll eat you again. I'll swallow you whole. In front of the young Mimi, Garaga opened his big mouth. He tried to bite her head off. Begone, imposter. The moment Garaga was piercing her with his own fangs, he saw, it was Mimi, smiling innocently at him. Why you? Seeing her smile, a perfect replica of the one she had 30 years ago, a sense of dread ran through Garaga's body. The gentle smile that stuck in his mind made him stop moving. For the first time in his life, Garaga experienced complete terror and collapsed, leaving his mouth open as if it were about to take a bite out of Mimi. Why are you smiling? How can you have a smile on your face like that? I ate you, didn't I? And I was just about to eat you. Right now. Mimi looked at Garaga with a curious expression on her face. What do you mean? Why? Isn't it obvious? Mimi beamed with a big smile. It's because I love you. Garaga. That's right. Mimi was smiling. She must be smiling. He was sure Mimi had forgiven him for eating her and was smiling, just like that time. Garaga reached out with a trembling hand to the small Mimi in front of him. I also. I finally understand why I've had that salty taste in my mouth for so long. Love you. Tears welled up in Garaga's eyes. Tears, which he had swallowed for 30 years, fell uncontrollably down his eyes, soaking the ground. Pritus's 48 gestures, final gesture, radiant smile. He heard Suzuki's voice and looked up. Mimi had disappeared, and Suzuki was standing in front of Garaga, who was kneeling down. Garaga could feel that Suzuki had a sad look on his face. The surrounding demons began to make a commotion. Hey! Garaga kneeled down. Unbelievable. He's crying. I mean, that guy confessed to Suzuki that he liked him at the end, right? Not to him. You idiot. However, he didn't think it was necessary to bother to say such a thing. Garaga was feeling wonderful right now. He wanted to enjoy this feeling in silence for a while. Before long, the cat-eared referee raised her hand and announced Aeum. Garaga cried and told Suzuki that the winner of the military duel is Suzuki. The roar of the demons' cheers reverberated through the training grounds. Chapter 7 Promises. In the Western-style house given to Takashi by his master, Nefa, when he stepped out of the garden, the countryside spread out before his eyes under the gentle sunlight. Looking over the vast expanse of land, Takashi felt deeply moved. All this is my domain. Nefa nodded her head next to Takashi. You have defeated Garaga and have become a silver rank soldier. It is only natural that those who are capable should be rewarded accordingly. Nefa spoke nonchalantly, but she seemed pleased. Takashi thought it might be the satisfying feeling of seeing her personal familiar proving himself and going up the ranks. Still, it was very generous of them to give him all the land within sight of the villa. Behind Takashi, the Miyukiru sisters also expressed their delight. It's great, Suzuki. I'm really happy for you. No, thank you. He thanked the demons honestly. When he did, Kairu smiled at him brightly. If it's this big, you can poop anywhere, anytime, for as long as you want. No. How long are you going to go about that? I've become a high-ranking soldier. Haven't I? Please stop saying things like that. Am I bad? But, I'm worried about your health. He was not so happy about it. He was afraid that no matter how high he rose in the ranks, he'd still be like a pet to Kairu. Furthermore, Miyu hesitantly asked Takashi. Suzuki, you're gonna have a relationship with Gaga from now on, aren't you? Huh? That's impossible. But, Gaga, declared to Suzuki. Maybe Suzuki isn't too satisfied about it. That's not what he meant. Then, what did he mean? That was. Takashi was not certain how Garaga's state of mind was affected by Pritus's influence. Even so, Takashi thought Garaga must have been confronted by his own past during the battle. In any case, Garaga and I don't have that kind of relationship. If so, I'm glad. Miyu then wrapped her arms around Takashi's arm. Nefa glared at Miyu and cleared her throat. Miyu hurriedly and panickedly let go of Takashi's arm. That Garaga, though. He requested to resign from the Thunder Lance charge. Really? Garaga, resigned? Why? The Miyu Kairu sisters were astonished. Takashi, of course, was also surprised. His reasons were because the taste has vanished apparently. I don't understand what he meant by that. After saying it, Nefa tilted her head in wonderment. Kairu made a smug face. I think he was frustrated because he lost to Suzuki and dropped a rank. No, that's not right. He saw Garaga's tears that day, and then, the refreshing expression on his face. As if he had finally gotten over something. Garaga must have made peace with his past and ventured in a new direction. Takashi was convinced of this. And he had another belief. Garaga may not eat humans ever again. What makes you think that? Takashi smiled at Nefera's question. Just because. Then Takashi looked up at the wide sky, feeling refreshed. All right, I have to take a new step forward. After separating from Nefa and the others and returning to the villa, Takashi discussed the situation with Excella, Ornio, and Kate, who was holding Clarisse, in the reception room on the first floor. Excella smiled graciously at Takashi. I heard that in addition to the vast territory, the number of slaves you can own has increased. It is truly wonderful. No. It's all thanks to my master's Pritus. Takashi humbly sipped the tea Excella had brewed for him. After the battle with Gaga, Takashi, with the help of Nefera's favor, was allowed to have 15 slaves, 3 more than the limit of slaves that silver rank soldiers were allowed to have. Ornio stroked his beard in satisfaction. With this, we'll be able to save even more humans. That's the thing, though. I think there is a limit to the number of slaves one can have. Takashi stood up, walked to the window, and beckoned everyone to join him. He looked out the window and said, I wonder if we could turn this vast domain into a village, and put all the slaves and the people who would be used as food here to work. I think, if we do that, we can save a lot more people. Kate hesitantly addressed Takashi. That's a wonderful idea, but, is such a thing permissible? I've thought it through. We give a percentage of the crops we produce from farming to the Thunder Lance charge, like paying a tribute. I see. If it works, then maybe we'll be able to negotiate with the demons. Ornio nodded his head in agreement with Takashi's idea. Takashi looked out the window and talked about the vision he had in his head. I want to turn this place into a village where people can live in peace and security. The people could build houses, raise animals, and grow crops. He then noticed that Excella stood next to him, her eyes shining. It is like a dream. If that were to happen, it would save dozens, if not hundreds of times more lives. Even so, within all of Lirun, he could only save a fraction of the lives. It may be mere self-satisfaction. Nevertheless, Takashi was determined to take action anyway. Otherwise, nothing will ever change. I can see it. I can see so many people living peacefully here. Excella said, deeply moved. Clarisse was sleeping peacefully in Kate's arms. Everyone remained quiet and thoughtful for a moment. The moment was peaceful and calm. Suddenly, Excella held up her index finger as if in a fit of inspiration. Eureka! Let's name the village Suzukaland. Suddenly, Takashi felt as if time had stopped and furrowed his brow. Excella's naming sense is pretty bad. Not only Takashi, but Ornio and Kate were also perturbed. It sounds kind of cheap. Somehow, it gives the impression of a spectacle, doesn't it? Clarisse, who had been sleeping peacefully, began to cry loudly. Witnessing such a scene, Excella's eyes threatened to spill tears. I don't have a naming sense, don't I? What? Kate and Ornio were dismayed to see the weeping face of the former third princess of Lirun. No, perish the thought. Right, Lord Ornio? Hoo-ha. I did not mean anything of the sort. You are Lord Hero. Yes. It's a good idea. Suzukaland. Excella looked up at Takashi with teary eyes. Are you being honest? Yes, it's not as bad as it sounds. If I had to say whether it's good or bad, I would say that it seems to be leaning a little bit in the good direction. Takashi nervously babbled on, his words ambiguous as to whether he was praising or ridiculing her. Even so, Excella displayed a flowery smile. I'm glad. Then, Suzukaland it is. It's settled. The name is strange, like an amusement park. Well, it doesn't matter what it's called. Yeah. Section. In her room inside the Sinus Castle, Nefa was reading with her back straight. Her eyes darted over the boldly written text. Listening to the familiar and doing whatever he tells you is not always the right thing to do. Sometimes it is necessary to be strict with the familiar for his own good. Oh ho! It's instructive. Whoa! Nefa put the book on the table, feeling impressed. The cover of the book read How to Train a Graceful Familiar by Surano, the most intelligent demon in the Demon Lord's army. Had authored several books to educate the demons in the army. Nefa had never read such a self-help book before. However, in order to be a good master for Suzuki, she picked up Surano's book and opened its pages to continue reading. On the evening of that day, Suzuki visited Nefa in her room to describe the contents of his proposal. Oh, you want to build a human village, called Suzukaland, in your territory? As I said before, I'll offer half of the vegetables, fruits, and whatever else I harvest to the Thunderlance charge. Not a bad proposition, right? Food provision. It wasn't just not bad, it was also an unsolicited proposal. But, oops, my mistake. I have to strictly enforce discipline. Nefa put on a serious face and turned towards Suzuki. Is this really the case? Could it possibly be a plan like, gather the humans in your territory and plot rebellion against the Thunderlance charge? That's not what I'm doing. I meant that there may be demons who think that way. Nefa looked away from the flustered Suzuki and softened her tone a tad. Not long after you joined the Thunderlance charge, you defeated Gaga and became a silver rank soldier. Your promotion in such a short time is unparalleled. I am proud that you are my familiar. Thank you. Therefore, I do not want to arouse suspicion from other demons. This was the carrot and the stick principle described in Surano's book. And this was Nefa's true intention as well. Suzuki was not only a cute and adorable familiar but also one worthy of her pride. She didn't want anyone around her to talk badly about him behind her back. For that reason, I can't allow such a request. Yes, it's a little harsh. But it's for Suzuki's sake. At that time, a knocking sound rhythmically echoed, counteracting the somewhat heavy atmosphere. With Nefa's permission, the Miyukiru sisters entered. Lady Nefa, I apologize. What should we do with these guys? Saying this, Kairu randomly pulled people chained together. 3 people staggered around. A middle-aged man with a large mole on his face, a woman with breasts so large they threatened to tear off her slave's clothes, and a very young boy. Hey, do not bring any humans into the room except Suzuki. I am sorry, Lady Nefa. But I was thinking about what we should do with them. You see, before Suzuki fought Gaga, I made arrangements for this middle-aged man to persuade Suzuki to stop his recklessness. Miyu for this slave woman. Lady Nefa for the little one. Didn't you? Now that she mentioned it, the human child looked familiar. That's right. Isn't it? I was trying to discourage Suzuki from fighting Gaga. However, in the end, Suzuki won overwhelmingly against Gaga, which meant that they no longer have a role to play. Would all three of them be sent to the human flesh trader? Immediately after hearing those words, Suzuki's expression changed and he leapt in front of the three of them. Wait. All of them. We'll take them in. All three of them? Hey, Suzuki. If you keep taking in tons of people because you feel sorry for them, won't your villa become overcrowded? That's why. I was talking to Nefa about building a human village in my territory. Nefa let out a sigh. It seemed that Suzuki had not given up yet. That's right. Miyu and Kaoru should chide him too. Suzuki keeps saying that he will build Suzukaland and he's not listening to me. You geese should say something to him, too. Suzukaland, eh? What's that? That's weird. It doesn't matter what it's called. It could be advantageous to the Thunderlance charge, too, you know. Suzuki was desperately appealing to the Miyukaru sisters. The earnestness with which he was trying his best was adorable and cute. As Nefa stared at Suzuki, Kaoru burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I understand. It's all about that thing, right? You're going to create a place where both humans and demons can enjoy themselves, right? Well, I guess it's something like that. Miyu nodded smilingly. Sounds like fun. You know. What? You guys. By any chance, do you agree with him? Nefa, inwardly impatient, said to the Miyukaru sisters, you guys, don't say something so irresponsible. If a human uprising were to occur in Suzukaland, are you planning to take responsibility? Oh, ye are. Then, in that case, I'll be keeping a close eye on Suzukaland from now on. Me too. Huh? Then they both smiled at Suzuki. We're on Suzuki's side. Suzuki, we'll support you. Thank you, Miyu, Kaoru. Suzuki's eyes sparkled with happiness as he grasped the sisters' hands. The Miyukaru sisters also smiled, embarrassed, as they shook Suzuki's hand. Wait to receive a handshake from Suzuki. I'm so jealous. Nefa then looked at the situation from a broader perspective. This made her look like a stubborn and disagreeable boss who is the only one inflexible. I didn't oppose it for no reason at all. I had to as a precautionary measure. It's fine. Leave it all to us. That's right. We'll see to it that there is no rebellion nor anything like that. I see. However, if that's the case, I should probably keep an eye on Suzukaland too. Lady Nefa is very busy, so we'll handle it. It will be fine. That's right. Since Lady Nefa is the commander, we will take care of the rest. Mean left out? You intend to have me left out? Watching the three of them talking in harmony about the future of Suzukaland, I, too, definitely, will be going to keep an ear. Nefa exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Nefa seemed angry, but somehow it all worked out. Takashi walked around, surveying the vastness of his territory. It had been several days since he had received permission from Nefa to run Suzukaland. Ornio and Excella were in charge of deciding whom and where in the territory everyone should be assigned. He found out that there was a butcher block, which offered even worse treatment than the slave block. The inhabitants of Suzukaland were people brought mainly from that block. At first, they were puzzled, but as soon as they listened to the plan, they quickly accepted the situation. They started creating their own living spaces by bringing in undamaged furniture from their former homes. This is a list of the current residents of Suzukaland. Ornio, walking next to Suzuki, handed him a bundle of straw papers. The people's names, gender, and assigned duties were written on the paper. There are quite a lot of them now, but I need to make sure I know who all of them are. As Suzuki walked with Ornio, the Miyukaru sisters followed a few steps behind. Although they called it monitoring, Kaoru was humming, and Miyu was playing with her hair while doing it. A middle-aged woman who was tilling the soil in the field approached Takashi. Lord Suzuki. Good morning. Morning. This is Ellie. She's the one growing grains over there. Then after walking for a while, Ornio pointed to a pond in the distance. That's Jake over there. He was assigned to take care and manage the fish. Yes. Now it's starting to feel more like a village. Takashi felt deeply moved, but then he heard a sigh with a fewer and looked back at the Miyukaru sisters walking behind him. The sisters seemed somewhat dissatisfied. So boring. You know, right? You know, Kairu, it's not about it being boring or something like that. Hey, Suzuki. There's a man over there in the field, right? You. Takashi looked at the straw papers and matched the location to find out the name of the worker and said, that man must be Mr. Glenn. He was working with a hoe and sweating from his forehead. He looked like a nice young man, a little older than Takashi. Kairu picked up a huge stone, bounced it up and down in her hand, and said, "Is it okay if I hit Glenn with this rock?" "No, what for?" Takashi immediately moved toward her, trying his best to stop Kairu, who was already in pitching form. Kairu stopped her action at his efforts and waved her index finger sideways near his face indicating TSK. "This is for the best of Suzukaland. I think we need some kind of attraction. So, we could attach targets to the clothes of these humans and hit them with rocks. Sounds like fun, right?" "Not at all. It's not fun." "No good?" Kairu threw down the stone she was holding. It landed on the ground with a thud. "How big a rock are you trying to throw? If you hit him with that, you'll kill Mr. Glenn." Next to Takashi, whose mouth was hanging open, Miyu was thinking with her hand on her chin. I wonder if we can come up have a better idea." "Why, you see, Miyu, Kairu, I'll think of something. Don't be such a bore, because we, too, want to help you." "Suzuki." That's right. I said I would support you, didn't I?" Takashi was perplexed. Onyo, who had been watching the situation quietly until now, carefully said, "I think it would be more resonant with the people around us if we made it sound like a village built by demons and humans together." "Well, now that you mention it, yes, that could be true." "All right, it's decided. I'll do my best to think of something." Me too. By the way, I heard that Nefera is coming to conduct an inspection tomorrow. You know. Tea tomorrow? For real? Well then, we'd better get ourselves ready for it," Kairu declared as she pounded her left palm with her right fist. Miyu turned to her elder sister and happily suggested, "Not a simple human. How about we find a rare human and bring him in?" "That's it. No, this isn't an expo. Is this really going to be alright?" In contrast to their excitement, Takashi felt an unmistakable sense of foreboding. The next day, what's with this crowd? The day of the Suzukaland audit conducted by Nefera had arrived, and yet, the surrounding area had a festive atmosphere that surprised Takashi. At a glance, more than 100 demons belonging to the Thunder Lance Charge had gathered and could be seen walking around. Damn. It must be the work of Miyu and Kairu. Takashi didn't expect demons other than Nefera to come on this day. "We will now begin the audit of Suzukaland," Nefera said. Takashi nervously swallowed his saliva. Next to him was Nefera, the commander of the Thunder Lance Charge. If he could not satisfy Nefera, the operations of Suzukaland might come to a halt. Suddenly, Nefera's hand touched Takashi's hand. She squeezed his hand tightly with great force. What? The area is overflowing with demons. It wouldn't be safe for you to get lost, you know, Nefera said with a slight blush. If she doesn't like what she sees here, it's not good. Thinking that not reciprocating might affect the audit, Takashi gently squeezed Nefera's hand back. Her hand was slightly hard, but her fingers were slender and slightly warm. Takashi was getting a little nervous and had to control his breathing. However, Nefera's breathing became even more erratic than Takashi's. She ended up gripping Takashi's hand back as if she was clamping it in a vice. "Ouch! It'll break. It's snapping." "I'm sorry." In the meantime, the Miyu-Kairu sisters arrived. Takashi felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly let go of Nefera's hand. As if on cue, Nefera also moved away from Takashi and acted as if nothing had happened. "Well then, we'll be your guides for today," the sisters announced as they started walking in front. Takashi followed the Miyu-Kairu sisters with Nefera. Kairu smiled and pointed at a man standing in front of a house. "That guy is the baldest guy in town." The man without a single hair on his head smiled shyly when Kairu introduced him. His head somewhat reflected the light of the sun as he bowed. Nefera nodded with a who. After walking for a while, Miyu pointed her finger at another person this time. That man is, you know, the fattest guy in all of Lirun. The giant man bowed humbly at the introduction. He looks like a troll. Nefera shared her impressions. The Miyukiru sisters looked happy as they went around and introduced the people to Nefera, but Takashi felt deeply troubled. No, what the hell is this? It's a freak show. Kairu soon pointed at a woman standing there. She was the woman Miya had brought to be Takashi's new slave before the duel with Gaga. This gal, from all the town, has the biggest tits. Not anymore. That's just sexual harassment. She must have tits the size of Lady Nefera's, right? Is that so? I think I'm bigger than her, though, Nefera replied, flaring her breasts a little. Don't you have any shame? Well, that's just the way it is with demons. Takashi had to do his best to avert his gaze from Nefera's profile. Miyu approached the woman, seemingly curious as to who really was bigger between Nefera and her. Hey, show me your boobs. A bit. Why yes. The woman's cheeks flushed as she pulled up her top. The woman's ample bosom was then exposed. For a moment, Takashi stared at them intently, but then he mustered all his rational faculties to tear his gaze away and shouted, "Stop stripping." Since a while ago, humans have been treated like a freak show. You've got to be kidding me. This isn't what I wanted to happen. The Miyukiru sisters, however, didn't care about Takashi's thoughts and got carried away. It would be interesting to build a human mating house, and show their sexual behavior. Naizu, the vulgarity is escalating. Don't. It's not good at all. When Takashi became furious, Kairu's mouth closed, and her expression dropped. After he let out a sigh, Takashi noticed the woman still had her breasts exposed. GG's. You can hide them now. The woman put her clothes back on when she heard him. Takashi glanced at her face and saw that she was in tears. Takashi was feeling so apologetic and lowered his head. Sorry, I forced this on you. However, the woman smiled while rubbing her eyes. No. I would have been butchered if I hadn't been invited to live in Suzukaland. I thought about how lucky I was to get away with only something like this, and I started to cry. Is that so? Yes. The two men next to me were nearly butchered. They were crying and rejoicing, saying that they were lucky to be bald or fat. I see. Of course, so was I, and when I see all these demons rejoicing while looking at and talking about my breasts, somehow, I feel like my body is on fire. She seemed to have awakened to a new fetish. Takashi was speechless at the sight and sighed again. They soon moved on, leaving the people introduced behind. Then Miyu exclaimed in high spirits, "Then, let's go to the next area, my stuffed plushies area." A long stand was set up beside the path, displaying a number of stuffed plushies in the shape of people. These, I made them. Miyu really loves stuffed plushies. This is all of them, are stuffed plushies of Suzuki. Of me? As it turned out, although the stuffed plushies were different in size, they were all the same in design. They had black hair and were wearing the same outfit Takashi always wore. I'm totally embarrassed to have my own plushie. But Suzuki is the symbol of Suzukaland, right? No, I'm not a symbol, or anything like that. While Takashi was talking with Miyu, an orc came into the stuffed plushies area. He stared at Takashi's stuffed doll and then took it in his hand. This, can I have it? For 30 gold for one. You're even taking money for it? We're going to use the money as a fund to run Suzukaland. I see. In that case, it is okay, but Takashi noticed that Nefera was breathing heavily. Should I take one too? Give me 20, or so. Binge shopping? Takashi was surprised. Nefera grabbed most of the dolls on the counter and, taking one under her arm, instructed her demons to deliver the rest to the castle. I'm glad Lady Nefera likes them. Fun. Nefera snorted at Mia in response. While grinning, Kairu asked, Lady Nefera, what do you think so far about Suzukaland? Well, I think it's good. Nefera was not wholly dissatisfied. As evidence, she was still holding one of Takashi's stuffed plushies as if she treasured it. Then, this concludes our area of jurisdiction, Kairu said as she smiled, looking proud of their work. Oh, finally, we can introduce Nefera to what is truly Suzukaland. All right, Let's go for it. From here on, Suzuki's in charge. It's not very interesting. It's interesting. Nefera. This way. Takashi led Nefera while pointing to the field with a straw paper sheet in his hand. That's Hyde. He's always out there tilling his fields. And that one is Jessica. She grows fruit. Also, over there, plowing the fields, is Palinky. We saw someone plowing the field earlier. Isn't he the same? No, like I said, that was Hyde. She's yawning. Unlike before, Nefero had clearly lost interest. Kaoru picked up a stone from somewhere and said while looking at Palinky, who was tilling his field. Lady Nefera, would you like me to try to hit him with a rock? I would. Whoa. I told you not to do that. Why do you want to hit a person working hard on a farm with a rock? No, because I thought Lady Nefera might be bored. Takashi grew a little impatient. He tapped Nefera on the shoulder, pointed to a pond in the distance, and spoke in a brighter voice. Look, Jake is fishing in the pond over there. You see, the caught fish are delivered to the Thunder Lance charge while they are still fresh. He tried his best to emphasize the advantages they could offer for the Thunder Lance charge, but Nefera's mouth hung open. Yawning again? No, I'm sorry. I just can't help it. I'm sleepy. I understand, Lady Nefera. This area is so boring. I am starting to feel really frustrated. Should I have focused more on being more entertaining? No. That was not the objective, you see. Muyu peeked at Nefera's sleepy face. Lady Nefera, perhaps, are you feeling hungry? Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. Then this way, we also have stalls. For real. They even prepared a food stand. It is possible to stroll around and eat. This is a great way to enjoy even the most boring of Suzuki's assigned areas. Don't call it boring. But I have to say, the two of you certainly have some pretty good ideas. He was pissed, but he had to admit it. The Miyukiru sisters brought them to a food stall that filled the air with aromatic smoke and savory smells. Thanks. Please come again, the goblin owner said with a smile. And the beastman who had bought the goods looked happy. Human arm, yummy. He walked next to Takashi, holding the roasted arm of a human. Takashi screamed so loudly that his voice became hoarse. That guy. What was he eating? He frantically asked. You can tell by looking at it. It's a roasted human arm. We're going to have some of that and then have a great time touring through Suzukaland. How can you eat a human arm while looking at humans? That's crazy. Stop it right now, Takashi said with all his being. They both shouted at the same time. The Miyukiru sisters looked unhappy, but Takashi resolutely removed the stall from the area. I'm tired. While Takashi was sitting and resting away from Nefera and the others, Excella and Onio arrived nearby, went up to him, and asked, how is it going, Lord Suzuki? Like this and that. Takashi told them what he just witnessed, the story of a demon that sights saw while eating a human's arm. I can't believe this. He shook his head while explaining. It's really impossible for him to understand. How absurd was that? I can't imagine such a thing happening on Earth. What were those demons even thinking? Wait. Sometimes we go around the zoo while eating frankfurters, don't we? What's the matter, Lord Suzuki? Takashi thought deeply. He felt that this other world he now lived in was totally foreign and abnormal. However, from a livestock's perspective, the world he came from might as well have been hell. I am starting to lose my mind. But I'm sure progress is being made in saving mankind. Is that so? While talking with Excella, Takashi suddenly noticed a lot of noise in his surroundings and looked in the direction the ruckus came from. The demons were gathering around Kate and staring at Clarisse, who was being held in her arms. Seeing that, Takashi stood up in a panic. Hey, Clarisse is not a sideshow. Fearing that Clarisse might be harmed, Takashi rushed to her, but as neared them, there, a snake-haired demoness was holding Clarisse's tiny hand. Next to her, a cyclops folded his arms with a gentle expression on his face. Seeing them like this, even human babies are adorable. Furthermore, a parent-son demon pair watched that, and the parent stroked her son's head. I remember when you were like that, too. Come on, Mum. Surrounded by multiple demons, Clarisse was in a good mood, jiggling and laughing. Kate was also smiling while still looking bewildered. A fiend with an insect-like face tossed the roasted human hand he had just purchased onto the grass. I'm starting to feel like this was not a good idea. You don't eat humans while looking at them like that. Takashi gazed at such a scene in a daze. Ornia made a high-spirited remark at Takashi's side. This is a wonderful change. The demon said that Clarisse, who has nothing to do with Lord Suzuki's power, was cute. Furthermore, some of them began to feel against the idea of eating human flesh while looking at a human. For sure. Takashi nodded vigorously. Ixella was also excited and she blushed a little as she enthusiastically said, "A new unprecedented ideology may spread among the demons." I see. I guess what I'm doing is starting to bear fruit little by little. He felt like all his hard work had paid off. Somehow, Nefa soon arrived. Hey, Suzuki. I think it's time for us to go home. How was it, Nefa? Suzukaland. Not a problem. All right. Suzukaland will continue to exist. As a result, everything went well. Takashi's face broke into tears. It was exactly at that time. Don't be ridiculous. A man's angry voice was heard. The demons were all in a state of confusion. What's up with that slave? Where's the owner? Did he break his chain? Takashi was curious and peeked out from among the demons to see a human youth making bizarre noises. What? Takashi's eyes met those of the rampaging humans. The man's eyes widened as he noticed Takashi, and he slowly approached him. You are the hero? The man raised his voice even more. My father was. Yesterday, he was butchered. He turned his bloodshot eyes toward Takashi and shouted, "Stop screwing with me. You are leaving everyone but those in Suzukaland to die." Takashi was unable to continue his response. How in the world could he comfort a man whose parents had been eaten? Ixella stood in front of Takashi as if protecting him. A Lord Hero said he wanted to start small. While he is taking his sweet time, people are being killed every day. If you're a hero, save them all right now. Both Ixella and Ornia were speechless. The man glared at Takashi. You hypocrite. The man's words cut through Takashi's chest. And then, a moment later, the man's head separated from his body and rolled off the ground, gushing fresh blood. Nefa kept her arm outstretched and her steely eyes fixed on the headless corpse. You little worm. Apologize with your death. What? Nefa. Suzuki is my familiar and silver rank soldier. A human spoke up against a superior soldier from the Thunder Lance charge. He deserved to die, but that doesn't mean you have to kill him. A Lord Hero. As Takashi was about to approach Nefa, Ixella tugged his arm. If you get into an argument with Lady Nefa now, you will never be able to achieve your dream. That's right. The very existence of Suzukaland, which has been finally approved, will be in jeopardy. After being admonished by Ixella and the others, Takashi regained some of his composure. After taking a deep breath, Takashi slowly approached Nefa. Nefa, let's discuss it together. That night, Nefa was waiting for Suzuki in her room at the castle of Sinus. She looked at her hand. Today, she held hands with Suzuki. Held hands. I did it. You fufafafu. Nefa shook her head widely, almost at ease. Suzuki is cute. He's so darn cute. The cutest ever. However, Nefa also had her own reputation as the commander of the Thunder Lance charge to take care of. She believed Suzuki was planning to tell her not to kill humans from now on. There are some things I can listen to and some things I really can't. It doesn't matter even if it comes from Suzuki. Among the demons, there are also human flesh dealers. A prohibition on killing humans could lead to riots. In the first place, could a demon that doesn't kill humans be called a demon? There was a knock at the door. As expected, Suzuki appeared with a serious, determined expression on his face. Nefa used her chin to point to the table. Suzuki sat down in his chair without saying a word. Nefa sat down opposite him. At any rate, she decided to strike first and give him a stern talking to. Suzuki, you are my familiar. And yet you are imposing your opinion against your master. No. I'm not giving you my opinion. I came to ask for a favor. A favor? You don't mean to tell me that you want me to stop the killing of humans, do you? Suzuki remained silent. As expected, she had hit the nail on the head. I'm sorry, Suzuki, but I have no choice but to do this. After a few moments of silence, Suzuki's voice came out as if he was trying to squeeze it out of him. I don't mean humans from all over the world, just people from this town. I refuse. There are demons in this town who make a living selling human flesh. Then you, at least, Nefera, please don't kill humans. With moist eyes, Suzuki stared at Nefera. Please, don't kill. HMPH, Nefera snorted and turned away. She couldn't look directly at Suzuki any longer. Kaiwa, so darn cute. He is a little tearful. That was also unbearable. Nefera's heart was starting to shake. She wanted to see more and more of Suzuki's cuter expressions. Haha. Despite her inner excitement, Nefera's voice was firm and cold. It's all too one-sided. How can you expect me to listen to such a request? Do you want me to get down on my knees and beg for it? With her heart pounding, Nefera got up from her seat and sat down on the bed. Come here. Then she beckoned to Suzuki. Fearfully, Suzuki approached and sat down next to Nefera. Show me proof of your loyalty. Proof of my loyalty? That's why. Here. Kiss me with your lips. Nefera presented her hand to Suzuki. I understand. Nefera was thrilled as she stretched out her arm to show the back of her hand, but Suzuki put his own face close to Nefera's, and then, wait, that's unbelievable. Suzuki's lips touched Nefera's cheek. At that moment, Kafa, a strange noise, which she had never uttered before, escaped from Nefera's mouth. Nefera fell into the bed just like that. What's wrong? Hand. I thought it would be in my hand. Is that so? Sorry. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's very fine. Nefera stared at Suzuki, fidgeting. Suzuki speaks with a shy tone. Well, you see. Will you do me this favor now? Nefera won't kill humans anymore. I won't kill them. Promise? Promise. Suzuki smiled happily and got up from the bed. Nefera quickly grabbed the hem of Suzuki's clothes. Hey, are you leaving already? I'm going to have a meeting with Excella and the rest to discuss Suzukaland, Suzuki answered. Boo, don't leave, Nefera muttered while staring at Suzuki. Suzuki tilted his head slightly in puzzlement. Boo? Did you just say boo? Nefera, what's with your unusual tone of voice? You sounded like a typical girl. She was surprised at what she heard. Because of the kiss on her cheek, her usual voice didn't come out the way it usually does. Nefera felt her face heat up beyond her boiling point. Who sounds like a typical girl? _A. In her embarrassment, Nefera raised her foot and slammed it down on the floor. The floor that was stepped on boomed with the bogoon from the tremendous power of her legs. The bed on which they had just been sitting tilted up significantly with the force of the quake. Get who you want. I am sorry. After that, Suzuki left in a hurry. In the room, where it looked like a magical beast had gone wild, Nefera gently stroked her cheek with her fingers. Kissed me. Suzuki likes. I woof him. Wrapped in the sheets of her tilted bed, Nefera writhed in secret. Chapter 8. World Savior. After leaving the Thunder Lance charge, Gaga headed for the forests of his hometown. Having lost his mother and father in the Great Human Demon War, Gaga had been left on his own. When other demons asked him why he was going back to his hometown after all these years, Gaga himself could not give a clear answer. However, there was one thing he wanted to do. Even though there's not even a bone left of her body. Gaga smiled wryly. After his duel with Suzuki, he felt an overwhelming urge to build a grave for Mimi. I wonder what I'll do after that. Gaga, by virtue of his nature, did not get along well with other members of the Basilisk race. Still, he thought it might not be a bad idea to stay in the village for a while. As the familiar forest came into view, Garaga's sense of smell, keener than a human's, picked up on a certain stench. Blood. And from his own race. Garaga approached, keeping a watchful eye out. He was surprised by what he saw from afar. The Basilisk village, only a short distance away from the forest. Human soldiers were walking around the village. Not a single member of the basilisk race was in sight. Hey, could it be that humans have conquered us? When he contrasted the current situation with the smell of his kindred blood that he sensed earlier, he reached that conclusion. However, things didn't add up. The Demon Lord's army had defeated the Empire and now controlled more than 80% of the world. He had not heard of any human offensive. Paying close attention to his surroundings, he slowly headed toward the center of the village. Looking from the corner of a dilapidated hut, he saw a group of humans in armor standing in a line. It was as if they were about to invade. "There's still a basilisk breed out here?" He heard a human voice from behind him, and Gaga turned around. 3 soldiers were standing there with tense expressions on their faces. Gaga clicked his tongue with a TSK, although he had been caught off guard by the impossible sight. It was rather imprudent of Gaga, a former silver rank, to be so careless. The soldiers drew their swords simultaneously. "That's a little dangerous, humans. But right now, I'm not in the mood." He raised his hands to show that he had no hostile intent, but as if on cue, all 3 of them jumped at him. Gaga let out a sigh with a few without taking a single step. He swung his tail in a circular motion. With that single movement, the soldiers went flying as if they had been hit with a powerful whip. Gaga raised his sharp claws in a threatening gesture. "Next time, I'll cut your throat." Who the hell are you, bastard? "I'm Gaga." "Thunder Lance Charge, Silver." He almost laughed when he called out his name. He had left the unit. He was no longer a silver rank soldier. Right, because he had lost to that weak bastard. Thunder Lance Charge, the special strike force under the direct command of the Demon Lord's army. The soldiers backed away in fear. It seemed that his usual habit of calling himself by such a name now paid off. Now he won't have to kill anyone. "I just had some business to attend to. I'm leaving." Gaga was determined to walk away from those demoralized soldiers. He wanted to. Lady Marguerite. Following the soldiers' gazes, Garaga's narrow pupils widened. With her silver hair tied back in a ponytail and swaying with the wind, there stood a sharp-eyed woman wearing silver armor that matched her hair. Since when? No, how? It was not the same as when the soldiers took his back because he was distracted earlier. He was in the middle of a battle with the soldiers. He was already highly aware and alert. This scum is a soldier of the Thunder Lance Charge. Upon receiving the soldiers' information, the woman nodded silently. Gaga was also a veteran of over 100 battles. He immediately sensed that his opponent was no ordinary human being. The woman drew her sword. The sword had such a gleam that made it clear at first glance that it was the work of a master. "Don't do this." I've decided I'm not going to kill any humans for a while. It's a good chance to see how well I could fare against a member of the Thunder Lance Charge." The woman's voice had an icy coldness to it. So uncharacteristic of humans, almost demon-like. Gaga thought to himself, "It's not going to be easy to deal with her. I'll have to sacrifice an arm." Gaga looked at the woman seriously as if they were in a duel, and his claws became sharp. The woman quietly opened her mouth again. "Acceptance is preferred." A hero's godly swordsmanship sent into this turbulent world. The woman disappeared. For a moment, he thought she had disappeared. Somehow, Gaga followed the after-image and looked behind him. The woman had already swung her sword. Divine blade. A series of sharp sounds were heard. When he looked at the woman, he saw that she had already placed her sword in its sheath. This gal. Is she human? After his vision shifted as if he had been dropped from a great height, Gaga looked at his arms and legs lying on the ground through his severed head. Even after being decapitated, Gaga, a member of the basilisk race that boasted a strong life force, was still conscious. He had never met such a strong human before. When he was in the Thunder Lance Charge, he was in awe of Nefera's overwhelming strength, but this woman was just as strong, or perhaps even stronger. The woman with icy cold eyes walked up to him. Then, she raised her foot and crushed Garaga's head without hesitation. Garaga's vision turned jet black. He was not afraid of dying. He would never have regrets when in combat. However, his only regret was not being able to build a grave for Mimi. A humming sound made Nefera look around her room. Wait, what's that? The sound did not stop. She thought maybe a small winged insect had gotten into the room, but it wasn't that. The sound was coming from a crystal ball Surano had left as a souvenir when she visited the other day. Nefa approached the crystal ball suspiciously. A moment later, the face of Surano, the chief advisor to the Demon Lord army, appeared in the crystal ball. ZZT, Gree, ZZT, Tings. Good morn. ZZT, Inka. Inside the crystal ball, Surano was smiling, not surprised at all, as expected of Nefa. Why you surprised the heck out of me? Both of Nefa's hearts were pounding rapidly. Even so, Nefa's surprise never showed on her face. As the commander of the Thunderlance charge, Nefa had mastered the art of keeping her emotions from showing on her face. At any rate, Dame Surano, are you not feeling a little cramped to be inside such a small crystal? Foo. It is as if we are having a conversation face to face, isn't it? However, I am far away from there. I'm currently in the imperial capital. What? How is that possible? This is a magical tool that I spent many years developing. It uses magic power to communicate with distant places using this crystal ball as a medium. To invent such a magical tool, as expected from Dame Surano. Well, it consumes a lot of magic power, so I can't use it for long. Although she was impressed by the genius of Surano, Nefa's face instantly tightened up. The fact that she even used such a magical tool to contact her meant that it must have been an urgent matter. Surano must have seen Nefa's serious face through her crystal ball. She also spoke with an earnest expression. In the Kaluambaru area, remnants of the Imperial Army have appeared. Kaluambaru was a cold region located far north of Lirun. After the Beast King's squad of the Demon's Lord army destroyed the nation of Kravalan, they ruled those lands. Feeling a bad premonition, Nefa hastened the conversation. And then, the rebel army that appeared was suppressed by the Beast King's squad of the Demon Lord's army. Well, that's natural. How could the martial-oriented Beast's King squad be defeated? I'm ashamed of being worried about them. She was relieved. Even so, Surano's face in the crystal ball was somber. However, the Beast King's squad of the Demon Lord's army was also annihilated. Rigas, the commander at the Beast King's squad, was killed while fighting against the enemy. He was defeated by a human? That Rigas? That can't be. It's not just Kaluambaru. Similar reports are coming in from the troops of the Demon Lord's army stationed throughout the region. The Demon Lord's army should be conquering the world smoothly, and yet, here they were, being hindered and facing the humans' counterattack. Still, it's a mystery. How is it that humans with so much power have only just begun appearing now? That's right. If they had such power, why didn't they use it in the last major war? Apparently, even the genius Surano could not figure out why. Nefa let out a small sigh. I cannot leave the Imperial City at this time. So I'm using the crystal ball to contact each location. The gaze of Surano's three eyes pierced Nefa. Nefa, do not let your guard down. I understand. Is something on the move? Something big enough to change the world? But, Nefa furrowed her brow and bit her lip. After a while, Surano's expression relaxed a little. All this gloomy talk, it's depressing, isn't it? I know. How is Suzuki doing these days? He's doing fine. That's great. Surano seemed happy to talk about Suzuki. Nefa, too, seems to have lost her gloomy mood and spoke in a relaxed manner. And he's getting higher and higher in rank, you know? That's great. Fufafu. That's right. He has already become a dependable familiar that's highly ranked even within the Thunderlance charge. Whoa, that's nice. I'm jealous. Well, to be honest, I'm also very proud of him. Nefa spoke, raising her nose from pride. How is it? Has there been any progress? Progress, you say? Because, you know, right? You guys live together, right? What in hell has that anything to do? I mean, please don't flip out on me, okay? I'm talking about a relationship between a man and a woman. Wow, me and Suzuki are not like that. For real? After a little hesitation, Nefa boldly declared. Actually, the other day Suzuki gave me a kiss. Lies. It has gotten that far. Oh boy. I'd say there is still hope. Hope? No, no. Oh boy. Surano looked very jealous. A tremendous sense of superiority swept over Nefa. That's right. She was kissed by such a cute little Suzuki. Oh boy. The two of them happily chatted, forgetting about the time. But, go Bio. On the other side of the crystal ball, Surano suddenly vomited blood from her mouth. Blood droplets adhered to the crystal ball. Dame Surano? Startled, Nefa shouted. Surano wiped the crystal ball and her mouth in agony with a napkin. If you communicate with the crystal ball for too long, your magic power will decrease and your body will suffer, and the sender loses more magic than the receiver. Go Bio. Then let's stop talking. Right. I'm afraid that when it comes to Suzuki, the conversation becomes lengthy. Bio. Lengthy. Bio. You are already even ending phrases by vomiting blood? Yes. Then, I'm going to hang up now. I'll talk to you later. Go Bio. And Bio. Surano's figure disappeared from the crystal ball. Nefa stared at the dimmed crystal ball in worry. I'm hopeless. I got carried away and made the chit-chat on the crystal ball too long. What was it? That's right. Remnants of the Imperial Army. She'd have to strengthen the town's security. Then, the biggest concern would be Suzuki's territory. If anything should happen to Suzuki, it would be a disaster. Perhaps she should place a few more silver rank soldiers around Suzuki. However, she was the commander of the Thunderlance charge. Miyu and Karu are her right-hand demons. Neither of them should be away from the castle of Sinus for long periods of time. If that's the case, she's the right person for the job. Pleased to work with you. Right in front of Takashi, Uguru bowed down and smiled awkwardly. Yeah, pleased to work with you. Takashi also returned the awkward greeting. On Nefa's orders, Uguru was dispatched to Suzukaland. Takashi's territory was located on the western edge of the outskirts of Lirun, and there were concerns that enemies might infiltrate from the outside. But what enemy? The world is almost completely controlled by the Demon Lord's army, right? Why would they strengthen their defenses after all this time? He had one more question. While they were walking to the place where Uguru would be staying, Takashi asked her about it. Uguru, did you quit being a torturer? Yeah, because Suzuki doesn't like it when I abuse humans, right? That is, as a matter of course. I don't want to do anything that Suzuki doesn't like. Takashi glanced at Uguru. Although she is a tough-looking person who is now a former torturer, she is kind to him. He was glad to hear her clearly say that she would never torture humans again. And if they are protected by Uguru, the people living in Suzukaland will feel safe, too. He didn't know how strong Uguru was. But, according to what he heard, she was even better than the silver rank soldiers. As a protector, she was extremely reliable. Takashi smiled at Uguru with a grin. Then, I'm counting on you. Please protect the people who live here. Yes, I definitely will protect them. As they walked along, they arrived at a small hill where they could enjoy a panoramic view of the interior and exterior of Lirun. Nearby was a watchtower once used by humans. This is where Uguru will stay. It was a depopulated and desolate hut. He felt somewhat sorry for letting her stay in such a place, but Uguru didn't seem to mind at all. She took out bugs from her chest as usual. 2 creepy bugs were wriggling around. Want bugs? Today, a male and a female. A mating pair. Don't need them. I see. If you need anything more, just let me know. Suzuki, you're leaving already? Takashi waved goodbye, but Uguru had a sad look on her face. I'll come visit you to play once in a while. So please keep an eye on the town. Will you? Why yes. I will work hard to protect Suzukaland. Thus, Takashi parted ways with Uguru. A few days later, I'd like to talk to you about Lady Uguru. When Excella started a conversation, right off the bat, something went wrong. Takashi thought to himself. However, Excella smiled cheerfully. It seems that she noticed wild dogs tearing up the fields and chased them away. Hyde was very grateful, and he hoped that I would pass this on to Lord Suzuki. I see. What? Uguru is trying her best? I didn't need to worry at all. Ornia stroked his own beard in satisfaction. It's about time we reap our first big harvest. The soldiers of the Thunderlance Charge will be pleased. Fish and the like were sent to the Thunderlance Charge every time, but vegetables and fruits took longer to produce. However, it would also be possible in a few more days. It's starting to feel more and more like a village. Orneo, it's not a village. It's Suzukaland. Haha, that's true. Yay. Yeah, it's a nice feeling. The name is a bit strange, though. While Takashi was smiling, Ugaru came over to him. Takashi smiled and waved to Ugaru to thank her for protecting Hyde's farm. Yo, on patrol? Yeah. There's something that's been bothering me. Ugaru pointed to the northern sky. 2 streams of red smoke were rising into the sky. What is that? I don't know. The color is unnatural for a campfire. Is Red Clan Cross? Excella muttered with a mystified look on her face. Orneo, too, was staring at the 2 smoke streams with a serious expression on his face, but his expression suddenly relaxed. Well, it's just a simple campfire. Nothing to worry about. Lady Ugaru. Hyde was very grateful. Thank you for getting rid of those wild dogs. Is that so? Fufafu. I did good. Satisfied, Ugaru returned to make her rounds. After she disappeared from their sight, both Orneo and Excella tightened their faces. Lord Hero, that was a signal called the Red Clan Cross from the former Imperial Army. It seems that the troops are trying to communicate with the people of this town. The troops? For what purpose? We'll have to go and find out. At the urging of Excella and Orneo, Takashi walked in the direction of the rising smoke. After a short time, they reached the outskirts of town, where they found a golem standing guard. That's right. The security. They said they were going to beef it up. Hiya, Suzuki. With a deep voice, the golem spoke to Takashi. Takashi tried to smile. I'd like to leave Learun for a bit to pick some seeds for my crops. Is that all right? Nope. You can't just take off on your own and leave town. The voice tone was gentle, but it was a clear refusal. Yes, it looks quite formidable. If this is how it goes, I'll. Pritus's 48 gestures. 4th gesture, hands clasping. Takashi gently wrapped his hands around the golem's angular hands. Then the golem's attitude changed completely. It's all right. It's totally all right, but since it's dangerous, I'm going with you, you know. No, you don't have to come with me. If that's the case, then it's no good as expected. The conversation was back to square one. Orneo and Excella were whispering to each other. It's pretty stubborn, huh? It's a golem trait, you know. Then, I'm going to do it. For real. Saying this, Takashi stood before the golem once again. For the stubborn monster in which his hand clasping was ineffective, it was up to Pritus to give the final push. Pritus's 48 gestures. 16th gesture, petition. Takashi tilted his head, clasped his hands together, and made a request to the golem. I beg you. Please, as a favor. Really? This is really a once-in-a-lifetime favor. I can only ask you. The golem continuously shivered, as Takashi repeatedly requested, before giving up and raising a big thumbs up. All right, I understand. You can go ahead. But be careful though. It was the first time Takashi had come outside of Learun since he arrived in this other world. Outside the town, a paved road stretched, but it was sunken in places, with grass growing in the cracks. Occasionally, what appeared to be human bones could be seen scattered around. Takashi was terrified and then felt sad as the reality of this world slapped him in the face once again, realizing the demise of the era of mankind. They continued walking until the castle of Sinus in Learun was far behind them. One could only make out its shape in the distance. Orneo muttered, there used to be a Learun fort around here. They could see remnants of solid structures and collapsed rock walls. Orneo said it used to be a fortress, but now there was no trace of such a structure. That's it, isn't it? In the corner of Excella's eye, she noticed a campfire, the source of the red smoke. The fire was burning at a distance, and the smoke was crossing in the air. Takashi carefully scanned around. The group approached the source of the smoke, but there was no one around. Orneo, I'm guessing it is this door. Probably. That's it. Excella and Orneo looked at a rotting door near the burning firewood. It was probably debris from the collapsed building. From the cracks of the chipped and rotten door, the ruins of the deserted building spread out. While Takashi wondered what they were talking about, Ornio slid half of his body through the rotting door. Soon, Ornio's figure vanished. Lord Hero, let's go this way as well. Led by Excella's hand, Takashi entered through the door as well. It was like passing through an enchanted barrier. Once behind the rotting door, the scenery changed drastically. Now, Takashi saw multiple human soldiers in front of him. He also noticed a dense formation of tents that had been set up. This is a different spatial dimension? No, it is a type of sorcery. They must be hiding in this way to protect themselves from demons. Sorcery? That's kind of amazing. Takashi once again realized that this was a fantasy world after all. Ornio gazed at the military camp as he said, "Nevertheless, I can't believe there are still people who can use such a high level of sorcery." Takashi also looked toward the camp. The soldiers who noticed Takashi and the others hung their heads, and then, as if weaving in between the soldiers, two female knights walked up to them. One was a woman in her 30s with silver hair tied in a ponytail. The other woman had silver hair as well, but this one had boyish short hair and looked much younger, around late teens. When they arrived in front of Excella, the knights got down on one knee. The older of the two spoke in a rather low voice. Former Grand Burrell Empire, Imperial Swordsmanship Instructor, Marguerite Reno. Third Princess of Lerune, Excella. Excella greeted them solemnly, exuding an air of nobility that she did not usually show. Ornio followed suit and introduced himself. Lerune, like the Empire, had been conquered by the demon kind. However, the reason why Excella had not added the word former to her title was perhaps because she took pride in the fact that she was determined to restore the kingdom. "So, Dame Marguerite, were you the one who signaled with the Red Clan Cross?" "Yes." Being the case of urgent matters, while answering Ornio's question, Marguerite took one look at Takashi. "By any chance, are you Lord Suzuki?" How did you know about me?" "I learned about you in a letter from Grand Tactician Lady Lilu Dimension." "From Master." "That someone from another world has joined the Thunder Lance Charge and is trying to disrupt it from within." Well, disrupt it, you say? That's not quite the right word." Takashi smiled dryly, but Marguerite's face remained serious. "The main reason I requested communications with the Red Clan Cross this time is because I was thinking of working together with you, Lord Suzuki, to wipe out the Thunder Lance Charge." Wipe out? That's. Excella also seemed surprised and glanced at Takashi's face. Takashi was also at a loss for a response. They had a completely different mindset from them who were trying to coexist with the demons. Ornio stepped forward. "The Thunder Lance Charge is a unit under the direct command of the Demon Lord's army that specializes in offensive operations. Arsines Castle fell in less than half a day. I doubt such a small force could wipe out the Thunder Lance Charge." The short-haired girl behind Marguerite glared at Ornio and snorted. "It seems to me that the old man is taking us lightly. Noel, watch your mouth." "Mother." Takashi realized that they were mother and daughter. No wonder they had the same hair color. Now, he couldn't help but notice the similarity in their faces. Both of them were beautiful, but Noel had a slightly more masculine look on her face. Marguerite's mouth corners raised slightly in response to Ornio. "The number of soldiers is not the only thing that counts. With the Master Swordsman Lord Tartarin as our leader, we, the Salvation Crusaders, entrusted by God with the task of saving the world, are a mighty force as powerful as 1,000 men." Salvation Crusaders? Takashi wondered at the term he heard for the first time. Meanwhile, Ornio's mouth dropped as he listened. "God's mandate to save the world?" "That's quite the tale." Ornio spoke with a doubtful face. "Since Sir Ornio was in Lerune, it is not surprising that you do not know about it. However, the world has been changing dramatically since the day the Oracle received the divine revelation from the heavens." Marguerite answered to clarify his suspicions. "A divine revelation from the heavens, was it? A divine decree descended. Their master swordsman Lord Tartarin is the true savior who emerged in this world without a hero." The world without a hero's true savior? Takashi exclaimed in surprise. He was not expecting that. "What the hell?" "My existence. They are denying my existence?" Excella also raised her voice. "A Lord Hero isn't. Lord Suzuki isn't the world's savior. Is that what you are saying? Marguerite did not answer but instead signaled one of her subordinate soldiers with her chin. Read out the sacred scriptures. A male soldier unraveled a scroll, and then he read out the contents out loud in a clear voice. The hero of salvation who was sent into the world before was not the true hero, but an imposter. An imposter? You mean me? Takashi shouted again. The reading was interrupted, and Marguerite cleared her throat. Please listen calmly. Lord Imposter. No, Lord Suzuki. What the hell? What do you mean by Lord Imposter? Lord Hero. Stay calm. You are. Let's hear what they have to say first. After being pacified by Excella and Onyo, Takashi reluctantly decided to remain silent and listen to what the so-called sacred scriptures had to say. According to divine regulations, another hero cannot be sent from another dimension, but God, in His mercy, will not forsake your world. We bestow the heavenly sword and the heavenly power upon a vessel that inhabits this earth to serve as your savior. Heavenly sword and heavenly power. What the hell? The heavenly sword is for Tartanin and the eastern lands. The heavenly power is for Xaviest, who dwells in the west. The world shall once again be led to peace through the work of the true saviors who possess the power of God. The soldier rolled up the scroll, bowed, and stepped back after finishing his task. What a Onyo, who had been smiling earlier, now muttered with a serious expression on his face. Excella was also speechless. Takashi tried to process in his mind what he had just heard. Perhaps that goddess realized she had made a mistake with the two people, Sasaki and Suzuki, after reincarnating them into another world. If that is the case, Sasaki or someone with equivalent power should be reincarnated into this world again. But divine regulations only allow one reincarnated person per world. Therefore, she had no choice but to bestow to talented individuals living in this world the ability to save the world, namely, the heavenly sword and the heavenly power as a measure to amend the lack of strength of Takashi, the reincarnated person in this world. But that doesn't mean I'm an imposter. I mean, God is probably that goddess who sent me to this other world, right? If that's the case, then she's the one to blame. It's not my fault I was sent here by mistake. Takashi wasn't sure if it was the goddess who gave the divine decree or not. However, he had a hunch that this was the case, and that thought made him angry. Marguerite turned her sharp eyes on Takashi and the others. The savior of the world, the bearer of the heavenly sword, the master swordsman Lord Tartanin, is steadily making preparations to retake the imperial capital. As part of those preparations, we, the Salvation Crusaders, have been entrusted with this operation, namely, the task of subduing the Thunder Lance charge. Ms. Marguerite, you said you saw Master Lilu's letter, right? What did Master say? After a slight hesitation, Marguerite said, she said she was willing to leave this land in Suzuki's hands. If so, nevertheless, Lord Tartanin sent us here because he wanted to save the world as soon as possible. Working together with Lord Suzuki's power to restore human society, that would be the best course of action. You're going to join forces with my power? Takashi asked at the unexpected statement. Of course. We must work together to kill all of the Thunder Lance charge demons. Takashi was astonished at Marguerite's nonchalant remark. Wait a minute please. That's ridiculous. Excella also spoke out in support of Takashi. That's right. Lord Suzuki is also already working on a plan to save Lirun. Marguerite raised an eyebrow at Excella's words. What kind of plan is it? Coexistence with demonkind. Excella's words caused a complete hush over the room. After a moment of silence. Hey, coexistence with those fiends? Of course, that's impossible. The soldiers who had been listening to the conversation laughed and stared at them. Excella blushed, but she explained, Lord Suzuki has the ability to be loved by demons. The soldiers all laughed at once. What the hell is that? Is that really what you call an ability? He really is an imposter, isn't he? Said one of the soldiers staring at them. Hearing that caused Excella to raise her voice in response while moving her gaze toward the surrounding men. An imposter? That's not the case. Lord Suzuki is. Don't worry about me. Please calm down, Excella. Takashi was glad that Excella was angry on his behalf as if she was the one who was being criticized. However, the soldiers' ridicule did not stop. and Excella shouted angrily. Enough is enough. Lord Imposter is not Suzuki at all. No. Excella, you're a bit of a wreck. You really need to calm down. Seeing Takashi and Excella like that, the soldiers laughed even harder. Marguerite called for them to quiet down in a hushed tone, but even her voice got drowned out by the soldiers' mockery. I said to quiet down. Her voice and tone were loud and booming, creating a sharp contrast from her previous calm tone. You're all fools. The power of Lord Suzuki is real. The fact that he is still alive in Lerune, where the Thunder Lance charge rules, is proof enough of that. The brawny soldiers fell silent at Marguerite's commanding words. Marguerite bowed her head to Takashi. I apologize for that. It seems that Lord Suzuki himself has some plans of his own. Looks like we'll have to revise our original plan. Takashi was relieved. They had spent a lot of time building a relationship with the Nefa and the other demons. He really wanted to avoid such a dangerous settlement as killing everyone. Phew, I'm glad Ms. Marguerite is a reasonable person. Let's take a moment to discuss the current situation. Surano, do you mind? Marguerite singled out Tornio, and the two walked to a large tent. After Marguerite and Ornio left, the soldiers led them to a small tent where Takashi and Excella sat next to each other. See, cheer up, please. Lord Hero. Yeah, I'm totally fine. Although he was acting cheerful in front of Excella, Takashi felt depressed inside. As the soldiers laughed at him, he thought his abilities were meager. Just as he was doing his best, trying to make the world a better place, God gave him notice that he was out of the job. It naturally depressed him. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside, stepping on gravel. Excuse me. While saying those words, Marguerite's daughter, Noel, entered the tent. She was holding a bottle and glasses on a tray. After placing the tray on the wooden table, Noel sat down near Takashi and Excella. I'm sorry about earlier. I hope you will forgive my soldiers for their rudeness. After speaking, she bowed her head deeply. It's fine. Since I don't mind. I think it is difficult for people to accept coexistence with demons. To be honest, even I have my doubts about how that could even be possible. I have seen the power of Lord Hero up close and personal. Coexistence is not a pipe dream. The hero's power, huh? Excuse me for a moment. Suddenly, Noel's face came close to Takashi's, leaving him perplexed. Noel's left eye was soon covered by a blue mist. Offensive power, defensive power, agility, all in single digits. Did she see my stat values? Noel apparently could see the stat values of other people. Next, she turned her attention to Excella. Princess Excella has higher stat values. No, unbelievable. I have a lower stats than Excella. I have acquired some martial arts training. Maybe being a former princess gave her access to a gifted education. But, did they make Excella run? I'm in good health, and I'm still behind? I'm shocked. The power of the Lord Hero is different from that of simple military might. I see. That was my bad. Noel took the glasses from the tray and offered them to Takashi and Excella. This is my apology. Noel tilted the bottle. The red liquid was poured into Takashi and Excella's glasses. The Empire is proud of its wines. It tastes good. I will have some. Perhaps a little excited, she took the glass from him as if to snatch it away. Takashi was surprised when she sipped it as if it were natural. How old are you? Excella? I'll be 16 this year. She's 1 year younger than me, and yet she drinks alcohol. This is not the world where he came from. Takashi kept his mouth shut, feeling that it was wrong to go into details about her alcohol drinking. Noel gave him a curious look. You won't drink? She asked. I'll pass. How old are you, Suzuki? I'm 17 years old. But, Takashi started but was cut off by Noel's words. I'm the same age as you. You at least know how to drink, right? In this world, it is not against the law. Still, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Takashi declined the wine. I hate to say it, but you really are not a hero. Noel laughed as if looking at something funny. I've always thought that in order to bring peace to the world, you needed to be strong enough to bring down and annihilate the demons, and to become a splendid knight like my mother. I've been working hard every day, but, well, Most people would think like that. Takashi thought back to Marguerite from a while ago. She was a woman, but she had the air no less than that of a strong man. It might be somewhat similar to Nefa leading the Thunder Lance charge. It was so impressive. Ms. Marguerite, Mother is strong. She is leading the Salvation Crusaders with strength, as just one woman. She even killed a high-ranked demon the other day. I have always admired her and aspired to be like her someday. Noel was happy to talk about it. Takashi thought that she must really respect her mother. Mother is a skilled user of Tenjin, which she inherited from Lord D'Artagnan. Tenjin? It's a holy aura. That's right. If you are truly a hero, you may awaken tremendous power. Wanna give it a try? Ah, really? Then let's do it. Noel put her hands together and concentrated. Her hands became enveloped in a blue mist. Ooh, that's aura. Noel placed her hands directly over Takashi's head. Then all of a sudden, I'll murder you. I'll murder you. I'll murder all of you. A man's voice that sounded familiar kept replaying in his head. Takashi's head ached with pain. Ah, boo. Ah, I feel nauseous. Are you okay? When Noel let go of her hand, the nausea and headache subsided. It seems that your body is rejecting Tenjin. According to Noel, most people can receive Tenjin itself. However, Takashi seemed to have an unusual constitution that did not allow him to receive Tenjin itself. Even if you can receive Tenjin, it is very difficult to master. Even when granted Tenjin, most people cannot make use of even 10% of its power. In fact, my mother granted me Tenjin as well, but Noel slammed his trembling fist down onto the wooden table. Ah, how frustrating. I loathe myself for not inheriting my mother's tremendous talent. See, calm down, Noel. If only I had been born a man to begin with, I could have been much more useful to my mother. After complaining a lot, Takashi spoke to Noel, who looked really frustrated and depressed. Noel, you really like Marguerite, don't you? I don't think that like is the right word. Mother is my ideal, my inspiration. Noel spoke with a distant look on her face. On the battlefield, she can appear ruthless at times. But, Mother is really kind. I'm kinda jealous of you. What do you mean? No, because I have been alone since I can remember. Takashi was an orphan with no family. Although the foster caretakers at the orphanage were kind to him, he grew up without knowing the love of his parents. So you don't know what your parents look like? I don't know. They threw me away. Surely I was a hindrance for them, right? Takashi laughed bitterly as he scratched his cheek with his finger. Noel shook her head sharply. That's not true. There must have been a deeper reason why they couldn't raise you, Noel declared with a very serious expression on her face. No parent would treat their child as a hindrance. I absolutely think so. I see. Takashi thought that even though Noel was fiery and passionate, she was a good and pure girl. He had never talked to anyone close to his own age before since coming to this world, except for Excella. Noel was also thinking about the future of humanity, albeit in a different way from him. Takashi was happy to see that they had developed a sense of comradeship. Suddenly, Excella leaned on Takashi's shoulder. Ha! Excella? Excella softly breathed while sleeping on Takashi's shoulder. She must be drunk. Noel smiled and pulled a nearby blanket over Excella. Takashi looked at Excella's glass. More than half of the wine was still left. What? Isn't she a lightweight? As she laughed, Noel said to Takashi, it's already late today, take a rest. It's all right. Yeah, but Nefa and the rest will be worried if I don't come home. Thanks, Noel. But I'm leaving. I see. Well then, let's work hard with each other. For the sake of humanity. Noel held up a glass of wine toward Takashi. Takashi hesitated to accept the glass, but a token to our friendship. That's right. Takashi accepted the glass, feeling rejuvenated by Noel's words. Noel clinked her glass. For the future of mankind. Yeah. Cheers. After clinking glasses, Takashi sipped wine for the first time in his life. He thought it was bitter and not tasty at all. But when he saw Noel emptying her glass in one gulp, he decided to do the same. I knew it. This is bad. You may have to be an adult to appreciate the taste. Takashi put down his glass and looked at the sleeping Excella. Excella, we should get going. Excella. He tried to shake her awake, but he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed on top of her. Huh? Then Takashi lost consciousness. The main camp, away from the tent of the hero and Noel, in a spacious tent that could accommodate up to 10 people, Ornio sat facing Marguerite. Honestly, what are your thoughts on this, Sir Ornio? Marguerite turned her sharp eyes toward Ornio. His plan to coexist with the demons seems like a pipe dream to me. Indeed. So Dame Marguerite's true intentions are different from what she had just told the soldiers? That's why she wanted to clear the room and talk alone with him. It is certainly not surprising that Marguerite would think so. Ornio himself used to think like that in the beginning. Ornio felt that if it truly was like that, he would have to explain the abilities of the hero to her. My thoughts are the same as Lord Suzuki's. I think coexistence with demonkind is possible. Marguerite looked a little surprised, then shook her head lightly. Fire and water are incompatible. You can either extinguish the fire by dousing water over it or vaporize water by heating it over the fire. There is only one or the other. If you heat tea leaves with water over a fire, you can make a good cup of tea. That is a bunch of nonsense. Lord Suzuki successfully built a village where only humans could live right inside Lirun, a land that had been conquered by the Demon Lord's army. The coexistence with the demons had already begun. Ornio spoke carefully about Suzukaland and what the hero was doing there. Even so, Marguerite's expression remained unsettled. Ornio smiled wryly. I understand how you feel, Dame Marguerite. Until I met Lord Suzuki, I had never thought of coexisting with a demon. Ornio looked Marguerite squarely in the eyes. According to the divine message, Lord Suzuki is not a hero. But I do not agree. I believe that Lord Suzuki is one of the heroes who will save this world. Can you really call yourself a hero if you have no combat power? What is not the only way? Marguerite shrugged. She stood up from her seat as if to freshen up and returned with glasses and a bottle of alcohol. Let's take a little break. Here you go. Marguerite poured a glass of wine. Ornio accepted the wine with a smile, smelled the aroma, and inspected it under the light. It has a good color, but the aroma is not so good. Ornio dumped the wine over. A purple stain spread on the ground. I smell a sleeping drug. Do you intend to invade Lirun while we are knocked out? You are very paranoid, aren't you? I would never do such. I am certain of my nose. I was also the princess's poison tester. Suddenly, Marguerite's expression changed. She turned her cold gaze on Ornio and said, without a trace of apology, you should just drink and fall asleep. Marguerite clapped her hands twice, and her men in armor entered the tent. Marguerite gave orders to her subordinates. We will now execute our original plan. Eliminate all demons in Lirun. The soldiers saluted and left the tent. Ornio said hurriedly, wait. There are many humans living in Lirun. If you attack now, they will suffer as well. We have been entrusted by Lord Tartanin with the duty of destroying the Thunder Lance charge. How can you overlook the fact that there are ways to save lives without spilling too much blood? There has never been a revolution in history without bloodshed. Nevertheless, Dame Lilu said it. Lord Suzuki has the potential to do it. Is this about coexisting with the demons? I am disgusted. That is the thinking of a bastard who has surrendered to the power of demons and lost his dignity as a human being. That's not true. You are mistaken, I assure you. Even Grand Tactician Lilu Dimension has fallen. Such naive thinking cannot save the world. Only by eliminating all the demons will mankind prosper. Marguerite turned her icy gaze in the direction of Lirun. The bastards of Lirun, with their foolish ideas of coexistence and their flattery of the Demon Lord's army. They are just as guilty as the demons. Impossible. You want to kill the people in the town too? Dame Marguerite, calm down. We must work together with Lord Suzuki to find a better way. A moment later, Ornio grabbed Marguerite's shoulder in an attempt to stop the rampage. Don't touch me. Marguerite's sword flashed, and Ornio's right arm flew through the air, spraying blood. You sold out your soul to demonkind. Ugh! Ornio fell to his knees due to the intense pain and bleeding. Breathing heavily, he looked up and saw Marguerite with her sword raised in the air. If you want a truly peaceful world for humankind, I don't want anything like that. Wow! Ornio saw a vile color in Marguerite's eyes, the distorted color of her eyes, which he had seen so many times in the past. During the struggle for the throne, the color of someone obsessed with self-interest and greed. Lord Suzuki, Your Highness. Marguerite is dangerous. Onyo somehow managed to get out of the tent, but the moment he heard the sound of slashing, he felt a burning sensation on his back. For a brief moment, memories of chasing after a very young exceller flashed through his mind. But the innocent young lady's back soon became more and more distant, until Onyo could see nothing at all. Chapter 9. Suzuki is cute even in a savage world. After putting Suzuki and Excella to sleep, Noel went to Marguerite's tent in the main camp. There, she saw Onyo, who had lost an arm and was bleeding from the upper half of his body. Did you kill him? He had a rebellious spirit. Marguerite grabbed her sword and headed for Suzuki's tent. Noel could feel the same deadly atmosphere she had felt on the battlefield coming from her mother. As planned, I gave him a drink containing sleeping powder. No problems. I want to make sure to be on the safe side. However, you can't kill the Lerune princess. She's a former princess. Besides, it's also for the greater good. A soldier rushed to the hawk-eyed Marguerite and reported. Lady Marguerite, we are ready to launch our attack, ma'am. Mother. Marguerite paused, remained silent for a moment, then sheathed her sword. The fact that they're incompetent means they wouldn't be able to cause problems even when they wake up. Noel patted her chest. If the preparations for the Lerune offensive had been delayed a tad longer, Suzuki and Excella would have had their necks cut off. Let's go, Noel. We will decimate the Special Attack Force, directly under the control of the Demon Lord's army, the Thunder Lance charge, and use it as a signal of the declaration of mankind's counterattack. Yes, the soldiers rode their horses in the moonlight. Noel reminisced about a distant past as she chased her mother's white horse, which led the soldiers on the way to Lerune. Marguerite Drino, who was called a genius and appointed as a swordsmanship instructor in the Empire despite her being a woman, the legitimate heir, the daughter of that genius, Noel, had no talent for swordsmanship. In addition to this, it would have been better if Lady Noel had been born male, right? As a young girl, she overheard the conversations of her handmaidens and understood that her mother had originally wanted a male heir. When Noel picked flowers to show her or tried to have a conversation with her at the end of the day, her mother would say she was busy without even looking Noel in the eyes. Nevertheless, Marguerite's gallant striding through the empire with her numerous subordinates was the object of Noel's admiration. Noel made every effort to win her mother's favor. This was also the reason why she referred to herself as male and acted like a man. When her younger brother Sam was born, her mother's attitude changed noticeably. Her mother smiled at Sam with a smile she had never seen on her face before. I knew it. I'm not needed after all. She felt as if all the efforts she had made to gain her mother's favor had gone to waste. While Noel was crying in her room without taking meals, she heard a knock at her door. Her mother came to her room uncharacteristically and handed her a silver-haired rabbit mascot. It was the first time Noel had ever received anything from her mother. After wiping away a tear, Noel moved the rabbit mascot as if it were alive. Pew pew. What? Noel? What's that? It's a rabbit's cry, Mother. Rabbits don't have vocal cords. They don't chirp. They do, Mother. I once petted a rabbit, and it cried with a pew pew. Her mother turned up the corners of her mouth just a little bit. Seeing this, Noel smiled as well. After that, Noel continued to work hard. No matter how well Noel performed in the sword competition or how high she got in the magic examinations, her mother never praised Noel. Even so, she knew of her mother's kindness. Noel's consciousness was brought back to reality by Marguerite's voice. Before she knew it, she was riding alongside her mother's white horse. She may have called out to her several times, but she did not notice. I apologize. I was just lost in thought. I heard that there is a village of humans coexisting with demons in Lerune. They are a group of traitors who have given up their human dignity and willingly became the slaves of the demonic race. Marguerite turned her sharp eyes on Noel. Kill them without reservation. Yes, her mother's eyes were sharp and cold, but it was for the greater good. The castle of Sinis came into view. While slowing her horse, Marguerite handed Noel a vial and said with a smile she rarely showed, "Use it in case something comes up." "This is?" "Lord Tartanin bestowed upon me this elixir to enhance my abilities." Thank you so much." "Ah, as expected. Mother is." It was the same as when she gave her the rabbit mascot. Right, only she knew the kindness of her mother, her true side that she would never show in front of the soldiers. Noel held back the tears that were about to flow. Marguerite's squad was to attack Lerune from the east, and Noel's from the west. Her mother's company changed course. "Mother, may you have fortune in war." Marguerite silently raised one hand and rode away. Noel's platoon split from Marguerite's and headed southwest of Lerune. When the lights in the village came into view, Noel stopped her horse. After hiding the horses in the woods, she marched silently with 10 soldiers. Noel approached the guarding skeleton soldier from behind, and, with a practiced hand, cut off his head and cracked his skull open. The next one they encountered, a golem, was surrounded by a large number of soldiers and cut down over time, as the established practice she had learned in the swordsmanship academy. "Set it on fire." "Burn the whole settlement to the ground." The soldiers scattered, torches in hand, one by one. Noel's squad was a diversion. They were tasked with killing the demons and setting fire to the town in order to create chaos in Lerune. Taking advantage of this opportunity they created, her mother's main force would attack the castle of Sinus. A human male rushed out of a burning house in panic. A soldier cut him down with his sword without hesitation. Noel ground her teeth and looked away. "They are traitors who have sold their souls to the demons," repeatedly speaking it in her mind over and over again, as if to validate its righteousness. Suddenly, she noticed a huge monster standing in the middle of the road with the moon on its back. "You or Ugaru, Suzukaland, protect, ogre race, this village watchdog." Perhaps, like with the golem, Noel instructed her soldiers to surround the demon, and then drew her sword from its scabbard. "Forgive me, Takashi." In the darkness, he heard a voice. Takashi knew this was a dream. It is a dream he has had repeatedly since he was a child. "I'm sorry." "I'm really sorry." A woman's voice, whose face he did not recognize, echoed. It was the voice of the mother who abandoned him. The things that he and Noel had talked about earlier overlapped with a dream. "Deeper reasons for not being able to raise me, huh?" Indeed, his mother's voice in the dream sounded sad. What could have been the reason for not being able to raise him? In his dream, Takashi longed to hear his mother's voice again. His mother's voice echoes in his brain. "I apologize. But, right now, you have to wake up." "Have to wake up?" Suddenly, he woke up startled by Master Lilu's voice and realized that his body was being shaken violently. Excella, her cheeks wet with tears, kept shaking Takashi's shoulder. Onyo is. He knew that this was something out of the ordinary. Takashi stumbled back as Excella pulled him by the hand. His head was spinning. He had never had such a bad night's sleep in his life. Still, he had an ominous feeling about the sobbing Excella and rallied himself to enter the main tent. At that moment, Takashi thought he would stop breathing. Onyo, who was missing an arm, was lying in a pool of blood. "We need to give him treatment." The copious blood seemed to be coming from his upper body. Excella sobbed and shook her head. "He already passed away." "That's who in hell did this?" "There's a wound consistent with a sword slash." "Marguerite probably killed him." "Marguerite? Why?" Excella wiped away her tears and silently walked out of the tent. The area was still and quiet, with not a single soldier in sight. Excella pointed with her finger. The direction of Lerune, the one Takashi and the rest have come from, shone brighter than before. "Are those flames?" "A fire?" The Salvation Crusaders were about to invade Lerune. Onyo was probably killed for opposing them. Excella stared at Takashi, and then used a dignified voice in order to encourage him. "I beg you, Lord Hero, protect the people who live in Lerune." While Onyo's death must have been heartbreaking, and yet, Excella was very determined. She begged him to protect the people of Lerune instead of herself, who could not run because of her slashed legs tendons. The Salvation Crusaders' soldiers were human. Takashi's abilities would not be effective. Nevertheless, knowing how Excella felt, Takashi immediately ran toward Lerune. Noel's eyes caught the sight of Uguru swinging a log as if it were a light twig. The soldiers, who got hit by the log, were blown away due to the ogre's tremendous physical strength. And to make matters worse, bugs. There are bugs inside my body. The rest of the soldiers were screaming and flailing around at the strange bugs that entered through their ears and nostrils. A powerful arm by itself is troublesome, and yet it uses a demonic bug as well. This is a high-rank soldier of the Special Strike Force, under the direct control of the Demon Lord's army, the Thunder Lance Charge. A soldier who has somehow survived crawled over to Noel and told her, Lady Noel, please retreat. At once. Never. I can't face my mother if I let my actions interfere with the mission. Noel tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword and headed for Uguru. She breathed quietly as she trotted. Noel's body soon took on a pale blue aura. Tenjin manifestation. At the same time, she rushed toward Uguru, drawing her sword from behind her. Uguru tried to use the log to brush off Noel. The log roared but struck nothing. Noel, with her superior speed, took Uguru's back. Divine Blade Ice Sting. She thrust her sword into the back of Uguru with determination. Noel thought it was settled with her attack connecting. However, there was a sound as if iron and steel were clashing, and her sword arm became numb and aching. What the hell? Noel took some distance and looked at Uguru's back. Buzzards of fly-like insects had gathered on her back. Did it use hardening magical bugs to defend itself? The bugs that protected Uguru's back now gathered around her thick arms. A moment later, when her right arm seemed stained black by the dense concentration of bugs, Uguru lunged at Noel this time. Uguru's charge exceeded Noel's expectations. She had assumed that its speed would be slow because it was an ogre species with a reputation for monstrous strength. However, before she realized it, Uguru was already within striking range. Uguru slammed its fist, coated with demonic bugs, into Noel's stomach. The sturdy fist shattered her armor with a Gaga, and Noel rolled on the ground, spewing gastric juice from her mouth. I have to stand up. It's going to finish me off. While she was enduring the pain, Uguru was still in the same position as before, looking down at Noel. Get out of Suzukaland. Why? How come it isn't coming after me? Noel noticed this and looked around. The soldiers who had been blown away by the logs and the soldiers who had bugs inserted into their bodies were still alive, though they were lying on the ground and moaning. You're all humans. That's why I won't kill a demon showing mercy to humans. Ridiculous. Uguru said to Noel, who was standing up using her sword as a cane. It's useless. That power, you haven't mastered it. The aura does not extend to the sword. Noel ground her teeth. Uguru had it exactly right. Her previous ice sting was just a copy of her mother's technique. As an ordinary person, she was incapable of mastering a complete divine blade. You fiend. Are you taunting me? Noel trembled with anger. What Uguru said was true, and it deeply gouged Noel's heart. She had worked hard since she was a child. She wielded her sword until she was covered in mud and sweating waterfalls. Even so, her mother's back was always far away. Use it in case something comes up. Her mother's words flashed through her mind. Breathing heavily, Noel pulled out the vial from her pocket. And then, she popped the cork with her teeth and gulped down the liquid in one gulp. Goo, Noel screamed as her stomach, and then her whole body, felt like it was in flames. The blood vessels in her arms rise to the surface, and the nails on both hands become sharp and pointed. When the burning sensation in her body subsided, Noel felt an elevation of mind and body. She swung her sword with one hand. The sword created a wind pressure that she had never felt before. I can win. With this Tenjin manifestation. Once again, a blue aura enveloped Noel's body, surprising even herself. Noel closed the distance between herself and Uguru in an instant. Nevertheless, Uguru still reacted. She concentrated her defensive demonic bugs on her chest to block Noel's sword. Gaga. Noel howled and thrust her sword straight into the protected chest. Noel's sword, clad in tenjin, did not break but instead shattered Uguru demonic bugs. And then, the sword pierced straight through Uguru's chest. Not yet. The life force of an ogre is said to be enormous. Noel drew his sword and repeatedly thrust it again and again into the chest and abdomen of your Ugaru. I won. I won. Noel sneers while gasping for breath at the sight of your Ugaru lying on the ground. The soldiers, who had wounds all over their bodies, were shivering in awe, realizing they had defeated such a powerful enemy. Soon, however, they raised their voice toward her. Lady Noel, your appearance is horns and claws, and also fangs. It's as if the soldiers shut their mouths to contain the words that were about to follow. Noel, of course, sensed the changes in her body. There was only one elixir in the world that could give you the strength to defeat an ogre far beyond your own strength. During the Great Human-Demon War, it was forbidden to use this powerful concoction. By injecting the mana of a demon into one's body, one could gain attack power and magical power that is unattainable by humans. In other words, it causes demonization. I don't care, as long as it will help my mother. Suddenly, footsteps running on the ground were heard. Noel turned around. Alarmed, Suzuki's expression turned grim as he ran towards the collapsed Ugaru. Suzuki, has the sleeping powder worn off by now? Neither Excella nor Suzuki had finished their wine. She had expected them to be asleep until morning. No, she wanted them to sleep. As Noel and the soldiers stared in silence, Suzuki, with tears in his eyes, held the vicious ogre's hand. Your Ugaru, you protected Suzukaland, didn't you? I have killed many humans. That's why. This time, I wanted to be useful to humans. Thank you. Thank you so much. Suzuki, run away. That gal is strong. It's okay, don't worry. Your Ugaru smiled and hung her head in distress. She seems to have just lost consciousness. How can it still be alive after taking so many blows? As she stood in awe at the ogre's tremendous life force, she noticed Suzuki standing right in front of her. Suzuki turned his eyes away from Noel for a moment and looked around at the burning houses and the dead villagers. Why? How could you have done this? Sacrifice for the greater good. Are those Noel's true feelings? Suzuki asked in a low, quiet voice. Noel glared at Suzuki, feeling as if he had seen right through her. Shut up. Mother's will is my own will. Noel, accompanied by her soldiers, attempted to walk past Suzuki. However, Suzuki stood in the way of Noel. I won't let you go any further. If you don't want to die, retreat. There is no way that you, who are so weak, can win against me, who has become a demonic human. Even the bug-using ogre couldn't do anything against me. Couldn't do anything? Your Ugaru has done enough. Now, I have a fighting chance. What are you talking about? Don't you know your own weakness? That's right. I'm weak. But it doesn't matter how weak I am or how strong Noel is. You don't know what you're talking about, Noel irritably said. However, Suzuki turned his determined gaze toward Noel. Pritus will work. What the hell? Was it like this when we first met? As she looked at Suzuki, her heart pounded in her chest. Noel had a bad feeling about this and drew her sword. Do you really want to die that badly? Then you should learn the power of the heavenly sword that will save the world. Tension filled Noel's body. She controlled the blue aura and transferred it to the sword at will. It was a technique she couldn't use no matter how many times she practiced. However, now that she'd turned into a demonic human, it should be possible. It's the least I can do as a gesture of mercy. With the divine blade mill, I will send you to the other side without feeling any pain. If Ice Sting was a one-hit kill technique, mill was a continuous strike technique. It instantly cuts off the victim's head, slices off the torso in half, and severs off the limbs as well. He should have just stayed asleep with the sleeping powder. If he had not woken up, he would not have died. And yet, what a pity. Noel was horrified by her own thoughts. What a pity. What the hell? What the hell am I thinking in the middle of a fight? She shook her head from side to side. As Noel concentrated on launching mill, she put all her strength into the hilt of her sword. In response, Suzuki, Pritus's 48 gestures, 20th gesture, no defense. She realized that Suzuki was trying to do something. It's no use. Without magic power or agility, how can you dodge sword blows coming at you from every direction? Divine blade mill. Noel passed by Suzuki while swinging her sword at a speed that leaves after images. Noel hesitated for a moment and then looked back. There, she should have seen the dismembered body of Suzuki. Huh? Noel could not help but be shocked. Suzuki was standing there in perfect health as if nothing had happened to him. He dodged Mill's continuous strikes. No. He didn't move an inch. She immediately noticed that Suzuki had not moved an inch. In other words, did she miss? What? Do you mean to say I subconsciously thought I didn't want to hurt Suzuki? Noel gnashed her teeth. How immature. Be as ruthless as mother. The feeble state of mind that the other party was a human had dulled the heavenly sword style. He is the enemy. Don't think of him as a human. A moment later, Noel regained her nerve and looked at Suzuki with determination. But Noel almost fell flat on her back. A rabbit the same size as a human stood in front of her. Phew! It looked like the rabbit mascot Noel's mother had given her but scaled to a human-sized version. Its adorable ears twitched. Indeed, she had just gotten herself into a state of mind that considered Suzuki as not a human. However, it never crossed her mind that he would turn into a giant rabbit. Momo monster. No, knock it off. The hand holding the sword was shaking. The mascot was a precious, very precious mascot given by her mother. She had carefully cleaned all the finger marks and stains, and even at her current age, she still carried it around with her. A rabbit many times larger than the rabbit mascot now stood right in front of her. Wrong, 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 wrong. That's not the rabbit mother gave me. While being on guard and paying attention to Suzuki, she gently took out the mascot she was carrying on her person and held it out to confirm. Ah, the spitting image. As expected, they were the same. Moreover, bigger. It was so big and fluffy. I wonder how in the world would feel to the touch. Ah. Noel punched her cheek with her fist. A single drop of blood dripped from her lips. Vile sorcerer. That magic. I'll break through it. The Salvation Crusaders had repeatedly practiced harsh mock battles up to this point. Of course, they had not neglected countermeasures against the enemy's sorcery. Noel sheathed his sword and quickly formed the seal taught by the sage Augustus with both hands. Total dispel. It was a sacred technique to nullify illusions and curse-like spells, handed down from the sage of the Empire after bloody training. How's that? After making the complicated seal, Noel looked at Suzuki again. The big and cute rabbit was still standing as usual. It hasn't been removed at all. Unbelievable. What was that training with Sage Augustus for? No. This may be something different from an illusion or a curse. In that case, Noel stepped back and distanced herself from the giant rabbit. The more powerful a magic or skill is, the narrower its range of effect. That's the law of this world. After getting more than enough distance from the giant rabbit, Divine Blade Wind Slash, Noel swung her sword, charged with a blue aura, horizontally. The aura emitted from the sword formed an arc and flew. Noel unleashed a ranged sword technique that decapitated the giant rabbit. Or at least it was supposed to. Wind Slash cut into the ground a few meters away from the giant rabbit. Ridiculous. Even from this far distance, not only the mill, but even Wind Slash. Noel's forehead became covered with cold sweat. The heavenly sword, the divine blade techniques that God gifted to save the world is useless. This can't be happening. This can't be true. At the same time, Noel became convinced Suzuki has to be finished off for sure here. This strange ability will surely be an obstacle to Mother's vision of the world. Suzuki has no defense. If I hit him, I can win. And this time, I'm going to hit him. That's right. It's the sight of that cute little figure that makes me lose my aim. Noel closed her eyes and drew his sword backward. I can do it. This time, it will hit the mark. Even if I somehow miss a vital point, it will still do damage. Divine Blade. With her eyes closed and relying only on her own senses to detect his presence, Noel was about to unleash a Wind Slash when she heard a sound. Pew pew. Noel doubted her own ears. Sea chirping. The rabbit chirped. She couldn't resist opening her eyes. The shock caused the Wind Slash stance that her body was performing to collapse, and the aura faded into the void without so much as grazing at Suzuki. Noel's body quaked tremendously. Then she laughed self-deprecatingly. Foo foo fa fa foo. Coo 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 coo. Fine. I'll admit it. Your ability. My inexperienced sword cannot reach you. Noel threw down her sword and yelled, if my sword cannot reach you, I'll use my wide-range overwhelming blaze magic to burn you to the ground. Noel, who self-depleted and considered herself to have mediocre talent, was not only obsessed with swordsmanship but also devoted herself to polishing her magical talents. As a result of her tireless efforts, she had mastered the art of blaze magic to the level of a high-ranking sorcerer. However, no matter how powerful the magic, it would be meaningless if her aim was off. If that is the case, it would be better if someone with a different will of my own released the fire. An overwhelmingly powerful combustion of blaze magic that burns the entire area to the ground. Noel raised both hands to the heavens as if to offer up her whole self. I should be able to do it, now that I've turned into a demonic human. Spirit summoning. The soldiers who were watching the battle reacted with a gasp. A huge, blood-red magic circle appeared beneath Noel's feet. Noel's silver hair stood on end with the outpouring of magical power. Come forth, spirit of fire, Ifrit. A thunderous sound like a bolt of lightning echoed through the air, turning the night sky into a brightening red light twilight. The sky directly above Noel's location ripped open and soon, Gaga, the legendary spirit, was about to make its appearance. The sky had already turned blood red when Excella, unable to run due to a severed tendon in her legs, somehow made it to Suzukaland at the southwestern edge of Lirun. Huge arms tore through the skies, and the spirit of fire looked down toward the land. This, just like in mythology, it is beyond human understanding. She had read stories about summoning a spirit from picture books or folk tales. There were also rumors that at the time of the Great Human-Demon War, several very high-ranking summoners risked their lives to summon spirits. Even so, for Excella, summoning spirits was still within the realm of picture books and folklore. Burn them to oblivion, Ifrit. The screams of the now transformed demonic human, Noel, struck Excella's ears. Far up in the sky, Ifrit raised its right arm. The dazzling energy comparable to a sun soon compressed in its palm. If a fireball like that were to fall, the entire area would be reduced to cinders. Excella shuddered. And then, Ifrit's pair of eyes gazed down ahead. Lord Hero. Excella approached the hero with a limp. Let's run away before we get engulfed in fire. The soldiers were scattering and fleeing, but Noel herself had her arms outstretched to welcome Ifrit. She must be planning to face off against the hero. The hero also shook his head silently at Excella's words, as if he had made up his mind to fight. Master Lilu even gave up her original plan and entrusted me with this town. That's why I have to protect this town. But it's okay. For my sake, Master thought of 48 gestures for me to save the world. Pritus is invincible. The profile of the hero seemed more impressive than ever before. His words were strong and full of confidence. Even so, Excella's anxiety did not disappear. Will Pritus even have an effect on Ifrit? Pritus's 48 gestures. 16th gesture, petition. Excella clenched her fists and watched the battle between the hero and Ifrit with bated breath. And yet, the hero was, please excuse me. Please stop that. Pretty please. Shouting to Ifrit, the gap between the two was so great that Excella was almost overcome with a sense of loss of strength. No. This is the way that Lord Hero fights. This is Pritus. He repeatedly called, please stop that. Over and over again. Even so, there was no change in Ifrit. It was still putting energy into the fireball. Ifrit is far up in the sky. It can't hear your voice. Lord Hero. Lord Hero. The hero seems to have understood her meaning and looked up silently at Ifrit. Pritus's 48 gestures. First gesture, upward glance. Ifrit, which had been forming a great fireball in its palm, stopped for a moment. However, Ifrit still extended its arms wide. The energy infusion did not stop. The great fireball soon became complete. OMG. Pritus has no effect in Ifrit. Noel chuckled and mocked. Cuckoo. How could such a cheap trick ever work on a spirit? Ifrit was already on the brink of throwing the fireball. Excella was in despair. And the hero, too, fell to the ground as if he had given up. "Ah, we're done for." No. However, the hero did not cave in. With a wavering stance, he looked at Ifrit with upturned eyes and bit his fingernails. Shift. Pritus's 48 gestures. 11th gesture, nail biting. Shift. Still maintaining upward glance and yet starting a new Pritus gesture, Excella became shaken by the simultaneous activation of Pritus. A first-rate high-ranking sorcerer could simultaneously cast 2 magic spells without reciting a single spell chant. Lord Suzuki could do something similar to that. The hero fidgeted with an upward glance while biting his nails. Excella thought he was not only cute, but also had a refined, glamorous appearance. Excella shifted her gaze from the hero to Ifrit. The spirit looked frozen in a stance of being on the brink of throwing the fireball. The hero continued by saying, "Shift." Pritus's 48 gestures. 16th gesture, petition. 3 gestures simultaneously? No. But petition is no bueno. Ifrit is far up in the sky. It can't hear his voice. Orneo's death. The trampled down in Suzukaland. The culmination of all these events had caused Excella to become extremely stressed and angry. She grinded her teeth. "What the hell are you doing?" "Geez, that's the one that didn't work earlier. Learn from it." Unaware of Excella's frustration, looking like a frail and helpless woman in a collapsed position, the hero even removed his fingernails from his mouth, leaving behind his nail-biting gesture. And then, his mouth started to move. Excella realized. Is this lip sync? I cannot understand what he is saying at all. No. If I look closely, I can tell by the way his lips are moving. Although she did not know how to lip read, Excella could hear the hero's words in her mind as if he were speaking directly to her heart. Pull, A, say, S, stop, heart sign. Because of the lip sync, I can't hear what he is saying. However, that also brings out the cuteness of Lord Hero even more. I have a vague feeling that this is the case. Upward glance, nail-biting and petition. 3 Pritus gestures simultaneously. Will the effect be as great? Excella looked at Ifrit, her heart almost crushed by the extreme tension. Ifrit, who was about to unleash the huge fireball, had come to a complete stop. Eventually, the fireball in its palm shrank down and disappeared. Ifrit's arms drooped down, and then its huge gaping maw opened. Ifrit spoke in a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. Unfeasible. Cute. Can't. Ifrit's body gradually faded and disappeared as if sucked into the sky. After that, only the dawn spread out. Excella shouted with delight. Hooray! You did it! Lord Suzuki's cuteness beat Ifrit. I'm possible. This can't be happening. From a distance, Noel's lips trembled with a despairing expression. She stared at the hero with a look of horror on her face. This is Pritus. She then plunged to her knees. The hero ran up to Noel, defenseless. Lord Suzuki, it's dangerous. Excella was concerned for the hero's safety. However, Noel, whom she was guarding against, was trembling and shaking. This was not only because the summoning of the spirit had ended fruitlessly. Noel's face cracked, and her skin began to crumble, as if paint was peeling off. This is decay? It's the side effect of the demonization. The reason such a potion was condemned as inhumane and forbidden by imperial military regulations during the Great Human-Demon War was now being witnessed by Excella and the hero. Noel's breathing became rougher. The fissures spread throughout her body and eroded Noel. The hero asked Excella with a sad expression on his face. Excella, what should I do? What should I do? How do I save Noel? In such a state, no one can help her anymore. Noel herself spoke up in place of Excella, who was silent. Since the moment I drank the elixir, I already knew I would die. Noel's mouth turned up slightly. Mother, it's a shame I couldn't be of more help. That elixir was by any chance Marguerite's. It was my prerogative to drink it. The hero slammed his fist down on the ground in frustration. Noel smiles at him, even though she's cracked all over. Mother is thinking of humanity. That's why, she has no other choice. Wrong. Marguerite is mistaken. Noel may no longer be able to hear the cries of the hero. Half of her body had already crumbled away like sand. Noel's upper body collapsed onto the chest of the hero. You are weak, and yet I couldn't beat you. I now understand it. Your power is truly greater than magic power and attack power. Noel then took the hero's hand. With that power, I hope that you can create a world where humans can truly live in peace. Noel's body crumbled to ashes. Only Noel's armor and a small rabbit mascot remained in the hero's lab section. The bird-headed demon followers slammed the door violently and rushed into Nefera's quarters. Who human soldiers? They are invading the castle of Sinus from the east. Surano had told Nefera with the crystal ball that there were some strange movements among the humans. As such, Nefera was not too surprised. However, she had one question. Haven't the town's defenses been strengthened as directed? Those guys defeated the guards with a strength unseen in humans. It appears that several casualties have already occurred. Surano warned Nefera to be on her guard. Therefore, Nefera had placed as many high-ranking soldiers as possible in various parts of Lirun, but it seemed the enemy's strength was far greater than she could have imagined. Nefera, who had been calmly analyzing the situation up to this point, suddenly remembered Suzuki, causing her hearts to beat faster. Hey, how's Suzuki? I don't know. However, we've been informed that the enemy also invaded Suzukaland. Wait a minute. That's really bad. However, your Uguru is also with him, so I don't think you need to worry about him. Nefera pounded the table with her fist. Wrong. With such a powerful enemy, it wouldn't be surprising if something should happen to him. In a hurry, Nefera put on her battle armor, exited the room, and walked swiftly through the castle. Please wait. Lady Nefera followed at her heels, carrying Nefera's favorite weapon, the lightning spear Blitzberg. Nevertheless, Nefera continued to move forward, looking only ahead. Suzuki, I'm coming now. You know. When Nefera stepped out of the castle, the area was in turmoil. Near the gate, Kairu was confronting a human being with her Grim Reaper's scythe at the ready. Her sister, Muyu, next to her, was also holding up her assassin's daggers. Two top brass of the Thunderlance charge were there. Nefera, thinking there would be no problem, tried to head to Suzuki, but, whoa, Kairu's sickle got knocked away, and she ended up rolling toward Nefera. After 5 spins and adjusting her stance, she noticed Nefera. Greetings, Lady Nefera. It's rare for you to suffer damage. I was just a little careless. This won't happen next time. In the middle of their conversation, Miyu also rolled over, just like her sister. While taking a breath, Nefera stared at the castle gate. A silver-haired female knight, who had handled the Miyu Kairu sisters, was also staring back at her. She slowly walked past the gate with a sword still in her hands. Are you the commander of the Thunderlance charge? That's right. The moment Nefera answered, Divine Blade Wind Slash. Without saying a word, the woman immediately swung her sword, enveloped in a blue aura. A huge, arch-shaped aura blade flew toward Nefera. Nefera quickly grabbed the Miyu Kairu sisters with both hands, threw them away, and then bent down to dodge the aura herself. With a tremendous noise, a large crack appeared in the wall behind Nefera. What a strong clump of fighting spirit. She thought it was similar to the signature move of the most powerful ogre in the Demon Lord's army, Grant, who served as Surfiano's bodyguard. However, until now, she has never met a single human being capable of performing such a feat. Anyway, I'd better knock her down quickly so I can go get Suzuki. She silently extended one hand to the frightened bird-headed demon follows a distance away, still holding her lightning spear Blitzberg. She wanted to ask him to give her Blitzberg, but she kept her mouth shut. Then you, at least, Nefera, please don't kill humans. The promise she made to Suzuki flashed through Nefera's mind. If she were to fight such a powerful enemy with her lightning spear, it would surely become a battle to the death. Kairu spoke to Nefera with concern. Lady Nefera, your lightning spear? I don't need it against an enemy of this level. Instead, you should go and check out the situation in Suzukaland. Miyu, evacuate the demons near the castle, and the human slaves, while you're at it. But, hurry. Nefera then approached the female knight barehanded. Human tramp. Your name? From the Salvation Crusaders. Marguerite Reno. Right after speaking, Marguerite kicked the ground with a resounding bang, instantly closing the gap between her and Nefa. Divine Blade M, and swung her sword with all her might in every direction. Nefa watched her actions. A brittle blade from a feeble human being. It should have been, and yet fast. She turned her head, but unable to dodge completely. The sword grazed Nefa's black hair, sending strands flying off into the air in rapid succession. She also got slashed shallowly around her stomach area. Her blood, colored black due to being a demon, trickled down to the ground. Lady Nefa. Unbelievable. Muyu exclaimed in surprise. Nefa was equally surprised. The wound was shallow. But to be cut by a human woman? It actually hurt. She's strong, this gal. As expected, I think it will be difficult without Blitzberg. Kaoru rushed over to her, carrying her Grim Reaper's scythe. I knew it. I'll help you out. Like I said, I told you to go to Suzukaland. No, they will be fine. Because, you know. Looking in the direction Kaoru's finger was pointing to, Nefa saw Suzuki come running through the gate, gasping for breath. Suzuki. Thank goodness. You are safe. Suzuki looked shocked to see Nefa holding her abdomen. Then he stood in front of Nefa, facing Marguerite. Stop it already. Marguerite. Protecting me? Suzuki is way too adorable. Supreme. I feel as if I've descended to the depths of the demon world. Nefa forgot about the pain in her stomach and felt the greatest happiness as a demoness. Takashi was breathing hard as he glared at Marguerite. Marguerite is human. Takashi's pritus will not work. Even so, he mustered up the courage to get between Nefa and Marguerite because he strongly wished to prevent anyone else from dying. Takashi showed Marguerite the rabbit mascot. Marguerite, Noel is dead. After she fought me, her body decayed and disintegrated because of the demonization. Marguerite snorted with a fun. She turned into a hideous demonic human and was still defeated. She was useless to the end. Wow! Marguerite's reaction was unexpected. There was not a single hint of sadness in her eyes at the loss of her daughter. No, Noel was your real daughter by blood, wasn't she? There are other heirs. It doesn't matter if Noel dies. In Takashi's mind, he recalled Noel talking happily in the tent. Mother is really kind. Wah, hey. That's a lie, right? You're only saying that because you're in front of demons, right? The truth is, you thought Noel was precious to you, didn't you? Hey, you gave her this. Noel was holding on to it until the end. A half-wit who can't handle the heavenly sword without turning into a demonic human is not a child of mine. The moment he was about to hand over the rabbit mascot to her, Marguerite brushed Takashi's hand away. The mascot fell to the ground, and Marguerite crushed it with her foot. Noel was defective. A hot feeling surged up from inside Takashi's chest. In front of him was a formidable foe, strong enough to injure Nefa. Even so, Takashi confronted Marguerite with his feelings. Noel believed in you until the end. In order to save the human race, you are killing your hearts and becoming merciless. That's what she believed. Saving the human race? You're wrong. With the Master Swordsman Lord Tartanin as our lord, we, who can wield Tenjin freely, will stand at the top of this world. That is the new world that I seek. Saying this, Marguerite caressed her belly lovingly. And the child I will have with Master Swordsman Lord Tartanin will be my true heir. When he saw Marguerite's mouth contort into a wide smile, all the events that had occurred since his arrival in this world flashed back into Takashi's mind. The massacre in the king's chamber, the torture room, the execution site, Garaga's attack, the summoning of the spirit. There were so many horrible things that he wanted to cover his eyes and ears. Yet, the human being before him seemed more vicious and uglier than any demon. Takashi looked at Marguerite and reflected, this Isekai world is too savage. Marguerite's sword flicked. Die. Takashi's body floated in the air at the same time he heard Marguerite's voice filled with killing intent. The earth-shattering rumbling impact was only averted by Nefa's tumbling with Takashi in her arms. After adjusting her stance, Nefa glanced at Marguerite, who was a few meters away, then peeked at Takashi's face. Suzuki, I made you a promise, but is it okay if I break it? Takashi also looked straight into Nefa's face. Then, After some hesitation, he silently nodded his head. My lightning spear. Blitzberg. As Nephira raised one hand, Kairu threw the lightning spear at her. Nephira effortlessly caught Blitzberg in one hand as it flew over, spinning around propelled by Kairu's arm strength. Simultaneously, Divine Blade Marguerite rushed toward Nephira and fired a volley of slashes that appeared only as after images to Takashi's eyes. Nephira defended herself against the attack by using her Blitzberg as a shield, but she was on the defensive. She retreated slowly as if overwhelmed by Marguerite. Nephira is outmatched even with her weapon. What a ridiculous bullshit strength. Overwhelmed by Marguerite's unimaginable power, Takashi could not contain himself and shouted to the Miyukiru sisters. Nephira can't do it alone. You have to help her. Right now is impossible. If we try to intervene, we'll get caught in the middle of it. Coming. She's gonna do it. It has been a while since she went all out. Even at a time like this, Miyu was happily jumping up and down like a kid. Takashi heard the sound of something that sounded like a series of explosions. Takashi quickly took his eyes off Miyu and Kairu and focused on the fight between the other two. Marguerite had an expression of dismay. At the other end of the line of her sight was Nephira, holding her lightning spear Blitzberg with both hands. The lightning spear, as its name implied, emitted a golden glow while flashing with a thunderous sound, as if clad in lightning. The electricity from the lightning spear traveled up her arm and spread throughout Nephira's body. Wearing an armor of lighting. Is it? Marguerite muttered. No. Rather than an armor of lighting, that is. Before anyone knew it, the lightning spear Blitzberg had vanished. Instead, Nephira's entire body glowed golden, emitting a crackling flash as a lighting. It was as if Nephira herself had become lightning itself, absorbing Blitzberg into her body. Divine Blade Wind Slash. Marguerite quickly moved away from Nephira, who would surely electrocute her if she so touched Nephira, and released her sword's fury. She moved quickly to dodge Nephira and then, five-fold Wind Slash. Marguerite continued to fire her arch-shaped aura, thinking that physical attacks would be ineffective against Nephira, who had turned into lightning. She quickly launched wind slashes. What's more, 5 in quick succession. Takashi swallowed hard. Marguerite, as expected, was a master. Perhaps thinking she couldn't dodge all the wind slash attacks, Nephira simply charged straight at Marguerite in a kamikaze attack. Marguerite smirked. One of the wind slash attacks hits Nephira in the torso. Nephira! Takashi shouted unintentionally. However, the wind slash passed through Nephira's body as if nothing was there. Only the wall behind Nephira was greatly damaged. What the hell? Marguerite roared. Nephira thrusted a lightning-clad arm at Marguerite's neck. Marguerite turned her head, but not in time, and used her sword as a shield. Marguerite's sword clashed with Nephira's arm. The two sides flicker, emitting tremendous sound and light. When the blinding flash of lightning passed, Takashi saw Marguerite kneeling in front of Nephira. Marguerite's right arm and the right upper half of her body were charred black after receiving Nephira's blade-like arm attack. Her right arm, which had turned to charcoal, fell to the ground with a thud, still holding the sword. You monster! Marguerite looks up at Nephira in frustration. All right. Nephira won. With neither her sword nor her dominant arm, Marguerite no longer had a chance. Next to Takashi, Miyu laughed innocently. There is no way Lady Nephira would lose when she is serious. Kairu bragged about it as if it were her own accomplishment. She assimilates with Blitzberg to negate physical and magical attacks for a certain amount of time. Only Lady Nephira, who possesses the attribute of lightning, can perform this invincible technique that combines offense and defense. That is the secret technique Thunder Lance Charge. Thunder Lance Charge, was it? That's the name of Nephira move. Huh? Suzuki, you didn't know the origin story of our crew? A cheat technique that gives you invincibility for a certain amount of time. Therefore, it consumed a lot of magical power. After the Thunder Lance Charge was released, Nephira's shoulders waved up and down as she breathed. But then, with a sharp look in her eyes, she approached the collapsed Marguerite and grabbed her slender neck with her hand. Marguerite gasped as her body was lifted by one hand. Do it. That's right. Fucking finish her off. the Miyukiru sisters shouted. Takashi stared at them with cold eyes. That's right. That's right. Such a bad person should die. It's for the world's good. Just when he was about to avert his eyes from Nefera. Mother is my ideal. My inspiration. Suddenly, Takashi remembered his happy conversation with Noel. After Noel's voice faded, he thought of Master Lilu's smug smile. We may be far apart, but our feelings are the same. Noel, Master Lilu. Takashi gritted his teeth, approached Nefera, and grabbed her by the arm that held Marguerite's neck. Then he silently shook his head. Suzuki, Nefera murmured. Soon, Nefera's arm loosened. After being freed from Nefera, Marguerite collapsed and coughed violently. When Marguerite finally looked up, Takashi spoke to her. Get out of Lirun. Marguerite staggered to her feet with her half-burned body and glared at Takashi with bloodshot eyes. You fool that have sided with the demons. Along with the demon race, walk the road to ruin. After spatting such curses, she slowly limped to the gate, where her own soldiers were waiting for her. Wait, Takashi said. He glared back at Marguerite, who looked back at him. When you return, tell the Sword Master Tartanin, I will save this world. Marguerite immediately became enraged. This imposter. God has not the slightest expectations of you. Marguerite gritted her teeth and held her ground, wanting to move toward Takashi, but the Salvation Crusaders shouted, retreat. Marguerite was soon carried away from Sinus Castle in the arms of two of her subordinate soldiers. Epilogue. The determination of the hero and the beginning of the end. With the help of the inhabitants of Suzukaland, Takashi built graves for those who died in the invasion of the Salvation Crusaders. Near the grave of Kate's husband, Alan, Takashi buried Noel's armor with her rabbit mascot and joined his hands together. At Orneo's grave, Excella was shedding tears silently. As Takashi approached her, Excella buried her face in his chest. Takashi gently held her trembling shoulders. I'll do my best to never let this happen again. Lord Hero. She looked up at him with teary eyes. Takashi smiled a little to reassure her. But, to be honest with you, I didn't understand what exactly I was supposed to do. Until a while ago, I thought if I could just deal with the demons, I could manage somehow. But then I saw Marguerite, and I realized, the humans living in this world may also need to change their way of thinking. Takashi said to Excella, who nodded her head slightly. He then declared, there are many things that need to be done. That's why, Excella, I need you to stay by my side and help me. If you are alright with me, I'd be happy. Excella muttered in a deep emotional state, then put her hands around Takashi's body and hugged him tightly. Takashi became flustered when he felt the softness and warmth of Excella's body. Excella, like Orneo and Lady Lilu, I also believe that Lord Suzuki is the true world savior sent to save this world. I don't know what will happen or what I can do in the future. Even so, there are people who believe in me. If that's the case, I will do everything I can for them. Takashi thought. Suddenly, he heard a coughing sound. Gohan, and Takashi turned around. Nefera, arms folded, glared at Takashi and Excella as the two embraced each other. Takashi and Excella hurriedly moved their bodies away from each other, to secretly flirt with each other in front of a gravesite. Humans are more indecent than demons. No, that's not the case. Takashi shook his head. Nefera glared more at Excella with scornful eyes than at Takashi. Excella's face turned bright red, and she merely turned her head down, avoiding Nefera's gaze. In the awkward atmosphere, Takashi tried to patch things up. Well, Nefera, how's your Uguru's condition? Don't worry. She will recover after a few days of rest. I see. That's an ogre indeed. Nefera walked up to Takashi. Then, with a serious face, she put her hand on Takashi's shoulder. Suzuki, thanks to you, we were able to repel the insurgents. Thanks for your hard work. No, I did nothing. There was nothing I could do. Marguerite would have been impossible without Nefera. And I wouldn't be able to beat Marguerite no matter how hard I tried. The only reason he was able to beat Noel was because she had turned into a demonic human. Against a human being, his abilities are completely ineffective. Thinking this, Takashi smiled with embarrassment. Nefera remained staring at Takashi silently for a while. I'm not so sure about that. the words you spoke to Marguerite. That woman was actually affected by them. Takashi shudders as he recalls how he taunted Marguerite before. Even though Marguerite was wounded, she could have killed him with a single hand. Why had he said what he said? At that time, you were, what is it called? Nefera's cheeks turned crimson red, and fidgeting. You looked quite cool, she said as if she was shouting. Eh? Takashi asked back, feeling a tad strange. Cool? Not cute? See cool, Nefera said shyly. Excella giggled. Section. In the imperial city where Surano resided, the Demon Lord's army was holding a campaign meeting in the name of deciding the course of action to suppress the rebellion of the Salvation Crusaders and other human rebels. In the conference hall in the imperial castle, Surano sat in the center of a round table, surrounded by the top brass leaders of the Demon Lord's army. Undeads, beastmen, giants, and demons, the fearsome fiends, each with the strength of a battalion, were talking about the current war situation and exchanging information while revealing their hostile intent toward humans. Nefera, the commander of the Thunderlance Charge, a special attack force under the direct control of the Demon Lord's army, was also present, along with the Miyukiru sisters. She reported on the recent invasion of the Salvation Crusaders. All the demons present finished their statements, just before the demon presiding over the meeting gave closing remarks. Wait, Nefera said while clapping her hands. Suddenly, a human being opened the door, entered the conference hall, and walked up to Nefera. The top brass leader's wicked gazes fell upon the human at once. Next to Nefera, the human opened his mouth. My name is Suzuki, adjutant of the Thunderlance Charge's commander. All the demons at the round table were in an uproar. Ridiculous. A human at the Demon Lord's army campaign conference. What's more, he's a commander's adjutant. Don't fuck with me. For a moment, the demons turned their piercingly stern eyes on Suzuki. But he's cute. Yes, so cute. Since he's so cute, it doesn't matter. After a few seconds, they looked at Suzuki with gentle eyes as if they were looking at an infant. Suzuki took a deep breath and began to speak. What I am about to tell you may sound like an outlandish pipe dream, but I still want you to listen. Looking around at the terrifying-looking demons, Suzuki declared, I'm aiming for the coexistence between demons and humans. Suzuki nodded his head as he watched the murmurs of the Demon Lord's army leaders grow even louder. You probably think that it is impossible. I know there are things you want to say and things you want to complain about. But I believe in it. I believe that one day, demons and humans will be able to live together, hand in hand, in harmony. Suzuki's speech continued. The hall became quiet as Suzuki spoke desperately with a mixture of mannerisms and hand gestures. The humans are also trying to start a war. I also think it's selfish to say not to kill all humans, but at least I want to avoid needless slaughter. That's where I want to start. After expressing all his thoughts and feelings, Suzuki bowed his head with a low bow. The moment the Demon Lord's army's decision assembly was over and they exited the castle gate, Suzuki fell into a heap on the spot. Nefera looked at Suzuki with concern. What's wrong? Are you all right? Ahaha, it's just. The tension I'd been holding on to had been finally released, but I did everything I could. Suzuki's face appeared tired but satisfied with his work. He stood up and asked Nefera. Hey, Nefera, what do you think of what I just said? I'd like to hear your honest opinion about that. Nefera put her hand on her chin and murmured, You said something like yap yap, I think. No, I didn't say anything like yap yap at all. From Nefera's point of view, Suzuki, who was talking so earnestly, was just as lovable and heartwarming as watching your own child and was thinking inside her heart, hang in there. Do your best. She didn't remember what Suzuki said at all. Kairu? You heard me right, didn't you? Kairu, who was standing next to Nefera, gave Suzuki a thumbs up. Yay. I heard you. But I couldn't make any sense of what it meant. Suzuki slumped down on the spot again as if he had lost all his strength. What in hell did I? Miyu's cheerful voice greeted the dejected Suzuki. But, there were so many demons from the upper ranks. Some of those demons may have shared Suzuki's thoughts on this. T that's right, Mew. Yes, that's right. But I had absolutely no idea what you were talking about. Damn it all. Then, let's go home. To Lirun, Nefa said. Suzuki walked totteringly out of the Imperial Castle section, the Imperial capital, Castle Town, which had turned into a den of demons. Today, a tavern was occupied by a group of beastmen. A beastman with a tiger head held a cask of sake and spoke out loud. My older brother, did you see that cute human? In front of him, a beastman with the head of a lion bit off the roasted leg of a human, and answered. Yay, he was saying something like yap yap. The tiger beastman nodded. The content of the speech was unclear and did not make any sense to me. Even so, I was convinced. Then he turned to face the lion beastman. If we can get our hands on him, the Beast King's Honor Squad will be reborn. The Beast King's Honor Squad had been in a state of semi-collapse since its leader, Rygus, was killed in battle at the hands of human rebels. The lion beastman thought. The unparalleled, unprecedented cuteness was certainly comparable to the 6 type spirit vessels. If they could obtain that cute human, the Beast King's Honor Squad would regain its former glory. No. On the contrary, I might even be able to put the entire Demon Lord's army under our control. While burning with a hidden ambition, it devoured the human leg whole. The beastman's face then contorted into a ferocious lion's grin. A doll made entirely of stitched-up parts unsteadily walked around the imperial city at night. From behind the doll, a young man with a rotting body called out, Lord Duma. Where are you going? Every time the man spoke, black blood spewed from his mouth. The flesh of the man's face had been scraped away, exposing his rotting innards. Lord Duma. Lord Duma, the undead called out to him over and over again. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. The doll was so furious that it bit into the nape of the undead's neck. Its needle-like teeth tore off the undead's neck. Silence, 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 Lord Duma. As his head was bitten off, the undead soon ceased moving. Without looking back at the handsome undead boy he had spent so much time creating, the doll demon walked down the alley. That human he saw at the campaign meeting. How about his cuteness, yapping about something with a big grin on his face? Compared to that, all of Duma's corpse collection seemed like garbage. Only the teeth under Lance charge, has the SS soul right to that thing? He muttered to himself, moving his mouth with a gape-carpa sound. Lord Demon Lord, Surano. Not involved. Not involved. Geez, it doesn't matter, either way. The murky lack of what he desired heated up the bloodless chest of Duma, the commander of the immortal fleet of the Demon Lord's army. It's mine and mine alone. Want. Section. The night after the campaign meeting. Up in the side tower of the Imperial Castle, Surano, the chief strategist of the Demon Lord's army, was alone, gazing at the moon. Quietly, as if in meditation, she reflected on the current situation surrounding the Demon Lord's army, the appearance of humans with new abilities, the life or death of Lilu dimension. Furthermore, an unsettling atmosphere was drifting inside the Demon Lord's army. She concentrated on the third eye on her forehead. However, even with Surano's clairvoyant eye, it was impossible to predict what was about to happen. Looking at the stars in the sky, Surano pondered about the far future. How will it be 100 years from now? Will it be the Demon Lord's army that will rule the world? Or will it be humans? Or, tired of thinking, Surano pulled a crystal ball from her pocket. Spellbounded, she looked at the image of Suzuki that she had secretly taken at the conference hall with the image-saving feature that she had recently developed. The world is about to enter an era of turmoil. But, well, that being said, Suzuki is cute. End of Volume 1.